From Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology in Terre Haute, Indiana. Welcome to coverage of the 2022 First Indiana Robotics State Championship. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us here on ISC. I'm Rob Connett. Day 2 of our event, where by the end of today, we will be crowning a state champion. But first, we have a few more qualification rounds to determine the final rankings, and then that is where the fun begins. If you are new to this sport, think of it kind of like your fantasy football draft. When we get the top 8 teams by the end of the qualification round, those top 8 teams will get to pick who is in their alliance for the playoffs. Joining us this morning, Andy Mundell. He is from Purdue Polytechnic, one of the teams participating in this event. You guys had a great day yesterday, day number 1 of qualification rounds. But for those that do not understand how big today is, day number 2 of the state championships, how long were you guys up last night scouting out your competition?
Our scouting meeting went till about midnight in the hotel.
Oh, man.
We had most of our team there, and we're pouring through data. We're watching match footage of teams that we're considering wanting to partner with or who might be picking us. And we're trying to create plans for if someone selects us to be on their alliance. Do we say yes? Do we say no? If they don't, who's available still, what all could happen. It's hard to predict, and people are playing a whole strategy mind game usually as well, trying to figure out how can they best position themselves in the brackets.
A full day ahead here at Rose-Hulman. More qualification rounds, and then we'll have the selection process, and then we will get the playoffs started this afternoon. And by the end of today, we will have a state championship. First Indiana Robotics Championship. Let's throw it down to the floor for our opening ceremonies.
Please welcome your Chief Mustache and Master of Ceremonies, Chris Burdine.
Hello, Indiana. Did you guys have a good time yesterday? I can't tell you how great it is to be back doing first again. It's been a couple years where I know that we've all had to take time off, and we've not been able to get together like we like to. And for me, it's great to be back here at my alma mater and back doing first again. I had a great time yesterday, and I'm looking forward to having a lot more today. How about you guys? The level of play that we have here at the Indiana State Championship is great. Let's watch a video a recap video, see what happened yesterday. I got to tell you, I have such a great time at these. The energy and the inspiration that we get from meeting up here and doing these robots is just great. And whether this is your last competition of the season or whether you're going on next week to Houston or doing stuff this summer, I hope you appreciate everything that you were able to do and the things you're able to learn here at the first robotics competition. It's exciting to think about the impact so many of you will make in the world over the next 50 years. The impact starts now. Every skill that you learn in this competition is valuable for your next stage of life as well, whether that's straight to work or looking for scholarships for college. Be sure to check out the Scholarship and Alumni webpage to find out all the resources you need to make the most of your first experience. I could tell you the motorcycle story. I'll tell you later. Jim doesn't want me to. But I graduated from this school back when it was a lot cheaper than it is now. And I can't imagine the debt that you'd have to. But there are scholarships. Work on that scholarship. It's just free money. So here's a video about the impact of FIRST after high school, and I'm sure that they'll mention scholarships in there.
First alumni means that I have an entire world of connections.
It allows me to volunteer and give back to the community.
I think FIRST can really prepare you to solve any number of the world's big problems. The skills that you're going to be learning can completely change the future.
And there's information in the pit, all those juicy scholarships. Your parents will very much appreciate it if you go check that out. Now it's time to present the Volunteer of the Year Award. This is a big award because there are so many volunteers to recognize, and so many volunteers, so many worthy potential winners of this award. I'd like to invite out right now Renee Becker-Blau, the president of First Indiana Robotics, and the first board of directors. Or just Renee. Oh, everybody's coming out. Come on out.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. The Volunteer of the Year Award celebrates the dedication and service of truly outstanding volunteers. The phenomenal success of the First Robotics competition is a reflection on the commitment and enthusiasm displayed by our volunteers. We are truly humbled by the passion and commitment of our volunteers here today. Now, the last 2 years, we have been unable to recognize our Volunteer of the Year award winners in person. So I'd like to please invite Brett Heininger, the Volunteer of the Year award winner from 2020, to come and be recognized. Thank you, Brett. Yep. All right, and now you can go back to the scoring table. No. Thank you. And I'd also like to bring down Hannah May, our Volunteer of the Year award winner from 2021. Thank you so much for both of your support over these years. We could not have done everything we've done over the past, I don't know how long Finn's been around, 8 years, 9 years now? 8 years. So thank you so much for that support and for your dedication to the program. And now, 2022, this year, marks the first time we've run a full official first season since 2019. Can you guys believe that? That's been a long time. It's been a lot, but we've remembered how to do it. It's exciting to be back. It's nice to see everybody too. So our 2022 Volunteer of the Year award goes to an individual who is a trailblazer in the Finn community and has directly contributed to the success of First Indiana Robotics. District events take a lot of pre-planning and work. Much of what is typically done at regional events are actually by paid staff are done by volunteers here in Indiana. This individual has been involved with First Indiana Robotics since they were in high school. We actually met 8 years ago at this event at Rose-Hulman. It's almost impossible to do anything on stage without them being aware of it, of what's going on, which is why this script was actually written in the bathroom right before this. So thank you to everyone who was there. Everything you see here today and everything you don't see is a direct result of this individual's hard work and passion for inspiring youth. While in a small package, her presence packs a big punch. Please join me in congratulating this force for change, Monica Bravo. You did it? Okay, here's your script. All right. I confirmed it was a surprise. Very exciting. And now I'd like to introduce Mary Reinhardt, the chairperson for the First Indiana Robotics Board of Directors.
Thank you, Renee. It is so great to be back here in person. And the First Indiana Robotics Board of Directors is the nonprofit. We are the First Indiana Robotics organization is the nonprofit organization behind FIRST competitions in Indiana. And I have a really exciting thing to announce. We achieved a major milestone in 2021 as an organization. We became the partner organization for all 3 programs in Indiana, FLL, FTC, and FRC. We hope that this creates a pipeline of talent, all the way from the youngest students in pre-K all the way up through high school. That allows students to have a continuous first experience all the way through. And if you're looking for any leadership opportunities, oh boy, do I got an opportunity for you. We are specifically looking to fill a few positions on the board of directors. And so if you are an alumni or a mentor or a parent, this is an opportunity to get involved, to change this organization for the better, and make FIRST a great Indiana robotics organization. Next, we have the Foundation Award. The First Indiana Robotics Foundation Award is given to an individual or group that has been instrumental in shaping the direction of our organization. Their support has provided Finn the foundation needed to fulfill our mission and bring FIRST to more students in Indiana. Without these people, First Indiana Robotics would not be the organization we are today. Previous groups and individuals who have become part of First Indiana Robotics Foundation Award Hall of Fame include, in 2017, we had Jason Zoki. Yep, pictures are up on the slides. 2018, we had the St. Joseph District Planning Committee. In 2019, we had Lori Hall. 2020, Chelsea Bowen. And in 2021, Carol Dostal. And this year, we'd like to recognize an individual who has gone above and beyond in their cross-program support of First Indiana Robotics. A staple of the FIRST community, this individual has been involved with FIRST since 2011. As a coach of a FIRST team, they witnessed the transformative impact FIRST programs have on youth. And as we like to say, there's no exit strategy in FIRST, as you may be aware of. This year, in their spare time, they served as a member of the event planning committee, coordinated our first LEGO League Global Innovation Award interview process, and were instrumental in ensuring a smooth transition for the first LEGO League program. Please help me in congratulating Lori Langley. She's probably volunteering somewhere. Well, please congratulate Lori if you get a chance. We have one more award. The President's Award is our highest award as the Board of Directors, and the First Indiana Robotics President's Award celebrates an organization who shares the belief that our future is built better together and has provided overwhelming support to the FIN community. Created in 2017, the organizations who earn the President's Award are pillars of our community and help prepare young people for life. Since 2017, and on an annual basis, the First Indiana Robotics Board of Directors and staff come together to select an organization that meets that criteria. Previous organizations that have become part of the First Indiana Robotics President's Award Hall of Fame include, in 2017, Andy Mark. Yes. 2018, Rolls-Royce. In 2019, Toyota, which is our platinum sponsor of this event. In 2020, University of Indianapolis. And 2021, Corteva Agriscience. For the 2022 season, for the expansion of a national partnership and a cross-program support, please join us in congratulating the Argos Foundation. Arconic Foundation.
All right, thank you so much, and we will make sure that these awards get to the right people, and I'm going to throw it back to our MC.
All right. The Board of Directors. The amount of work that these people put in so that this can happen is truly astounding, just absolutely amazing. Congratulations to all the winners. And to make these first events run smoothly, it takes many, many dedicated volunteers. It's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun, and we can always use more. So come join the fun and volunteer at an upcoming event. Now it's time to show your appreciation to the terrific volunteers making this event run. Let's hear it for our volunteers. Please welcome back the judges who have been watching matches and will be finishing their deliberation soon. Good morning, judges. Back there in the blue shirts. Please welcome back our hardworking referees. Our zebras back there. And please, now that they're not busy, show your appreciation for another talented group of volunteers, your robot inspectors, led by lead robot inspector Nathan Pietra. Okay. We could just keep going, and we will. There are so many volunteers that put in countless hours of work and planning for before and during this event. Let's recognize another hardworking group, your field volunteers, that includes the field resetters, the cuers, scorekeepers, and the FTAs led by FTA Chris Noble, FTAA Kyle Heaton, and field supervisor BC Spears, who are all right back there. Your pit volunteers, which includes pit admin, spare parts, safety attendants, and your awesome pit admin supervisor, Sharon Baxter, who I assume is in the pit right now. And the volunteers working behind the scenes, like the welcome and alumni attendants, volunteer registration, and ambassador coordinators, and our fabulous volunteer coordinator, Daniel Chang. Which I imagine he's still, these people never sleep. Remember, safety first. The schedule today, if you've never done this before, is anybody new? Is this the first event for anybody? Right, exactly. So you know what the schedule today is. We play some matches. It's awesome, right? We play some matches. We do the alliance selection. We take a nice short lunch break that's really calm and easy for everybody, except for the teams that are frantically getting their robots ready for the finals. Then we play the finals. So that means have a person ready at the end of matches today. We're playing through match 64. Who's going to come down on the field and have decision-making authority. I know this is not your first go-around, but I've done this enough where I know that even experienced people will quit, will not be ready. But you guys are better than this.
At least had a district qualifier.
It's going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Are you guys ready to do robots? Let's start the robots! And now, before we start the robots, let's do the national anthem. Teams, come out. Place your robots. Let's go. Match number 50.
There we have our opening ceremonies here with day number 2 of the first Indiana Robotics State Championship from Rose-Hulman. Rob Conant, Annie Mundell, and the rest of our ISC crew with you here on this Saturday morning. So to fill you in, if you are just joining us and you missed some of the action yesterday, full day yesterday of qualification matches. We will continue those this morning until about 11:30. Once all the qualification matches are complete, Andy, that's when the fun really begins. If you are one of the top 8 teams, you get to select who is in your alliance for the playoffs this afternoon.
Yeah, and if you're in a position to be picking like that, you likely already have at least a short list and maybe a couple of robots that in these last qualifying matches, you're going to be scouting extra hard, trying to figure out between 2 or 3 different robots who you'd really like to work with.
Taking a look at the rankings after yesterday's events, Brownsburg is your top team. They went 9-1 yesterday in their qualification matches. 35 total ranking points. Purdue Polytechnic
3.5.
3.5. Your team, Purdue Poly, currently in second, 3.22 ranking score and going 7-1 yesterday. And then in third is the robotics team from Lawrence, the Kilobytes. Robot 1024 currently in third. And Westside Boiler Invasion, that's the team from West Lafayette, currently in fourth. And then rounding out the top 5 as the rankings stand right now is Cybertooth. That is the robotics team from Northwestern High School. And so after every qualification match, you get certain ranking points, and that makes the rankings change after every single match. And we saw that yesterday where Northwestern, for example, came into the state finals ranked number 2. They went down to number 3, down to number 4. Then they won a couple of matches, went back up the rankings, dropped down again, and then going into the replay matches yesterday evening, they were ranked 5th, won their first replay match, bumped them up to 3rd, and then lost and went right back down to number 5. And so it fluctuates, but that's why the ranking points that you get in a match are so important because, again, once we're done with the qualifications, if you're in the top 8, you are in that position to select your team, your alliance, for the playoffs.
Yeah, and ranking points go beyond just winning or losing the match. There's 2 ranking points for the alliance that wins the match. A tie, they split those 2. But there's also objectives on the field that they are trying to accomplish for bonus ranking points. There's 1 for getting 20 or more cargo, which are the colored balls on the field, into the hub, the center goal. And then there's also a bonus ranking point available for meeting certain levels of climbing on the hangar at the end of the match.
So you will see as we go throughout this morning in our qualification matches, you have a red alliance and a blue alliance. Each alliance is made up of 3 different robots from 3 different teams. And that was the theme as we went throughout the day yesterday, reminding everybody about it's not just about you're trying to beat other teams, but at the same time, it's all about teamwork because you could be going up against a certain team one match, and then based on random draw, you could be playing with them. They could be on your alliance in the next matchup.
Yeah, it's a system that helps the students really focus on being collaborative and cooperative with people and being good sports throughout the day because you don't want to work with the team and leave a bad taste in their mouth right before alliance selection. So it's a good system to help instill some of these values of cooperation and collaboration with the students.
You get a good look at the teams and the high school kids down there and the robots. Again, each matchup, the first 15 seconds, and we will explain this as we go along. The first 15 seconds of the match, the robots are autonomous, preloaded with cargo.
Here we go, day 2.
And then after that, the next 2 minutes, you control your robot. So there you see Purdue Poly in their base, getting ready for this first matchup. Let's throw it down to the floor for our introductions for our first matchup of the day.
And 74-57.
Super Duper Robotics.
Blue Alliance. Day 2, guys. Flag goes up front. Come on. Let's go. We have for the Blue Alliance 34-94.
The Quadrangles.
Team 42-72.
Maverick Boiler Robotics.
And Team 4-47.
Let's hear it for Team Roboto.
15 matches this morning. Here's the first one. Let's count it down.
Here we go.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
So our first qualification matchup of the morning underway. Again, on the Red Alliance, you have teams from Evansville North, South Bend Career Academy, and Purdue Polytechnic. On the blue side, Bloomington South, McCutcheon, and Anderson. If you get 5 cargo or more in the first 15 seconds, like both teams just did, then you only need 18 total cargo to score that cargo bonus in the next 2 minutes. So a great start for both alliances to start this matchup.
That was an absolutely amazing autonomous period. Super Duper put up 5 cargo on their own, but everybody else is putting it in too. It's a great day, great match to start the day.
And again, you'll see some of the defense. You see there on the bottom, some of the robots going up against their competition, playing defense. Again, if you're able to score cargo, those are the balls out there on the court. In the lower hub, that's worth 1 point. The upper hub, that taller hoop, that's worth 2 points. And a close battle, 90 seconds to go. It's a 3-point advantage for the Red Alliance right now.
Yeah, you can see Super Duper getting a lot of heavy defense. They're ranked 2 now, so sometimes you get a target on your back when you start doing well.
Again, Purdue Poly, like you said, robot name Super Duper. You got South Bend Career Academy. They are the Wolf Pack. And completing the Red Alliance is Evansville North, the Huskies on Hogs. That might be one of my favorite team names out there.
Yeah, these robotics teams, they like to have nice, unique names. For the people who are fans, we know who they are, but for the casual observer, you say, oh, is that Huntington? Is that Kokomo? Is that so you just got to pay attention.
Closing in on that 30-second horn, so there are 2 aspects to the matchup. Right now you're trying to score as much cargo into those hoops. 30-second horn sounds, and you will see the robot's head. You already got one in the blue hanger zone. The second part of this, your robot has to try to climb those hangers, the rungs, or as we like to call them yesterday, the monkey bars. The higher up you go, the more points you score.
Yeah, that low bar is worth 4 points. Excuse me. Now you go 6, 10, and 15 points if you get to the very top.
5 seconds to go. Red team, a robot drops at the last second, so the Red Alliance will only get points for that one robot hanging up top. Meanwhile, you got on the Blue Alliance, that is 3494. That's the robot from Bloomington South, just barely hanging on, but as long as you're off the ground, it will count. So going into the hanger zone, you saw there on the scoreboard, the Red Alliance was up by 13, but Andy, this might come down to
I think we're
more
going to
blues.
get a last-second upset here.
The Blue Alliance gets more points in the hanger zone. You see there, 30-15 in the hanger zone, and they win by 2. Close matchup to start the day. (84-82) the final score, so the win goes to the Blue Alliance. And Andy, take me through some of the first 15 seconds of this. Like you mentioned, a great start for both teams in this matchup.
I mean, autonomous routines seem to be clicking here for a lot of these teams. Starting off with a lot of points there. It's just difficult sometimes to separate yourself when all the robots are really good.
And again, this is your first time watching this, it's cool to just be reminded simply, these are high school kids controlling these robots. They built them, they control them. As you see, the red robot 7457, that was the robot from Evansville North, falling at the last second, trying to get to that upper rung, and instead drops, and so they got 0 points. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, 2 robots reaching the top, and that was the difference. Getting more points in the hanger zone, and the Blue Alliance comes away with the win, 84-82. And so part of that Blue Alliance, robots from Bloomington South, McCutcheon and Anderson. McCutcheon, the Maverick Boiler Robotics team coming into today, they were ranked number 9. And so a good win to start the day in day number 2.
Absolutely. That definitely shook up the rankings. A lot of people's pick lists are now getting adjusted.
Again, we will be referencing the rankings as we go along through the morning. Once the qualification round is complete, if you are in that top 8, you get to pick your alliance for the playoffs. And let's remind everybody, Andy, these matchups for the qualification rounds, no one picked anybody. This was just a random draw before the state finals even started this weekend. So all these matchups that you're seeing this morning, based off of random draw, who you're working with.
Yeah, it's pretty random. Occasionally you get a schedule that you feel is a little bit tougher or easier, but they try to balance it out as well as they can. You don't see too many robots too often, but you see them against you, with you.
You saw 69-56. That is Shamrock Robotics, the team from Westfield, going to be part of this next qualification round. They will be on the Red Alliance along with 1720. That is the robot called Fixed Gears from Grant County. And rounding out the Red Alliance will be University High School. the Robo Blazers. On the blue side, a couple of top 10 teams here. Lawrence coming into today ranked number 3. Fishers currently 10th. And rounding out the Blue Alliance will be Plainfield. Again, if you did not join us yesterday, we like to deem their robot the refrigerator. Sponsored by Carrier and a bunch of other businesses, but you'll understand once you see their robot. It really does. There it is.
Yep.
Looking like a NASCAR with all those decals and sponsors out there, but built square up, or I guess rectangle, looking like a refrigerator. So there we go. Underway. They are on the Blue Alliance along with Fishers and Lawrence. On the red side, Westfield, Grant County, and University. That last cargo for Blue bounced out, does not count. And so neither team able to score 5 cargo during the autonomous period. Just like basketball, if it bounces around that rim, if it doesn't drop through, it does not count.
Yeah, and bounce out was definitely one of the big engineering challenges that these teams faced. A lot of early prototyping in the season looked viable, but when you actually got it to a real goal, there was a lot of bounce out. So teams adjusted. They went from 1 flywheel shooter maybe to 2. They adjusted the spin on the balls. It's not just getting it there, it's getting it there in a way that it's not going to leave the hoop.
So how much goes into that then? I mean, when you are programming your robots and making those adjustments in the pits to make sure, hey, when our robot, throws that ball, there's a certain degree, a certain angle, a certain spin, like you said. A lot goes into it, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of adjustments that they might be making here, but honestly, the hard work was done in early January. They were prototyping. I know, like in our shop, we make quick models out of plywood and motors and drills, and lots of teams try 3 or 4 different ways of projecting a ball. Do you model it after, a pitching machine? Do you do a catapult like a 1024 has? There's different ways to approach it. There's horizontal flywheels and vertical flywheels, and you just test and you test and you test and you collect data and you figure out what works.
Close battle here. You see there in the bottom right corner, the robot from Plainfield got an early start in the hangar zone. 30-second horn sounds, and we are tied at 58. This will come down to, are you going to score more cargo? Are you going to head to the hangar zone? 2 Blue robots still trying to score cargo into the upper hub. Meanwhile, the robot from Plainfield, 3487, has reached the traversal rung. That will be worth 15 points for the Blue Alliance. Still tied, 5 seconds to go. 2 robots, now a third for the Red Alliance getting in. It will come down to the hangar zone. Andy, it looks like the red team might have the advantage.
It does look close. Yeah, there's one more Blue robot that didn't make it to the hang. You can see 1720 hasn't released from the highest to the highest rung yet, so they'll only get credits for that 3rd level. But still, 3 robots versus 2. They're probably going to come out on top here.
A close battle. Here are the official results, and it is the Red Alliance. Look there at the hangar zone. Scored 10 more points than the Blue Alliance, and that seemed to be the difference. Also, 4 penalty points going to the red team as well. And so Red picks up the win 97-89. And I don't know about you, you could consider that an upset with the Blue Alliance having 2 of the top 10 teams and the Red Alliance, Westfield, Grant County, and University getting the win.
Yeah, that would be an upset, I would say, based on the current rankings. But, sometimes teams had a rough schedule. They're maybe better than their ranking indicates. Maybe they fixed something along the way.
You saw there a human shot. Again, if you're just joining us today, that is allowed. But that one bounced out for the Red Alliance as you see some replays. Great defense. How about the fridge? Getting bumped around by 1720.
Wasn't there an NFL player nicknamed the Fridge as well?
That's right. And we got a robot playing for the Bears. And then in the hangar zone, 34-87, but it was not enough. All three robots for the Red Alliance able to make their way to the hangar zone. You see 76-17. That's the robot from University getting there in the final seconds and getting to the second rung. That was worth 6 points. And again, in the hangar zone, if you score 16 points, which the Red Alliance easily got that as all three robots were able to get up onto the monkey bars, all you need is 16 points in the hangar zone to get one more ranking point. So again, we talk about wins and losses and how many points you scored, but also at the same time, you're trying to collect those bonuses, get more ranking points, and that will help you in the standings. So the Red Alliance gets the win there. Westfield. Fixed Gears, that's the team from Grant County, Matthews, Indiana. And University High School, the Robo Blazers. Part of that Red Alliance getting the victory in matchup number 51. Again, we have 64 qualification matchups. So we will complete that round here this morning. And then again, once the qualification round is over, we'll get set for our selection process and the playoffs later on this afternoon. Let's head it down to the field for introductions for matchup number 52.
Team 868.
From Carmel, Indiana, the Tech Hounds.
Finally, 71-98.
The Fearsome Gears.
The Fearsome Gears, indeed. There you go. Thank you. On our Blue Alliance, Team 85-64.
The Disco Ducks.
Man, I like a good first team logo. And that is just absolutely beautiful. Well done, Disco Ducks. Their partners in the middle, Team 135.
Let's hear it for Pin Robotics.
Finishing out our Blue Alliance, 829.
The Digital Goats.
Matchup number 52. Getting ready. Again, the Red Alliance features teams from Washington, Carmel, and Twin Lakes. 868, the Tech Hounds from Carmel, coming into today's action, ranked 8th here at the state championship. On the blue side, robots from Princeton, Penn, and Warren Central. The Digital Goats, another one of my favorites. And a bit of a delay. We saw this a couple times yesterday, Andy, and we made a reference to it where I find it kind of cool. Again, me being new to this sport, it's kind of cool and a good show of sportsmanship that, hey, all right, one of the robots you see there, it looks like they're looking at 85-64. That's the robot from Princeton. Might have a technical issue, might have something wrong.
Looks like we've got all the robots connected.
Double check, make sure everything's good before we actually
We're ready
start
to
this
go?
match.
Yeah, and their alliance is depending on them too, so it's just fair for everyone.
Drivers behind the lines.
To
3,
do
2,
their best on the
1,
field.
go.
Also, sometimes it's
Qualifying
the
match
field.
number
It's a
52 underway.
complicated,
The
connections.
Tech Hounds
and
are
things
ranked
like
number
that. They wanna
9
make
right
sure it's
now.
not the field's
They're going to
fault
have
as
some
well.
action going on this afternoon probably. 3 Blue Alliance cargo in the top and 2 red. Another 2 for the Blue Alliance going in and 1 more for red. 20-22 advantage blue.
Neither team able to get 5 cargo in the autonomous period.
2 quick scores for the Blue Alliance. Red one bounces out.
Again, if you score 5 or more balls in the first 15 seconds, then you only need 18 total points, total cargo rather, to get that cargo bonus. So you see that in the top corners of the scoreboard. You need 20 cargo total to get that cargo bonus. If you score 5 or more in the first 15 seconds, though, that total drops down to only needing 18. So neither team able to get to 5 in the first 15 seconds, so we will stay at 20 total cargo needed to get that bonus ranking point. Right now, it's a slight advantage for the Blue Alliance, 42-37 with 80 seconds to play. And you already see great defense on the left side of the playing field. And Andy, you made a point yesterday when we were talking about, as we went through the day today, and as you get to the final matchups of the qualification round, you will see more and more teams play defense and try to stop some of the top offensive robots out there from scoring. We saw that in Brownsburg's last matchup. They were ranked number 1, and so they were double teamed at one point where their competition was trying to block them out and forcing them to unable to get their cargo.
Yeah, the longer these events go on, the more you kind of get to know the opponents. You know what they do well, and you try to take that away. Or you know their weaknesses, and you can take advantage of that. We're also at the point where those robots who might be outside of those top 8 to 16 offensive robots are trying to show, hey, we can still contribute to a winning alliance. We have a sturdy drivetrain. We know how to play within the rules. Pick us up, and we'll shut someone else down on the other side of the field.
Something to keep in mind, keep an eye on.
And it doesn't just happen out here on the field. They're also back in the pits trying to convince each other of that too.
All 3 robots trying to get there for the blue. 85-64. I don't know if they were able to get all the way up looking at that shot.
It also looks like 7198 has not yet released the 3rd level hanger. So they only get credit for level 3.
That's 10 points instead of 15. So you see referees and volunteers. And indeed, 85-64 was unable to get off the ground. So the Blue Alliance only gets points for 1 robot, but it was still enough. I'm sorry, they had 2 robots, 30 hanger points, and that helps them get the win 92-71. Sandy, take me through the first 15 seconds autonomous. Again, these robots are not controlled. They're preloaded with cargo in the first 15 seconds of this matchup.
Exactly, and the points are doubled during the autonomous period because it's more difficult. The bottom hub is worth 2 and the top hub is worth 4. You also get 2 points for simply leaving that taped off zone they call the tarmac. You can leave it and come back, you still get the points, but if at any point you leave completely. You can see 829 actually goes all the way up. Can't see them. They left, they came back. They're picking up from the loading station. They're a team who, when alliance selection comes around, they're going to ask whose alliance pairs well with us in auto. It's harder to adjust auto on the fly, so you say, well, we like to be here during auto. Where do you want to start? And creating an alliance of 3 that doesn't interfere with each other's autonomous routines can be a very strategic move.
There's so much strategy that goes into every second of a matchup. The autonomous period, also the 2-minute period where you're controlling your robots and trying to score cargo and playing defense and trying to prevent the other alliance from scoring. You got a little shove there. Not playing some defense. And again, let's go back to yesterday because there were a handful of times where we saw some penalties for those that are new to the sport and don't know how the penalties work. You're allowed to play defense and, hit that robot like you saw there, but only for a certain amount of time, right?
It depends on situations. You can't pin them against the wall for too long. The rest will start to count. And if you see the count, you got to back off, and then they'll reset the count. But in the open field, you can push them around. Sometimes you T-bone them halfway across the field, and that's completely legal. One where you're seeing a lot of penalty points this year is if you reach inside their robot perimeter. So if your intake is out and you run into an opponent, that's where you see those 4-point penalties. They're trying to avoid people reaching in and damaging or hitting some wires and things like that.
Getting a look at 1501. That's the team from Huntington coming into today after day 1 of action. They were ranked 7th. But again, after 3 matches so far today, the rankings change after every single match. As of right now, 1501, Huntington now 6th in the current standings. So the Red Alliance, you'll have 1501, that's the team from Huntington. You'll have the Technocats of Kokomo. And you'll also have the Pike Robo Devils making up the Red Alliance. On the blue side, 49-26, that's galactic that is made up of 3 different schools in Columbus. Joining them on the blue side, Homestead and Munster. Qualification 53 underway. And the Red Alliance able to score 5 cargo. So they will now only need 18 total to get that cargo bonus by the end of the match.
Yeah, definitely something to watch out for in this match. I would imagine Homestead 4982 is going to go over and play some defense. Defense is what got them here. It'll probably be what they're doing today.
Just a 3-point lead for Red, but a couple of cargo go into the upper hub for Blue. Shot from 49-26, the team from Columbus, and now a Blue Alliance with a slight advantage.
Yep, and there's 4982 trying to push 1501 off their shot.
You see 4982 just kind of following it and chasing it. Like
Yeah.
you said, good call, Andy. 4982, the robot from Homestead, playing good defense.
And they're one of those teams that they don't have a lot of offensive power, but because of that, they've practiced defense all day yesterday. And it's definitely something you can build skill in. To do it without getting penalties, to kind of get to know where the opponents like to shoot from. 4982 is an excellent defensive robot.
Under a minute to play, 5-point lead. Now it's cut down, now we're tied. Again, the score changes so quickly as more and more cargo go into the lower and upper hubs. And how about the Red Alliance, Andy? That's something else that we would like to see. You see there on the scoreboard, on the blue side, all 18 cargo for Blue have been scored in the upper hub. On the red side, pretty split even between upper hub and lower hub.
Yeah, and sometimes it comes down to what the robot's capable of. Sometimes you're worried about what they call cycle time, and the lower hub actually puts the balls back out on the field slightly faster. And if you're just trying to keep balls going, having a low cycling robot can actually be advantageous.
Might come down to how many points you get in the hanger zone. 4-point lead right now for Red. Under 10 seconds to play. 2 robots for the Red. Hanging in the hanger zone. 3 robots for the Blue. All of them up off the ground as the buzzer sounds. And this is going to be close.
Looks like Blue was able to get 2 up to the top rung. 4982 snuck in at the last moment. 1018 was, I think, trying to deny them the climb, play defense on them, but they got in there and climbed at the very last second.
You see there at the top of your screen, the match is under review. Andy, any ideas of what the referees might be discussing here?
There was a lot of aggressive defense. I saw a robot maybe go over the bumper. If they deemed that there was some damage there that could have been match affecting, the refs might make a call on that.
So the referees are huddling together and discussing. And again, going right back to what we were talking about, playing defense, but trying to not cross that line of being too aggressive because it could lead to some penalty points. And again, we saw it a few times yesterday. Penalty points decided a matchup or 2. Blue Alliance is your winner. No penalties either way. 90-83 your final score. The Blue Alliance picking up the win. But you see 4 ranking points for each of the teams on the blue side, 2 ranking points for each of the red. And so 1501, that's the team from Huntington. They drop from 6th to 8th. And how about the team from Columbus now moving up to number 2?
Yeah, that was a big match for them.
Let's take a look one more time at the first 15 seconds of this matchup, the autonomous period. Again, Andy, like you said, leaving the tarmac is worth points. Scoring cargo is worth points.
Yep. And here's one thing that separated 49-26. They went all the way back to their loading station, picked up that 3rd ball. The way this game was set up, getting those first 2 balls wasn't that much of a stretch. The teams that have separated themselves have gotten that 3rd, 4th, or 5th ball in auto.
Meanwhile, on the red side, 1501 quickly securing cargo and throwing it up into the hub. They have been a quick robot all weekend long. And
Yeah,
again, one of the reasons why Huntington is one of the top teams right now.
Yeah. They put up, it looks like 4 balls there. I didn't see if they all went in, but getting them in the air. They have a turret, so they don't have to be oriented towards the goal. Their shooter can just angle itself towards the goal.
And you see 45, that's the robot from Kokomo. A very simple looking robot.
As a mentor, you love to see that because it means less things that can break on your robot, more consistency. Sometimes you see these amazingly built robots, they become too complicated. There's too many things that can break, the drivers struggle. A robot like 45, you just love to see that simplicity sometimes.
And they have been an expert, we've seen it throughout the last 2 days now, because of how simple it is, and they got that simple, the arms. They have been an expert at scoring on the lower hub, quickly just dumping it in, getting those 2 quick points. And so again, in that matchup, Blue Alliance winning it 90-83, and now we're getting ready for qualification number 54. And this will be fun to watch because on the Red Alliance, again, random draw. They were decided before we even started yesterday. It just happens to work out this way. 3 of the top 10 teams working together on the Red Alliance. The teams from McCutcheon, Brownsburg, and Northwestern making up the Red Alliance. Underway, 39-40, that is Cybertooth from Northwestern on the red side. Meanwhile, you have Perry Meridian, Madison Grant, and Anderson on the blue side. And the Red Alliance able to score 5 cargo in the first 15 seconds. Again, McCutcheon, Brownsburg, and Northwestern, 3 of the top teams as they stand right now. Brownsburg number 1 in the standings. McCutcheon is number 7. And Northwestern is number 4, and they are all on the same alliance in this matchup, and it is showing, Andy. Already scoring 15, now 16, now 17 cargo, and they have doubled up the score of the Blue Alliance.
They might be going for an event high score right here. You see them running triple offense, opting no one to play defense.
The highest score we saw yesterday was 130. The Red Alliance already was 64, and adding to that, a flurry of balls going into the upper hub. And we still have over a minute to play. They have put in 27 cargo. They have scored 74 points. And we haven't even reached the hangar zone yet.
No, this is definitely on track to possibly be a state record in a match. Blue Alliance kind of opting to not play too much defense. You can see Cyber Blue playing some opportunistic defense, but I think they're focusing also on getting their own cargo ranking point, making sure that happens. They might see this as a lost cause for the big win and focusing on getting their ranking points to keep their rankings as high as possible.
Red Alliance has scored 100 points as the 30-second horn just now sounds. Again, our high score this weekend, 130. Robot from Northwestern is up in the hangar zone, just barely hanging on. 31-76. The robot from Brownsburg working its way through the hangar zone. As the buzzer sounds, I don't think they were able to get up.
No, they were not, and actually that's going to cost them a ranking point. For some of those top teams, that single ranking point could be the difference.
So it's looking good for the Red Alliance, but not very many points in the hangar zone. The team from Northwestern hanging on by an arm, as you saw there. Red Alliance with the win, but what's the official score? 114. And as you see the rankings, Brownsburg stays first. Northwestern stays in 4th, and McCutcheon moves up a slot. And so those 3 teams there are in prime position to be in that top 8 when the qualification round is complete. Again, looking at the first 15 seconds, Northwestern and Brownsburg getting those 2 points each, getting out of the tarmac zone, scoring the cargo, and they scored a lot in that matchup.
Yeah, those autonomous routines meshed very well together. I'm sure that they would love to be in alliance in the tournament. I'm not sure you'll get 3 robots that good on the same team in eliminations, but that was beautiful.
Meanwhile, on the blue side, again, that was robots from Perry Meridian, Madison Grant, and Anderson. And we have not touched on yet this morning the story of Madison Grant. Was fun to keep track of all day yesterday. So they are the team called Argyle Attack. This is their very first year competing. Brand new rookie team, and they were up in the rankings, top 10 for most of the day yesterday. Very impressive performance.
Absolutely. You love to see those rookie teams finding success like that. They're learning a lot here and doing well.
As you see, blue team getting 2 robots there in that last matchup. Obviously not enough. A big win for red. As we'll get ready for matchup number 55. Again, we had 50 matches, or I should say 49 yesterday. We'll get to 64 this morning, and that will end the qualification round. Now let's head down to the floor for introductions of our next matchup.
54-84.
From South Bend, it's Wolfpack.
And finishing us off, we have 34-87.
And from Plainfield, it's Red Pride Robotics.
Across the field, starting us off, we have Team 868.
They're from Carmel, it's Tech Hounds.
Here in the middle, we have Team 7457.
They're from Indianapolis, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, 829.
They're Indianapolis's own The Digital Goats.
All right, Andy, your team, Super Duper from Purdue Polytechnic, going to be on the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, I'll try not to be too biased in my commentary here, but
3, 2, 1, go.
Currently 7th in the rankings as they stand. And I notice as well on the scoreboard, your robot 7457 is highlighted in yellow. The reasoning for that?
They must have picked up a yellow card in the last match. When that match was under review, we didn't see any penalty points, I believe. But there must have been something.
Was that from yesterday?
We got the red card, and usually the red card resets. I'm not sure. Maybe we got a yellow card too. I haven't talked to the drive team.
We'll have to check.
They would know. Likely that'll reset going into alliance selection. But yeah, they're walking on thin ice. They pick up another yellow card. That would be a red card. Been playing a little too aggressive.
Super Duper, along with Tech Hounds from Carmel and the Digital Goats from Warren Central, making up the Blue Alliance as they lead 50-34. 90 seconds to play here in this qualification matchup. On the other side for red, you got robots from Washington, South Bend Career Academy, and the Fridge from Plainfield. Playing good defense there on the bottom of the screen. And they're working their way already to the hangar zone. So an early start on monkey bars for the team from Plainfield.
Yeah, they have a very consistent climb, but it does take some time.
And we saw them drop a handful of times as well. They were able to bounce back in the later matches yesterday. So 34-87 working its way up. You see there in the bottom of your screen. On the bottom right side, 8:29, that's the Digital Goats from Warren Central working their way up. 30-second horn sounds. Blue Alliance with a comfortable lead. 8:68. The robot from Carmel climbing up as well. Red Alliance trying to get all three robots up off the ground. Down to the final 5 seconds. 81-16 from Washington. They are able to get up. So it's like all 6 robots are up and hanging, but a good cargo round for the Blue Alliance, and it looks like they will secure the victory here. Good performance, though, by the Red Alliance. And again, we talk about how, yeah, it's unfortunate that you lose, but also in a loss, you can still pick up those ranking points.
Absolutely. They were able to pick up the hanger bonus.
111-90. Final score in this one. That's the highest score we've seen today. So Carmel, Purdue Poly, and Warren Central get the victory in matchup number 55. Hey, let's take a quick break. We'll get ready for our next matchup as the qualification round continues. You're watching the first Indiana Robotics 22 State Championship from Rose-Hulman here on ISC.
I've always liked math. Both engineering, you get to combine math with creativity.
I like the problem-solving aspect. I love finding new solutions to different problems.
I like the challenge that's presented in terms of being able to come up with a design and make it real.
What it means to serve society in the world can inform what engineers, mathematicians, and scientists create and discover.
Being a part of FIRST is just being a part of such a life-changing program. I love being a mentor and I love working with these students. Even the smallest things can make a difference, and that no matter what your skills are, you can be a contributing member to whatever you're involved in. The amount of change you can see in students and just what this program can give to students, you can't see anywhere else.
Welcome back inside the Holbert Arena on the campus of Rose-Hulman in Terre Haute. Rob Conant, Andy Mundell with you here as we just finished matchup number 55. And the win goes to the Blue Alliance, made up of teams from Carmel, Purdue Polytechnic, and Warren Central. As you take a look at some of the highlights. And again, Andy, we mentioned, even though they lost, the teams that made up the Red Alliance able to get a ranking point. And a pretty good, solid performance. And like you mentioned as well, you're in that point of the competition where you're trying to show off to other teams, hey, this is what our robot is capable of doing. Pick us for the playoffs later on this afternoon.
Yeah, for the top teams, the rankings absolutely matter because it positions them in the order for the draft. But for the teams in that next tier, to be honest, the ranking points start to not mean as much. What really matters is how their robot has done on the field, and the top teams are looking for that. Most teams are not just going down the rankings picking the next robot. They know that there are under-seeded teams. There are teams who are better than their ranking indicates, and they're hoping to pick them up.
And we will have that selection process coming up right around 11:30. As we get ready for our next matchup.
From Bloomington, it's the Quadrangle.
The Red Alliance will feature teams from Penn, you see there. Crowd there in the bleachers. So you got Penn Robotics along with the team from Center Grove, Red Alert, and rounding out the Red Alliance are the Pike Robo Devils.
Indianapolis, it's Kilobyte.
On the blue side, teams from Bloomington South, University High School, and Lawrence. Robot 1024, they are called the Kilobytes. Again, another unique, fun name.
Yeah, you know, you get jealous of some of those awesome numbers that just lead to a pun. We tried with 7457, couldn't find anything real, you know, really to match up with the number, so we just went with the school theme.
Super Duper is
Yes.
your team.
We did find a good pun, though.
Yeah, I do like that.
Shout out to one of my friends from college who had that as her AIM screen name. Later, we were brainstorming and it popped into my head.
How about this start by both teams able to get 5 or more cargo in the first 15 seconds, so they will only need 18 total to get that cargo bonus. But a quick, hot start for the Blue Alliance, made up of Bloomington South, University, and Lawrence.
Yeah, and you can see 1741, one of the top defensive bots in the state for sure. Really, they're going to be terrorizing 1024 for the rest of this match. Hopefully 1024 can find a way to get some space, get some shots off, but if Red Alert has anything to say, it will be difficult.
A couple of cargo going up for Blue into the upper hub. Again, that upper hub, the higher hoop, if you will, worth 2 points each. The hub on the lower end worth 1 point. And you see on the scoreboard, the Red Alliance, pretty even. 7 cargo have gone to the up, 7 have gone to the lower hub. Under a minute to play here in matchup number 56. And a 45, now 47 to 36 advantage for the Blue.
Very close to achieving their bonus ranking point.
One Blue robot already heading up the monkey bars.
Kilobytes making their way up the rungs for the Blue Alliance, already on the high rung, going for traversal.
Oh, 1024 fell. They still have time to get back up, though. That is the robot from Lawrence, was trying to make it to the very top level and took a tumble. They will try it again, though. Still 15 seconds to go.
And there's Red Alert. They went up early as well. They're slow and steady, but they're locked onto high going for the traverse climb. They got a couple other teammates joining them.
And the buzzer sounds. Looks like all 3 robots for the Red Alliance are up and hanging. But I don't know if it'll be enough. See, going into the hangar zone, Blue team was up 59 to 36.
Yeah, maybe if 1024 had stayed on the ground, they might have lost that, but they recovered quickly, got back up, made it back to the highest rung. That's, you know, maybe why they went back early. They maybe didn't trust that they could get that climb done in the shorter time. They wanted to give themselves 2 chances to seal the win.
So we're awaiting the final results from the judges, making sure there were no penalty points. But how about that recovery by the Kilobytes? Robot 1024 took that tumble, but that might be one of the advantages of heading to the hangar zone early. With that fall, they still had about 25 seconds to climb back up.
Yeah, and if you've been paying attention, 1741 has been known to try to play defense on the climb. They will chase you around the hub and block you and try to prevent you from getting back to the hangar. And even if they can't stop you completely, they might just prevent you from getting to the highest level. They take 10 more seconds off of your climb, and now you're at level 2 or 3 instead of 4.
78-71, the final score here. Andy, we thank you so much for joining us. We have an entire panel of analysts joining us throughout the day today. Steve is going to be hopping into the broadcast booth, but we thank you so much for helping us out yesterday and today.
Thank you.
Good luck to your team, Purdue Pilot.
Thank you.
Super duper. Keep an eye on them. Andy Mundell, one of the mentors from Purdue Polytechnic joining us. Hey, let's take a quick break. We'll get ready for our next matchup, and we'll bring in our next analyst to join us. We'll be back on the ISC Sports Network.
FIRST has changed my life for the better, teaching me skills like problem solving, public speaking, and other tech skills that make me feel much more confident about my future.
81% of FIRST alumni choose to go into a STEM-related major. Right now, Michigan has 11% of the FIRST teams in the world. That's 10 times the amount that Indiana has, while they only have 1.5 times the amount of people. We want that same growth for Indiana, making it so that STEM is accessible to any people, no matter your zip code or your status.
There's this company called Borg Warner in Kokomo, and they're actually looking for employees that are trained in STEM, but there's not a lot of those. If we implemented FIRST in Indiana, to where everyone, no matter their economic status or race, could have access to it, then they'd have a lot more employees trained in STEM.
The goal of this bill is to provide all kids in Indiana with an opportunity to participate in FIRST events. This means giving all teams annual funds to pay for registration, event fees, and a kit of parts.
If you would like to find more information about this bill, you can go to firewires.org/bill.
Welcome back to Rose-Hulman. Rob Conant, the rest of our ISC crew joining you here from the 2022 First Indiana Robotics State Championship, still in the qualification round here this morning. Now joining us in the broadcast booth, Steve Florence. He is from 461. That is the Westside Boiler Invasion, their robotics team from West Lafayette. Thanks for joining us once again, Steve.
Glad. This is our 23rd year in FIRST. We're glad to be here still. So.
Your team doing well so far,
Yep.
Currently third in the rankings. We were just joined by Andy from Purdue Polytechnic, and he was telling us how they were up until about midnight last night, strategizing and getting ready for, hey, if we're in that top 8, if we are in position to be able to pick our alliance for the playoffs later this afternoon. They were up late last night. How about you guys?
Yeah,
you as well?
We were up till 11, working through all the scenarios, and of course, it all is subject to change without notice.
Right, right.
So anyway, but yes, all the scenarios, it's going to be very interesting in the picking thing. So I think it's going to be exciting to see. I think with our field this year compared to some of our district events, it's going to be hard to predict who's going to be the winner.
Yeah.
You know, because there's a lot of good teams.
And the rankings have been, I mean, after every single matchup. You could be third here, but after someone else plays, you drop the fifth. I mean, it has been moving after every single matchup. Fun to keep an eye on. And again, if you are in that top 8, and we will have coverage of the selection process coming up at around 11:30. That is where the real fun begins, where teams get to pick who is in their alliance going into the playoffs. And eventually later on today, we will have a state champion. 3 teams will be crowned state champions.
3 teams will be crowned state champion. We'll have a finalist at that point too, and then some of those teams, the finalists, the champions will definitely can move on to Houston, and the possibility of the finalists moving on, or the next highest district points that the team has, will be invited to go on to the Worlds too. We already have some teams already in because of the cultural awards, and so the cultural awards were identified a couple weeks ago actually, so that we could get them to prepare, because those are automatic bids to Worlds with the cultural ones. And
it's kind of nice of them to say, hey, make some hotel arrangements. You're heading down to Houston for the World Championships.
Yeah, it's difficult in the fact that they'd have to leave on Tuesday of next week, and they'll be gone for the rest of the week.
Wow.
And so that's
quick turnaround from
tough
today.
Being out of school and all that stuff. And so. Oh, so it looks like we're starting.
Qualification number 57 on the blue side. You have Fixed Gears. That's the robotics team from Grant County, along with your team, Steve, 461 from West Lafayette, and Perry Meridian completing the blue alliance. On the red side, you have teams from Fishers, Twin Lakes, and Kokomo.
Yeah, it looks like we had one team get through and get the bonus point for getting 5 cargo in the upper hub. And teams are going to be shooting up the much as they can from different places and see how much they can get. It really is interesting how they're all doing so well after all this competition, because it's turnaround time's pretty quick.
Yeah, we just saw Kokomo just a couple of matchups ago, and they are right back out there. That is Robot 45 currently on the right side of your screen. We were talking about, Andy was telling us, sometimes you like the simplicity of the robot. You look at all these fancy, high towering robots, and then you see the one from Kokomo there, Robot 45, a very simple looking robot, but it does the job. And you see, if you take a look at it, they're holding 2 blue cargo, just keeping it away from the competition.
Right, because there's a limited number of cargo, so basically that is a strategy that can work. And as long as the teams are doing their best to get things figured out here, they're all going back and forth. It's going to be close. I can tell it may come down to the hangs at the end with the traversing. And 234 and 461 are both trying their best to get as much cargo in as possible.
Red Alliance hits the cargo bonus. That's worth an extra ranking point. 7-point lead for the Red Alliance, closing in on the 32nd horn. A few more cargo in. Blue Alliance hits that cargo bonus as well, and now you'll see the robots head to the hangar zones. It's a close battle right now. 54-53, it will come down to the hangar zone.
Yeah, both alliances look like they're going for the full traverse. And Blue's got one up, or almost one up.
461 trying to get up, and they do.
234 is trying to get up.
17-20, not off the ground. So all 3 robots for Red are hanging and retrieve points. On the blue side, only 2 robots will get hanger points, and so it is gonna be close.
So I'm gonna say that strategy that Red used of acquiring the 2 blue balls or blue cargo really did help, because that's 2 less they could do, and Red wins the alliance match. So
36-25 in the hangar zone. That is the difference. Red Alliance picking up the win. Final score 90-78.
And it's really interesting how far teams will drop when they lose a match.
Great example right there. I'm sorry to say, Steve, your team 461 from West Lafayette drops from 3rd to 8th in the current rankings.
Yeah.
But still a lot of matches to be played.
Yeah, most teams are going to have at least one more match. Some may have 2, but I bet most of them will have one more before this is all over with that. And you can see the team scouting. They got little tablets there. That's my kids, and they are scouting and trying to get all the data they can if they get in the alliance selection, so they can figure out who we're going to use to be with if we get to choose. You never know.
What went into you guys going through stuff last night? Were you compiling a list of, hey, all right, depending on what happens on Saturday morning, here are the teams. If we are in the top 8, we get to select our alliance for the playoffs.
Yeah.
These are the teams that we like. These are the teams we aren't really sure about. Is there more to that?
Well, yeah, there is, because one of the things is my students also. Okay, well, my students really took all of that data. They wrote software to collect this data.
Yeah.
And so they've read all like this, so they're really working hard to get that. 461's on the back side over there, made both of theirs. 234 made both of theirs. 1720 made one, so they missed quite get that to work for their alliances. And when 461's on the back side over there, it's hard to see. But
there you go.
Running around, looking for their ball, and there aren't any blue balls on this side of the field. Okay. Yeah, so they're looking for more cargo to pick up. I see a lot of red, but that doesn't help them because you can't score with red cargo. There's a blue one. They got it, and then they're going to get in their position. They have some preset positions they'll shoot from, and then they'll go and find more cargo and pick that up again. And sometimes you just get one and go shoot and get it in. That one went in. So all of this is a team effort for that to happen. Everybody has to do that. They'll do a little
Was that a penalty right there?
I didn't see a penalty that they did. They did get up over the robot, but it wasn't malicious in any way, shape, or form. So they picked up a red cargo, so they're trying to not do anything with that. And that one went in. The blue one that they had. So it's dancing around. It's just interesting how the kids will drive the way they drive.
Yeah.
Now, this is an interesting thing for both of my driver and operator are sophomores in the first year to do this.
Oh,
so
wow.
They, all of my older students that I had, the juniors and seniors, all graduated over the last 2 moratorium years, I'll call them. And so they do that. So anyway, they're also using a targeting sensor so that it'll line the robot up itself. And a lot of teams are doing that as well. And see, we're getting some defense going on. And just basically, all you have to do is get in the way.
Yeah.
You don't really need to knock them over or do what you got to do. It's just get in the way and cause them to not have free access to the cargo that they're looking for. So sometimes, like I said, they go do one, and then, it's time to hang. And it's difficult. They're really quick in hanging, by the way. They're almost always under 15 seconds from grabbing the bar to the top, which is really nice.
Great job by our camera guys,
yes,
our crews, focusing on your team in that last matchup. Next matchup is underway. Here on the blue side for matchup number 58, you got teams from Columbus, Princeton, and Northwestern. For the Red Alliance, teams from Castle, Evansville North, and Homestead.
Yeah, it looks like 49-26, our current second seed Alliance, got into the ranking points right away. Got a ranking point for both cargoes, both red and blue. And 39-400 is definitely one of our best robots in Indiana from Cybertooth and Kokomo. And, the cargo's spread out all over the field. And so like the red cargo, there's like 4 on the opposite side that they can't see, because it's on the other side of the hub, so it's tough to get to.
You mentioned Cybertooth. Yeah. Again, you can kind of point them out. They're wearing the school colors, the purple neon lights on the side of the robot 3940 Cybertooth. Coming into the state finals this weekend, their record this year was 34-2-1.
Right.
Like you mentioned, one of the top teams in the state. Currently, right now, as they stand, ranked 5th.
In the 2 district events they participated, they won both of them. So they definitely got their act together, I'll call it, because they really did a good research, and they are very efficient at picking up the cargo and delivering them, and also very efficient on the climb. A lot of times when you've seen them not get all the way up, it had to do with drivers get anxious, so the operators get anxious, and they miss a thing or two, but they're still in high school.
That's right. And sometimes you just got to be reminded about that. And these are high school kids. These are teenagers controlling these robots, and obviously nerves as we go throughout the day and get closer to the playoffs and the finals of this state championship. Nerves will definitely play a factor.
Yeah, and when the kids get pressure from themselves more than external pressure, the coaches aren't really doing that as much, but it's all about their anxious, they want to do their best, and it's always challenging to calm them down as a coach behind them, and trying to help them, you're good, just keep going,
Buzzer sounds, and it looks like 49-82 for the red, not quite off the ground, and so only 2 robots for the Red Alliance will get points. And that's unfortunate because they needed as many points as possible. You saw there on the scoreboard going into the hangar zone. Blue is up by 20.
Yeah, with a loss with red there, that'll drop our number 2 down, I'm sure. So we'll see here shortly.
Official results, Blue Alliance, your winners, 104-72.
Good. Blue Alliance stayed at 2. Cybertooth, 3940, moved up to 3 from 5, I think it was. And that's really nice.
Yeah. And so Galactic Tech from Columbus staying second, like you mentioned. Northwestern moves up from 5th to 3rd with that win. as we get closer and closer to the end of our qualification round. And then we'll have the selection process coming up. If you are in the top 8, you are in position to pick your alliance for the playoffs. So Steve, walk me through this matchup as you get another look at some of the great defense put on by these robots.
He's 4982 is their bot. They're all about defense and doing the traversal climb, or if they can get to it for that. But they'll do not the traversal climb. They'll get to the mid-bar climb, but they're all about. They have a very strong, powerful drivetrain, and it just can push other robots around.
I think it helps that they have the evil eyes there on the robot, and just right there helping out his team. And 85-64, unable to get that last cargo.
Yeah, and so you can see that they all go over and they try real hard. Like 4982 didn't quite get the climb because they came back down. There is a little bit of time they have to stay up.
Right,
before,
5 seconds,
yes,
right?
but that they can do it and still count. But it is, seems like 5 seconds is a short time, but it actually is really pretty long. So.
Get ready for matchup number 59. Only 6 matches remaining here in our qualification round.
Yeah, that'll shorten up pretty quick here. This won't take too awful long. But we still got some really good robots here in this matchup. The Maverick Boiler Robotics 4272 and 1501 from Huntington. Really good, and horsepower is really good. So this is a really good alliance over here on this side, and we'll see what the other side's going to be like. They are all very, very talented robots. Yeah, like I said, that's why they're all here at the state finals.
That's right. That's right. The top 32 teams.
Yeah.
Here this weekend.
And their rank isn't always indicative of where they are in their robot performance, all right? So that's what that scouting data does, to bring that back into things, to understand how many points do they score in autonomous consistently, how much do they do, can they climb, what level do they climb, can they play defense if they need to. So there's a lot of data being collected by teams to figure out who works best with you if you are an alliance captain.
Here in this matchup, again on the blue side, teams from Huntington, Munster, and McCutcheon. For the Red Alliance, robots from Western, Westfield, and Lawrence.
Yeah, our Red Alliance already got into their cargo bonus. They got more than 5 in. And they're really working hard at that. And our Blue Alliance is really doing what they need to do too, shooting from everywhere on both sides of the field, not just on their home side. And
right now it's a 40-28 lead for the Red Alliance. One more cargo going into the upper hub for the Red. Blue responds with a couple into that upper section.
Yeah, in our arena here, you can't see it on the television, but our south end is all glass, all right? And that light coming in there can have effect on their targeting systems because it will change the lighting a little bit, and they may struggle to get some lighting or to be able to get their targeting systems to line up quickly. I've noticed that on several teams that depend very highly on their targeting system, and they do better on the red side than they do on the blue side because of the sun coming in. So it's just things you have to deal with in any venue.
So many different aspects to this competition. 45 seconds to play. 12-point lead for the Red Alliance. Both teams have hit their cargo bonus, so they will both get ranking points for that.
We've got a couple teams already working the climb.
30-second horn. 2 robots for the Blue Alliance in the hangar zone, 2 in the red as well. $69.56, that is Shamrock Robotics from Westfield, along with 10-24 from Lawrence. The Kilobytes.
Shamrock traverse all the way up. Kilobytes are almost there.
Trying to get there before the buzzer sounds.
And they
got it. Good climb for the Kilobytes on the Red Alliance. That might have secured the victory. They were up 86-70 heading into the hangar zone. And you see the teams from Westfield and Lawrence congratulating one another. Great teamwork to get the win for their alliance.
Yeah, and both in the in-game hanging zone there had tied there. They both had 2 traversed ones and 1 in the mid, and so the points weren't changed much. It's just a wash.
Barring any crazy penalty points, didn't see anything.
Yeah.
Looks like this should be official. Red Alliance wins it, but how about both teams putting up triple digits? What a performance by all 6 teams.
Yeah, and no penalties, too.
122 to 101, your final score in that matchup. The Red Alliance gets it done. That was the team made up of Western, Westfield, and Lawrence. And a lot of cargo went in early and often in that matchup, Steve.
That's one of the better ones I've seen today. So, very good.
So if you've got all sorts of extra stuff in your stands in the
there's
a little bit of defense there as
little
well.
Pushing, but that's okay. And again, you just need to get in the way of your people that you're trying to defend, in a sense. You just get in their way, and then you can make things happen. All right? Slow them down. Oops, got a
little bit of damage there.
Lost part.
Because it is a bit of a fire hazard, and we're running into people. Okay? So starting now.
That is the robot from Westfield. Pretty easy to remember them.
Yep.
With the green neon lights on top of their robots.
Yep.
They did a great job on the monkey bars, along with the Kilobytes from Lawrence, getting to that upper level right as the horn sounded. You'll see it right
there. We go.
There. And you see the reaction from the kids as soon as hey, we got it right at the buzzer. And that's always fun to see. Again, you're always reminded of these are teenagers controlling these machines.
Yeah.
And just one little thing, hey, we made it to the traversal rung.
Yep.
That can create an energy boost for your team moving forward.
Absolutely. Every kind of success is a feather in the hat, if you want to call it that, but it's basically giving them support for their design and what they did and how they made their robot. And that tells them they did the right stuff, all right? So
5 more matches to go.
Yeah, it's getting crowded in here, the stadium here today.
Yeah, I was just about to say, we're getting a great look at all around Holbert Arena here on the campus of Rose-Hulman, and people are still starting to pack in as, again, the selection process coming up at about 11:30 as soon as we're done with our qualification round. And then the real fun begins, the playoffs this afternoon, and by this evening, we will be crowning a state champ.
Yeah, it's really an excellent way to show all of the support that the state can give to all these teams that have just done outstanding work to get here and work, much like any sport. Dean Kamen calls this sport for the mind.
Yeah,
all right.
I like that.
And I think it's and he's the founder of FIRST, all right? Anyway, this is truly a sport for the mind, because this takes a whole lot of thinking to be able to make it happen, whether it's engineering or it's strategy or design. A lot of work on the upstairs, I'll call it there.
Yeah.
So it's good. And looks like 45's up again. I see him down there on the field.
Yeah, this is another matchup for the Techno Cats. You see them there supporting the school colors of red and blue from Kokomo. They were competing just 3 matches ago, not too long ago, and they were part of the alliance that picked up a win as they worked with Fishers and Twin Lakes. here in this matchup. They are working with Penn and Madison Grant on the Red Alliance. On the blue side, you got Fixed Gears. That's the team from Grant County, along with Plainfield and Purdue Polytechnic.
Wow. Red Alliance got their cargo bonus.
Slight advantage. Ooh, an overshot there.
Yeah.
For blue.
Yeah, I see that earlier you saw Mr. Andy Baker, who's the coach for Technocats, who is the owner of Andy Mark, who supports all of First. All his products. He was an engineer from Delphi and transitioned to his own business many years ago. And he and his partner Mark, who is gone now, he left us, passed away from a long health issue. But anyway, it's been great to have him here in Indiana. He's such a huge supporter worldwide, not just in Indiana, but he does help Indiana a lot too. So when our team was a rookie in 99-2000, he helped us a lot. Yeah. So he's helped a lot of teams get where they are today.
That seems to be a repetitive statement. This person helped me. This person has been part of First Robotics for 23, 25 years. You know, it seems like a close community of people from all around the state of Indiana, but I mean, you have so many people involved with First Robotics that have been doing this for a long time, and everyone helps everybody.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most sharing group of people that you're going to find. When we talked yesterday, I talked a little bit about how we share all of our information. If we've got some design that we can do, we can publish and send it out. We have Purdue First Forums where we have classes where some of our professionals will put on demonstrations, or the kids will put on demonstrations about how they design or how they work, or this product works well, or how do I use these targeting systems. So it's such a great learning environment for everyone, including the coaches, right? Because a rookie coach is, really truly a rookie.
Yeah.
Looks like our Blue Alliance got all 3 robots up, and only 1 on the red.
Good performance by the blue. Again, that was
2 on the red. I saw the other one.
Teams from Purdue Poly, Plainfield, and Fixed Gears, the team from Grant County.
Yeah, we'll know here in a second if it was enough on the traversal climb or not.
Official results are in, and indeed it is. Yeah. Blue Alliance winning it 94-83. And you saw on the hanger, blue team just beating out red by 4 in that category. And so blue gets it. And with the win, how about Purdue Polytechnic? They move up to number 4 in the rankings.
That's a big bonus for them, because they are, again, like Cybertooth 3940, one of our best teams in Indiana in performance in all categories. So and they too are a team that has 2 district wins under their belt too. It's they teamed up on the last one, both of those teams. Yeah. It was great to see. I have to put it that way. It's like, wow.
Getting another look at this matchup, and the Blue Alliance picking up the win. The refrigerator from Plainfield, along with 17-20, that's Fixed Gears, and 74-57 Purdue Poly.
Yeah, Purdue Poly just put 5 balls in by themselves.
Yeah, and again, and we were talking with, before you came up here into the booth, Steve, Andy, one of the mentors of Purdue Polytechnic, saying, hey, yeah, we're pretty aggressive on the autonomous period, the first 15 seconds. And again, you're kind of at this point of the competition, at this stage, you're kind of showing off to other teams as we get closer and closer to the selection process of where teams get to pick who's in their alliance for the playoffs. This is the point of the matchup where you're saying, hey, all right, as you can see for Purdue Poly, we can get you as many a bunch of points in the first 15 seconds, and that autonomous, that is one of our strengths.
Yeah.
And other teams will take that into account.
Yeah, there's points, and it also reduces the number of points to get that match point. And so that really, it's like a bonus on top of getting 5 balls in, and you get a bonus that you don't have to get 20 in. You can do 18.
Right.
And that's going to be very huge in our elimination rounds, I can tell you that. Now, they're always, I don't know that every time they do that, it's 100%, but that's because that's difficult to do.
Right.
But it does work out.
The success rate is up there.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And another part of it, I think, that goes with that success rate of that is, the student, again, line up the robot where they think it should be. If they're off, let's say 5 degrees or 10 degrees, that could affect the whole autonomous mode.
Right.
Because a lot of them are not based on using a target except for shooting. Right? So it's all about looking for things and going a certain distance and using a gyro to help correct your position. And so you can be off a little bit, but if you get off too much, then you'll
throws everything off.
Right.
Yeah.
So in position of placing that robot is pretty good. Pretty important.
Getting set for our next matchup. Just 4 to go in the qualification round. On the Blue Alliance here, you'll have teams from University, Twin Lakes, and Castle. For the Red Alliance, teams from Bloomington South, South Bend Career Academy, and Carmel. You see the Techno Hounds there getting ready for this matchup. Last maybe couple of discussions with the Wolf Pack from South Bend Career Academy.
Yeah.
And again, that's one thing to be reminded of, Steve, is even as they're in their positions to get ready for this matchup, there might be some last minute, hey, don't forget this. Oh,
right,
hey, we're going to do this. You get that side, I'll get this. You're always constantly going through your strategy.
Yeah, you might make changes even during the match as you go. You'll see sometimes a coach will go along the line in the coach's box, I call it, and talk to the other teams. You go get this or do that, because you might have somebody who's very good and a good leader and really goes through and helps other teams, maybe not as quite as experienced about what they should do to help out. It's kids want to do what they've been practicing to do, and sometimes that doesn't follow the strategy. So they may need a little help.
4 qualification matches remaining. Getting ready for this one, and the crowd getting into it. We've been talking about how it's starting to fill up this morning here inside Holbert Arena. And by the time we get to the playoffs and the finals later on this afternoon, this place will be packed.
And loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. And, just look at the dyed hair on that mentor,
Everyone's getting into it.
Yes, they are. And that's important. We have a lot of people that really want to stay in their comfort zone. They're expanding that zone now.
Yeah. Yep. Qualification number 61 underway. Already a couple of cargo going in for blue. And a flurry of balls for red. Wow, they all scored all at the same time. 6 cargo in for red.
Yeah.
What a start for the Red Alliance there.
So there are sensors in the hub up there to count the balls as they go so that the sensors can make an accurate count of what's going in there.
Check out the defense here
on
the left side. That is a great example.
So, just get in their way, move them around a little bit, get them offline, and that's what they're doing.
That's 64-98. That is the robot from Castle. Playing great defense and shoving the red robots out of the way.
So again, their strategy is...
one goes over. Yep. Might have been a little too aggressive on the defensive side.
Don't know what the refs are going to call that on because that was a sharp turn at the same time they were touching them. So we'll see later. I didn't see a flag go up, but that doesn't mean I missed it or not.
So a disadvantage now. Red Alliance down to 2 robots. As one went down. And I believe it is 54-84. That's
Wolfpack.
the robot from South Bend Career Academy on its side. Under a minute to play, and even though they're down a robot, red team doing a good job, actually still with a 3-point lead.
Yeah, scoring and scoring.
So an impressive performance for the Red Alliance.
Blues
The rest of it
yeah.
is Bloomington South and Carmel still holding a lead, even though their teammate from South Bend Career Academy is out.
So one of the important things here is these robots can get their traversal climb and all that going. That will make all the difference because they can only get 2 robots up on the red side.
It might come down to the hangar zone.
Cargo
if
is
all
still going.
3 robots for the Blue Alliance. This is going to be close right now. Look at this. Blue Cargo still going in to actually give the Blue Alliance a lead. 67-63, and all 3, I don't know.
2 of the 3.
Yeah, I don't think Castle, 64-98. I think they're still on the ground. And only 1 robot for the red is hanging. So this might be a come-from-behind win for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, with 3 on 2, it happens. But I've also seen 2 robots beat 3.
Yeah, it was looking that way
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
As you get a good look at 54-84, indeed that is the robot from South Bend Career Academy that took a tumble in that matchup.
We'll have to see whether there was a penalty that the referees picked up on that, or was it their own fault for tipping over. So we'll know here in a little bit.
It was 64-98, the robot from Castle that was playing great, clean but aggressive defense. And like you said, Steve, just one little angle sent 54-84 over. And the referees are together and discussing how they want.
This will play out. We'll figure this out. I don't know if it's going to be a red card like we saw earlier yesterday, or whether we'll get a yellow card or like a caution type thing.
Right.
And
very similar to soccer.
Yes.
Yellow cards and red cards if a robot gets too aggressive. And we.
Okay.
Let's take a look one more time.
So there's a sharp
94-98.
Sharp turn, and they got wheeled, and the other robot actually went underneath it.
Blue Alliance. So there was
a 4-point penalty.
4-point penalty, but no yellow or red card. And 86-73 your final. So the win goes to the Blue Alliance, which once again consisted of teams from University, Twin Lakes, and Castle.
Twin Lakes moved up to the 9th position, and with if that stays there, they most likely will be pulled up into that top 8 if they stay there. So.
Again, watching all that red cargo go in all at once during that autonomous period. And then there they go for the 2-minute period where you control your robots. And again, great aggressive defense, and then a little tip there by 54-84, the robot from South Bend Career Academy.
So it looks to me like what we had more than anything else was a robot that a student make a right turn real quick trying to get away from him, and that robot is fairly tall. So again, their center of gravity is going to be a little higher.
Right.
So once you start moving, it's tough to stop. So.
Three matches to go. Here in our qualification round. Again, if you're just joining us, 3 more matches, and then after that, we will tally up all the points, all the ranking points, and if your team is in the top 8, you are in position to choose your alliance for the playoffs this afternoon. And that is where things get real interesting and really fun.
Yep.
Where teams have all night last night and all this morning have been strategizing, hey, if we're in that position, if we are one of the top 8 teams, who do we want as part of our alliance that will give us the best opportunity to win a state championship later today?
So you'll have a list of your first pick in a column and what's available, and then you'll have a list of your second pick and who's available. So you have to also be going crossing them off or doing what you need to do if you have that. You know, and some young teams struggle with that because they don't know that. So a lot of the other teams will share data with them to help them out, all right? So that they'll understand if they've got that going to happen for them. So right now we don't have any real young teams in the top 8 at this point. So
your youngest team
actually is
would be 74-57.
Yeah, Super Duper.
From Purdue Polytechnic, one of the top teams going into this weekend state finals. So we'll give you a rundown of the team rankings after this matchup. 3 qualification matches to go. Here in this one, on the blue side, teams from Anderson, Munster, and Pike. On the Red Alliance, Brownsburg, Princeton, and West Lafayette.
So we got a close there. Neither one of them got the bonus for the cargo yet. So they all have to get 20 cargo in the hub.
That shot went left. For
2
red.
red just went in.
Yeah.
Another one coming up. 461's picking them up as quick as they can, trying to get them in. And so is the Blue Alliance. They're all working at it. We have an issue with 461. It's just sitting there. And we also have an issue with...
yeah, 461's not moving, but Steve, I was going to ask you, looking at one of the blue robots, I believe that's...
It's 447, I think, that's sitting there too as well. So they've either lost communication with the robot and it's rebooting itself, or it just lost altogether. So there's lots of answers for that.
Yeah, so really we're looking at
2 on 2.
Yeah, 2 on 2. 1 robot for each side has died here in this matchup.
And they'll have to figure out what that was.
Yeah, 461. Sorry to say, Steve, that's your robot down there, not moving. Under a minute to play, and because of both teams losing a robot, this is kind of a low-scoring game right now, 39-29.
And, you know, it could be that they didn't select the battery that was fully charged. I don't know, but it's a possibility. Or they have lost communication with their controller in the robot. Red's still going along, but it still may come down to the climbs to make the difference here.
Under 30 seconds to go, and you see 1 blue robot in the hangar zone.
Yeah, I just saw a red one shoot a blue one off to the side, so they couldn't get to it.
Only 12 seconds to go, and only 1 robot has hit the hangar zone.
Yeah.
That's 31-47 from Munster. Now a second blue robot trying to climb up and get some points. This is going to be close. Blue team currently down by 11, but you got 2 robots hanging. Nothing in the hangar zone for the red.
Right, so this will definitely be...
This will come down to, looking at it right now, 6 and 15. That'd be 21 points.
Yep. Looks like red will take a loss.
So it could be a come-from-behind victory for the blue. As you see there, 2 of their robots, the 2 that made it out alive, able to get up off of the ground and onto the monkey bars.
That's difficult because the best climber on the Red Alliance is the one that was down. so blue wins it.
It is indeed the Blue Alliance, as you see there
By
in the
10 points.
hangar zone. 21-0 was your final in the hangar zone, and that helps the blue team win it 56-46 in a low-scoring game. The good news is for 31-76, that's the team from Brownsburg. Still, that does not affect their rankings. They are still #1 as they stand right now, as you get a good look at the rest of the 31-76 crew from Brownsburg.
Yeah,
So-
this is going to be interesting. I think that was their last match, and I don't know if. Now I know number 2 is coming up in our next match, 49-26.
Yep.
And if they have a win, they possibly could go over and take over first place.
So this could be a crucial matchup coming up. Let's take a look one more time, and let's see if we can maybe try to figure out what happened. 447, the robot from Anderson died for the blue team.
They shot their balls, and they usually shoot high, and they shot low, so something was wrong.
And then on the red side, 461, the robot from West Lafayette, also died during that matchup.
Yep. Didn't notice that it wasn't shooting during autonomous. It missed both balls because they didn't go up high, and now they're just standing there. So, again, somehow communication got lost. Okay. So they come up, try to line up, and it's off.
And then something happened.
I don't see the little yellow light working, so they must have lost communication of some type. So that's too bad.
So is that something, Steve, that, all right, now that you are done after this matchup, you take your robots back to the pits, you try to figure out, was it something technical, or was it just...
Or was it a battery that wasn't charged?
Right.
You just don't know, because once they're 12-volt batteries, and when you get down to like 8 volts, it doesn't work very well.
Right, right.
So, again, I don't know what the issue was, but that's very unfortunate because that dropped them out of the top 10, basically. I think they dropped to 11.
Getting ready for our second to last matchup. Let's quickly run through the rankings as they stand right now. 31-76, that's the team from Brownsburg, still in the lead with a ranking score of 3.25. Right now in second is the team from Columbus, 49-26, with a ranking score of 3.18. Kilobytes, the robotics team from Lawrence, is currently ranked third. Purdue Poly, a super duper team, is fourth. And as they stand right now, currently in fifth, it's Cybertooth. That's the team from Northwestern.
Yeah, this will be a good little match here, too, with some good teams. We got 2 good teams that can climb to the traversal there on this side with Cybertooth and Shamrocks from Westfield. And so we're and 1741 is really good at the old defense things. And on the other side, both 49-26 and 829 and 292 are all very good shooters. So we're going to see if we have one of the robots from the Blue Alliance to kind of get in the way of the Red Alliance so they can slow them down.
Again, on the Red Alliance, 49-26. That's the robotics team from Columbus, currently your number 2 team. And they are teaming up with 829. That's the robotics team from Warren Central. They are currently 6th. So the Red Alliance in this matchup has 2 of the top 6 teams as they stand. On the blue side, 3940 from Northwestern, currently ranked number 5. So you got 3 of the top 10 teams as they stand right here in this matchup.
Even 292 is 9th.
That's right. I'm sorry, I missed
on the red side.
That's right, I missed it. So 4 of the top 10 teams are in this matchup right here.
It's very important for both of them, I'm sure.
Yeah. Especially 292.
And you've seen how a loss can drop you 6, 8 ranking or points sometimes. Because that ranking point is how your first choice of what your is. It's not about the win-loss record. Because we've got a team in 8th place right now. No, I'm sorry, 7th place. That's 8-4, and the teams above them that higher ranking points are 7-4. Or even number 2 is only 7-4. So it's not the win-loss as much as those ranking points.
Those ranking points are really the difference.
That's the number 1 selection part in the ranking system.
So again, 2 qualification matches remaining. Once we are done with the qualification round, that's where the fun begins, where we will look at the rankings and the top 8 teams get to choose who is in their alliance heading into the playoffs this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be fun for sure. And we'll have a lot going on for sure, and you'll see a lot of excitement during those Alliance selections. The crowd, the kids will say, "Oh, we made it!" You know,
Yeah,
and they'll just get really loud and excited, and then they'll wait for the next number to be called.
Yeah.
And they'll get really loud.
It gets intense.
Yeah.
It'll get intense and very exciting when we have that selection process coming up. It is scheduled for 11:30. It's just after 11 right now. Not exactly sure what the delay is for this matchup.
I don't see a green light on the pole down there that the control systems is working right, that controls the robots. So that may be something they're working on, because I don't see them on the field trying to see if there's a robot not connected.
Right.
So there's something going on that they're doing. Oh, I see they're behind the driver's station trying to make sure that the robot programming computer can connect.
Oh, we are missing, yeah, that's right.
So that's what they're working on right now. One of the FTAs, which is the field technical advisors, are looking at their system to make sure it works. And the scoring system guy just went out too, who's also an FTA. So anyway, they're trying to figure out what's going on with that. And we don't, like I said, until the pole on the scoring table goes to green, we can't start a match. This may delay Alliance selection, but that's okay.
A little bit.
Yep,
there you go.
Working on their control system to see what's going on. So the scoring keeper guy, who is also an FTA, this is the FTA up there now, but scoring keeping guy, he makes sure everything is connected and everything works quick before they'll allow that. That's where the green light comes from. So they'll allow that to move on. So they're trying to see what it is. Is there a connection? Is it not going through? They use an internet or a network connection, just like they do with in your house if you have networks.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah. No, that's how the robots can connect. But the connections there are just a plug-in connection like you do for at your work business or wherever.
Like an Ethernet cable.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're waiting for that to get connected. So one of the interesting things that happens.
So this is the team from Westfield that is having an issue right now. Shamrock Robotics. So waiting, and hopefully they can get this fixed.
Well, the FTAs, they're very knowledgeable about all of this stuff. Of course, that's why they're FTAs, but very, very good for this to happen. The young man who's the FTA was on Team 71 in Northern Indiana. Beatty team that was there. They did not qualify today to come here, but he was on there early. Then he came to Purdue and he helped me on 461 for a while. And he's helped several other teams as he's gone around. He's an engineer, works for Cornerstone Engineering, and he's just a great young man.
So you get a look around the arena. You know, we've been mentioning it, how fans are still filing in, getting ready for the playoffs this afternoon.
Got their own little electronic display board there.
Yeah.
Team made, I bet.
Fixed Gears, that is the team from the town of Matthews, Indiana, in Grant County.
They work out of a community building designed for STEM. And they have lots of schools that participate in that, coming to that. It's not like just one school. It's actually several schools that can come to that. So I call them community-based teams, right? And
got a handful of those here in the field this weekend. Another example, 49-26, Galactech. And I had to be corrected yesterday. That is made up of 3 schools from Columbus. It's not just Columbus North and Columbus East, but also I wanted to give a shout out to CSA New Tech. Got a couple of kids on that team as well, and right now they are ranked number 2.
Yeah.
So we might get to see 49-26 and that team from Columbus make their selection later on.
Right.
Still in a delay. They are really trying hard to make sure the connections are working for the team from Westfield. Shamrock Robotics.
Yeah, sometimes they have to reboot the whole computer, which takes time to get all the things up, and so
they're keeping the crowd entertained during this delay.
Yeah.
And again, our cameras will show you it's starting to get pretty packed here inside Holbert Arena.
So if you're out there and you want to see some exciting things, you got kids, or maybe you want to maybe in the future be a part of a team, come see this. It doesn't cost anything to enter. It's free and open to the public. Exciting.
So our matchup is underway as the Red Alliance was able to get 5, now 6 cargo in that first 15 seconds. And the good news is you see that robot at the bottom in the green neon lights. That is the robot from Westfield. So they were able to fix that connection, and they are competing.
They're trying to pick up cargo to shoot.
And they're going to need that cargo.
Yeah.
The Blue Alliance trails by 22 early on.
Oh, both of their shots just bounced out. They just landed wrong.
Again, the Red Alliance made up of teams from Columbus, Warren Central, and Western.
And all in the top 10 right now in the rankings, so if they win, they'll move up or at least stay where they are.
Blue Alliance, Northwestern, Westfield, and Center Grove.
So we do have a blue robot, 1741, trying to get in the way of other robots, trying to play defense.
And you see 49-26 there on the left side, trying to get an angle to shoot, and they came up short on both. So a great defensive stop there by 1741.
Yeah.
So Center Grove playing good defense here. Under a minute to go. Red Alliance with a comfortable lead, 56-32. Again, this Red Alliance made up of 3 robots that are currently in the top 9 in the rankings.
The Blue Alliance is trying to get more cargo in there so that they can get those points going.
20 seconds to go. All 3 red robots in the hangar zone and making their way up the climb. 2 robots in the blue hangar zone up off the ground. 10 seconds to go. Looking like a red victory here as all 3 robots, one fell right in the final seconds.
Yeah, and it's touching the other robot, which I think may negate that climb.
And you can see the response from Red Alert. That might make things interesting because the Red Alliance was looking like they were securing the win, and then, as you see there, it all came crumbling down.
This could have big implications on the ranking. We'll see. Yeah, if they see that it's supported or being supported in any way, then they won't count it. But obviously, it did get through. They got 15 points.
It was way closer.
Yeah.
Because of that little hiccup in the hangar zone, but they're able to hang on for the win. 77-74, our closest matchup of the day.
Another interesting thing, you look at the rankings. We had 2 robots move up, but our number 2 robot actually moved down because they didn't get that 4th ranking point. So their average then went down.
So the Blue Alliance made it close in the hangar zone, but the Red Alliance able to hang on, pun intended, and get the victory by 3. A lot of cargo went in early on. 1741 playing good defense, 49-26 trying to get a good angle, and they came up short on both those shots.
Probably a little too far away. There's our climb on the Blue Alliance. doing
Just
their,
watch.
Yeah.
Just watch the arms and the robots do their thing, climbing up these monkey bars. And here is what happened in the red hangar zone in the final seconds.
So
49-26, trying to get in there and knocked
knocked
over
him.
292.
Yeah, they should have just stopped. Yeah, but that's all hindsight now, right?
They still got the win. They saw the response though, like, oh my goodness.
Now hopefully
that was the Blue Alliance. That was team members from Center Grove saying, whoa, that might have made things close. And it did, but the Red Alliance able to still win 77-74.
So I hope the robot didn't get damaged, because at this point in the time, all you're going to have is Alliance selection and lunch to get anything fixed.
Right, right.
Because everybody in the top 8 will be picking after one more match. I think we've got one more.
One match left in our qualification round, and we just updated the rankings. Brownsburg still in first. Lawrence Kilobytes now up to second. 49-26, that's the robot from Columbus in third. Super Duper, that's the team from Purdue Polytechnic. They are currently fourth. And Cybertooth, the team from Northwestern, currently fifth. Digital Goats from Warren Central in sixth. Panther Tech from Western up to seventh. And currently in that 8th and final spot right now as they stand is Maverick Boiler Robotics from McCutcheon.
Yeah. I don't, the next matches doesn't look like any of our top 8 are in. 234 could have an impact, but most of that top 8 will just probably stay where it's at. So that's probably where it's going to be. And then once election starts, we could have somebody pick within that top 8.
Right.
Which then, if they so choose to go with that alliance, then that'll move the 9th place team in, and then so on and so on. Right? So we'll see how all that goes. There are, again, that's a snake selection.
Right.
So you go 1 to 8, and then 8 to 1. So number 8 could really pick up a good set of robots if they're pretty talented.
So
at this point, that's a good team there, 42-72.
That selection process is coming up. This is our final matchup of the qualification round. On the Red Alliance, you got teams from Evansville North, Washington, and Huntington. On the blue side, Fishers, Homestead, and Perry Meridian. And a close battle out of the gate.
Yeah, this will be a real nail biter. Let's call it that. It may come down to both a lot of good shooting robots. It may come down to that traversal climb and some of those other things in there.
24-22, and now a tie.
Red doesn't seem to be actually picking up a lot of cargo, and blue.
Yeah, this is there's a few cargo going in for both teams.
We have defense, blues playing defense.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a very low-scoring defensive battle in this one.
Yeah.
Both teams trying to prevent the other from scoring cargo. Again, you see in the top corners of your scoreboard on your screen, if a team scores 20 cargo, they get a cargo bonus, and that goes towards the all-important ranking points.
We saw a blue robot hit a red robot in a protected zone area, which is right near the climbing. Where that one red one is right now is a protected zone, and other robot blue hurley hit him, and the referee put the flag up saying penalty.
So we'll have penalty points coming at the end of this matchup. A flurry of balls go into the upper hub for the Blue Alliance. Closing in on the 32nd horn. There it is. And it's a 60-42 lead for the Blue Alliance. Robots making their way to the hangar zones. One going up for the blue, one going up for the red. Now a second robot comes in for the blue. That's 234, the robot from Perry Meridian. 10 seconds remaining. Blue team trying to secure the victory. A third robot trying to go up. That's 49.82 from Homestead. Is it off the ground? It looks like it. Looks like all three robots will secure points as the buzzer sounds. Blue Alliance also got that cargo bonus. As you see there, they scored 22 balls or cargo.
Yeah, that will be both for all those teams that move up. Now, I don't know that any will move up into the top 8, but they could move up for sure.
This was our final matchup in the qualification round. So once we get the final scores here, and here they come in.
Blue Alliance.
Blue Alliance, your winners, 86-60.
Well, we did have a change. 50-10 moved up to 7th.
So with the win, how about that? In the final matchup, 50-10, the robot from Fishers moves into that top 8, and they will get to select their alliance for the playoffs.
Yeah, like I said,
all important final matchup of our qualifications.
So that also makes all the teams strategy-wise and try to figure out what they got to do now. Those top 8 teams, where am I going to pick? Who am I going to get?
Let's keep an eye on 50-10. Again, that's the robot from Fishers. With the win, they move into the top 8. Meanwhile, some great defense being played there. 49-82 from Homestead. And we have said their name a lot, Steve, yesterday and today, and we'll probably call out their name in the playoffs as well. They're not in the top 8, but those teams that are in the top 8 might look at Homestead and say, hey, we might want them in their alliance because they are known for their defense and they have been proving it all this weekend.
In the previous district event, they were selected as the last pick of the #1 alliance, and they won. So they have a win of a district event under their belt because of their great defense. All right. Now, will the team strategy be that they want a good defensive bot this time, or will the strategy be they want an offense? So alliance selection will be coming up. I think they'll probably give them a little bit of break until 11:30.
So let's do this. Let's take let's throw it down to the PAs. They're going to announce some things before our selection process.
Young gentlemen here that are scholarship award winners for Kettering. So Zach from 1741. All right, and we got Caleb from 135. All right, and we got Noah from 1024. All righty, I'm going to present these guys with just a little gift from Kettering, and I'll be here the rest of the day. If you have any questions, want to stop by, please let me know, and good luck.
All right, big round of applause for our first scholarship providers, high school students. firstinspires.org/scholarships. Parents, write that one down. Memorize it, firstinspires.org/scholarships. $80 million from over 200 providers. All right, woo, pictures. And congratulations to these guys heading off their careers. All right, now it's really awesome time. We had some fun on our scavenger hunt. Jennifer's gonna draw some winners. One of our awesome student board of directors members, let's give it up for Jennifer Yang, Team 461. Draw a name. We've got Max Yoder from 7198. Where's 7198? Take it over there. They're over there, I think. Yeah. Up there he is. There you go. We got a prize for you. Yep. We've got Jasmine from 5484. We've got Emily from 3147. Over there. Go ahead and hit it over there. Have somebody from 3147 come get it for Emily. Thank you. We've got, and I'm going to say this wrong, but it's Aiden from 3487. We've got another one right here for Aiden from 3487. I sure hope the robots can pick these up. All right, we've got, wow, okay. Handwriting, 3176, is that Sonnet? Sonnet from 3176? There we go. Sonnet's a future doctor. And we've got, whoa, awesome, 3176 been playing here. Jonathan from 3176. Oh, we got two more. Let's have some more. Woohoo! Okay, so this one's just gonna go to the whole team. Disco Ducks. Here, over here. Right there. There you go. Hey, okay. Oops. Or you could have just stayed there. Okay. Oh, I got one more. And, hey, by the way, Purple Precision, thanks for playing today. Here you go. It's going to go over there. It's Michael from 3176. Woo! All right. Thank you all for playing. Good luck in the playoffs, and we will see you soon out here. Woo! One more time.
I know. All right, quiet down, quiet down. This is serious work here. It's time for Alliance selection. All right. You guys know how Alliance selection works, but in case somebody's mom is here, Alliance selection. We've all been playing randomly for the past 2 days. You've been paired up randomly with different teams. After lunch, when we come back, it will be an elimination-style tournament with an alliance that stays together on each side. We will have 8 alliances. They will be captained by 8 teams. The way those teams are chosen is how well you've done so far. So the top 8 ranking point teams will be brought out here. Number 1 will get to pick. They can pick from within the top 8. Once you're picked, you can decline a pick, but you can't be picked again. So if you decline a pick and you're not in the top 8 or close, you're basically saying, I don't want to play. So that's the way that works. So if you're in the top 8, you have earned the right to captain your own alliance, or you can accept a pick. It will become very clear. There's a video. We're skipping the video. Let's skip it. Yeah. Did I not explain it well? Does anybody not understand it? Any questions? All right, cool. All right. No, you don't have a question. You're just messing with me. I would like now to welcome our number 1 seed, Team 3176.
Out of Brownsburg, Indiana, it's Purple Precision.
I'm going to have you stand right here. Our number 2 seed, Team 1024.
Out of Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Kilobytes.
Come on, you're doing fine. You're doing so good. Just right in this area. Our number 3 seed, 49-26.
They're out of Columbus, it's Galactic.
But he's always so serious here. All right, our number 4 seed, 74-57.
They're out of Indianapolis, it's Super Duper Robotics.
You hear me now? Hello? There we go. Our number 5 seed, team 39-40.
Out of Kokomo, it's Cybertooth.
Got this. Here we go. All right. Number 6 seed, 829.
They're from Indianapolis, it's the Digital Goats.
I think we're going to put you over here. Right here. Perfect. Our number 7 seed, 5010.
They're from Fishers, it's Tiger Dynasty.
Go ahead over there. That's fine. And finally, our number 8 seed team, 292.
They're from Rocheville, it's Panther Tech.
You ready? All right. Well, these answer. Well, you don't have a list or anything. It's all in your head. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. So now, our number 1 seed, team 3176, gets to decide who they want to have play with them in the finals. Is it? Try it again.
Okay. Team 4176 would super duper love to invite Team 7457.
7457.
Indianapolis, that's Super Duper Robotics.
Team 77 would love to join your alliance and make it super.
There we go. We got our first pair. You guys can move on up. Go ahead. Move on up. And we would like to call out Team 4272 to be our next alliance captain.
Out of Lafayette, Indiana, that's Maverick Boiler Robotics.
Come on back here. Yeah, there we go. All right. We're at 1024 now. Who do you like?
Team 1024 would love to take a bite out of the competition with Team 3940.
Team 3940.
Out of Kokomo, that's Cybertooth.
On behalf of Andy Mark, Apple, SWE, the Gene Haas Foundation, NMAC, and all of our supporters, Team 3940 enthusiastically accepts.
3940, we got another pair here. Move on up, guys. Big team 7198, come on down.
Out of Monticello, Indiana, that's TL Fearsome Gears.
Going in the back there, all right.
Team 4926 would like to ask Team 829 to join our alliance.
829.
Out of Indianapolis, that's the Digital Goats.
Team 829 would love to align with you.
There we go, we got enough. Come on up. I think we're at 461 now.
Out of West Lafayette, that's Westside Boiler Invasion.
461's our new number 8 alliance captain. You ready?
On behalf of our sponsor, ThriftyBot, Team 5010 would like to invite Team 4272.
4272.
Out of Lafayette, that's Maverick Boiler Robotics.
On behalf of Team 4272, we gratefully accept your invitation.
Moving right along. Team 868. please come on down. Team 8, representative from Team 868, come on up.
Normal, that's Tech Hounds.
Yep. Panther Tech, 292. You got it figured out? You need more time? You got this? Man, you guys are solid.
Hello?
Hello? Try again.
On behalf of Team 292, I would like to invite Team 1501.
1501.
Out of Huntington, that's Team Thrust.
Team Thrust. Here she is.
On behalf of Team 1501, we would love to soar with you.
All right. Need a minute? You ready? You sure? Okay.
Team 7198 would like to invite Team 6956.
6956.
Out of Westfield, that's Shamrock Body.
Shamrock Robotics.
Team 6956 would love to shamrock with you.
All right, they're shamrocking out. Number 7 Alliance Captain.
On behalf of Team 461, we would love to pack with Team 5484 Korea Wolfpack Academy.
Is that 5484? 5484.
Out of South Bend, it's Wolfpack.
There you go.
Team 5484 gratefully accepts.
All right. One more Alliance Captain here.
Team 868 would like to invite Team 234 to join their alliance.
234.
Out of Indianapolis, it's Cyber Blue.
We just got, you guys just stationed way over there, huh?
Cyber Blue gratefully accepts.
Cyber Blue accepts. All right, we're going to give them 30 seconds, unless you're ready. They're ready right now. All right, second picks. We're going to go back through this way. Here we go. Second pick, who do you like?
Team 868 would like to invite Team 135 to join their alliance.
135.
Out of Mishawaka, it's Penn Robotics.
Veteran Team Alliance over here, shaping up in the number 8 spot.
Team 135 will gratefully accept Team 868's invitation.
All right, we got our first alliance, number 8 alliance right here. Number 7, they're crunching the numbers. You ready? You got it? You sure?
Team 461
5484
would like to select Team 4982 Olympus Robotics.
Out of Fort Wayne, it's Olympus Robotics.
4982.
On behalf of Team 4982, we would love to join your alliance.
There you go. There's 2 alliances down. You ready?
Team 7198
And 6956.
would like to invite Team 3494 to join our alliance.
Out of Bloomington, it's the Quadrangles.
On behalf of Team 3494, we would love to accept.
There we go. That's 3. They're not squares, they're quadrangles. You ready?
On behalf of Team 292,
I don't know. Try again.
on behalf of Team 292 and Team
1501.
we would like to invite Team 1720.
1720.
Out of Matthews, it's Fixed Gears.
On behalf of Team 1720, I gratefully accept.
All right, there's half of them. Sure, yeah, totally. We're just all going to stare at you while you're figuring it out. So what's new with you guys? Does anybody think they should pick them? No, I get it. Okay. Oh, no, they do. All right. You guys threw a wrench in the whole works here. Got it figured out now? All right. Who's the alliance? You are, okay.
On behalf of Team 5010, we would like to invite Team 6498 Castle Robotics.
Castle Robotics, 5498.
They're from Newburgh. It's Castle Robotics.
On behalf of Team 6490, we would love to accept.
All right. Just picture a back room somewhere where people are just hunched over keyboards, yelling at each other, wearing vests. I'm out of order, you're out of order. I don't know how you're getting text messages down here. I haven't had anything for 2 days. No wonder. Okay. All right. Can you hear me? There we are. Who would you like to ask to join your alliance?
Team 4926 and
829.
would like to ask Team 7617 to join our alliance.
7617.
Out of Carmel, it's the Robo Blazers.
Team 7617 gratefully accepts the opportunity to blaze the trail to victory with you.
Awesome. We have 2 picks left. If your team is not one of these 2 picks, please understand that your day is not necessarily over. We will need 8 backup robots. Guess how many teams are left after the picks? 8. That's everybody. So if your robot's still operational, we want you to make yourself available. Any of these teams, every one of them has a backup coupon, and they'll just go right down the list if anybody doesn't get picked, and they will be asked to join the alliance. Speaking of being asked to join the alliance, who do you like?
Team 1024
Team 3940
would like to take a bite out of the competition with Team 45.
45.
Out of Kokomo, it's Technocats Robotics team.
On behalf of Team 45, Technocats would love to scratch the competition with you.
Biting and scratching. All right. 1 more pick left. After this pick, we are going to have a driver's meeting. Each alliance needs to bring a driver down. The representative needs to be a driver. We can let whoever do this, the scouting captain, whoever, but we need the driver for the referee meeting after this. Finally, our last pick. Who's it going to be?
Team 4176 and
7457.
would like to drive with Team 4147.
4147.
Out of Munster, it's Munster Horsepower.
$31.47.
On behalf of Team 3147, we'd love to drive to the finals with you.
Those are your alliances. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Quarterfinal number 1 is going to be these two, number 8 versus number 1. This is going to be a heck of a tournament. We'll see you back here at 1 o'clock.
There you have it. Oh, man, that was intense. Selection process is complete. Rob Conant back with you here inside the broadcast booth. Danny Blau now joining us.
I've been told.
Let's quickly go through what just happened, Danny. As the selection process is complete, we have our 8 alliances for the official playoffs. 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, 3 versus 6, 4 versus 5, and a best of 3 on each matchup, right?
That's correct, yeah. And so the alliance selection process, really exciting, thing that happens here sort of in first. And what we try to do is set up as best we can, 8 more or less, even alliances. And something at a tournament like this, at the Indiana State Championship, there's such a deep field that all 8 alliances really have a shot to go far and really, to make the best out of that, best 2 out of 3. And so, the number 1 seed, through all of the qualification process, Purple Precision, 3176, they got that first pick. They picked Super Duper, a robot that has been fantastic all year long. And again, because of how deep the field is here, they weren't at the top, like they've been playing most of the season. So they were a little bit down the order, but teams can, pick in and they get that first selection. So Purple Precision goes for Super Duper, and then, the picks just kind of, went down from there. So Kilobytes, number 2 seed, they picked the team out of Kokomo, 3940 Cybertooth, another phenomenal bot, used to playing at the top of the table, all year.
Right.
A little bit farther down, not too far, but a little bit farther down, here in the competition. They get the 2nd overall pick. Those first couple alliances look really, really strong.
So let's quickly recap our alliances for the playoffs this afternoon. Your number 1 alliance, Brownsburg, Purdue Polytechnic, and Munster. Number 2, Lawrence selected Cybertooth, the team out of Northwestern. And then as it circled back or snaked back around, they picked 45. That's the team out of Kokomo. So your 2nd alliance is Lawrence, Northwestern, and Kokomo.
Yeah, and the 3940 team out of Northwestern, right, they're just outside of Kokomo. They are very, very familiar with Team 45 out of Kokomo High School. They've worked together for a long time. They've got mentors, that work in the same building.
Right.
So there's a lot of back and forth. Those teams know each other very, very well. They've been practicing together. 3940 has a practice field. 45 has been there a bunch. So these 2 teams really know how to work well together. So it doesn't make, it's totally a logical pick, that they would go with them,
right.
Knowing how well those 2 can work together.
Looking at number 3, your 3rd alliance, Columbus, 4926, picked Warren Central. And then as it snakes back around, they go with the team from University High School. And so that should be a good one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Columbus has been, playing really, really great. They've been a team sort of on the move. They've been really steadily growing over the last, many, many years. Just climbing up the table. Really excited to see them this high. The team out of Warren Central, they've been a solid team for a really long time. And so we're excited to see this alliance. They're going to be really awesome. University, a relatively new team, relatively young.
Yep.
And so, really excited to see them, get the nod there on the number 3 seed.
Number 4, because of those early picks in the first round, some teams selecting other teams that were already in the top 8. So because of that, Fishers moves up to number 4. They are the captains for that 4th alliance. Then they go with McCutcheon, the Maverick Boiler Robotics team. And then their 3rd member will be the team from Castle.
Absolutely. This, both these teams, relatively, all 3 of these teams, relatively young. Fishers, team on the rise. McCutcheon is a team that's, really, really exciting. For, a number of years ago, they were the sort of team that was building a robot to do one thing on the field really, really well. And as time has gone on, as their students have gained more knowledge and more experience, this team has slowly walked their way up the ladder to a team that plays every facet of the game, and now is playing every facet of the game at a really high level. So really seeing them come through now and really sort of earn that number 4, the first pick on the number 4 alliance. Excited for them.
Your 5th alliance, 292, that is Panther Tech out of Western High School. Also joining them, Huntington, and then Fixed Gears, that is the team out of the town of Matthews, Indiana in Grant County.
Yeah, so they're, dynamic alliance here, a lot of different stuff going on. Really kind of, cool to see all of the different things happening. A lot of exciting stuff there, and some teams that have had some dynamic sort of things happening. So teams that are growing and shrinking, all sorts of different things happening. Excited for this number 5 alliance.
Going to number 6, Twin Lakes picks Westfield, Shamrock Robotics. That's your team, your alum of Westfield, and then Bloomington South will be joining them as that 6th alliance.
So this is a really cool alliance. The team out of Twin Lakes, the alliance captain, them and Shamrock Robotics, they both started in the same year. They both had the 2018 as their rookie year. They were the only 2 rookies that came in 2018. So they've had a really friendly rivalry, kind of going back and forth. And it's been really exciting to see those 2 teams sort of play off each other and sort of, grow as they've gone through, the last, 5 years. And now to see them, kind of go from a very friendly, sort of rivalry, now on the same alliance, now working together. Really, really exciting to see how that, all comes together. And again, a pair of, first-round picks, the captain first-round picks, young team. These teams are 5 years old. Quadrangles, they've been around for quite a bit longer, but a really, really solid pick, really solid robot.
Looking at the alliance number 7, West Lafayette, that's 461. And they went with the team from South Bend Career Academy and then Homestead. And we saw it this morning, and we've been talking about them a lot. Homestead is a fun and interesting pick because they are known for their defense. They're not scoring a lot of cargo, but they're bumping and grinding it against other robots and playing really good defense. That was shown this morning, and we were curious if that would play a factor into some of these teams selecting, hey, we need a team that can prevent the other team from scoring. Homestead's robot, that's top pick.
That is a really, really smart pick for the number 7 alliance. They are going up against number 2, a scoring powerhouse, and in that first round of the playoffs here. And so to have a defense bot on your side, somebody who's had a lot of practice at it, somebody who knows where the penalties are, where the fouls are, how to avoid those things, that is a really, really smart pick to grab early in the second round of the draft here, knowing that you're going up against a solid alliance in that number 2 spot.
And then finally, our 8th and final alliance, one of the oldest teams. You look at the numbers, so if you're new to this, if you're new to First Robotics competition, the lower your number is, the longer you've been doing this. So you look at that 8th alliance and you see the numbers 868, 234, and 135. Those are 3 teams that have been doing this a long, long time. Carmel picks Perry Meridian and Penn Robotics.
These are, not only are these like 3 of the largest schools in the state, but these are 3 of the oldest programs in the state. I think outside of Team 45, these might be the next 3 oldest programs in the state. They have more than 20 years of history, but mentors change over, students change over. There's been a lot of things happening to these teams over the last couple of years. So a lot of these teams, while their number is very old, these are some younger teams in terms of their student base, but they have a lot of pedigree. They have a lot of tournament experience. They have a lot of really good coaching on their side, and it was only a few years ago where you would have seen this alliance as the number 1 seed.
Right.
So really kind of cool to see here in Indiana. We've got a lot of movement throughout the table, a lot of teams really mixing it up. Really got a lot of different things going on, and so these 3 teams have played with each other a phenomenal amount over the last 20 years or so, and now it's kind of fun to see them as the number 8 seed, and excited to see what they do here in the tournament.
So those are your matchups for the playoffs. 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, 3 will take on 6, and 4 will take on 5. And again, it's a best of 3 series for each matchup. We'll have the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the championship and 3 of these schools, 3 of these teams will be crowned state champions by the end of today. Danny, you're going to be joining us after the lunch break for the first round of the playoffs coming up this afternoon. But before we sign off for our lunch break, we do want to bring in special guest Nathan Kober from Kettering University. He was down there helping us out, handing out some scholarships earlier. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here at the Indiana State Championships. And yeah, Kettering's a scholarship provider for robotics students. And so yeah, we had three great young men that are seniors who are graduating and received a robotics scholarship to attend Kettering. So
and
yeah.
we have been looking at this all weekend and really all season long with First Indiana Robotics, and talking about how important it is to have these kids and what they're learning at the high school level, with these robots, but how important it is to apply for these scholarships and how they can take what they're learning now at the high school level and apply that when they head off to college.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really quite interesting to see how many parallels there are between what the students are doing on their robotics team and then what they might be doing or studying in college. And so Kettering does engineering, computer science, and business management, so all kind of 3 disciplines align perfectly with what a team needs to do day in and day out for robotics. And so we're also a unique institution in that we have a quarter system, so our students rotate between school and co-op work terms. And so we find that the robotics students, having been in a team atmosphere, a work type atmosphere where they have to do projects, they're on timelines, something goes wrong, they have to fix it. And so they translate well to what we do at Kettering with the school and co-op work rotations. They fit really well at companies and hit the ground running when they're freshmen in college when our program starts.
So you were down there earlier and handing out some of these scholarships. What were those scholarships for, and how can these students, how will that work for them?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So Kettering does a wide variety of scholarships. One in particular is a robotics scholarship for first students. And so we do merit scholarships first and foremost. So those 3 young men also received merit scholarships. And then on top of that, they got a robotics scholarship. And so the robotics scholarship this year, I think we awarded 73 in total. And it totals, usually 20 to 25,000 for a 4 or 5 year experience. So I think the total we had was close to 4 or 5 million in total scholarship dollars that were was awarded for just robotics students, and that's above and beyond what the students are receiving for their merit, academic accomplishments. So.
Again, we're talking with Nathan Kober from Kettering University here right before our lunch break, and again, the importance of getting these kids and reminding them, hey, scholarships, and they talked about it during the ceremonies as well, as scholarships are to help you. Yeah. And so it doesn't hurt anything or hurt anyone to apply for these scholarships and work towards, as they called it, free money to help you out when you go to college. And so if someone tuning in right now is like, Kettering University sounds actually pretty fun. Yeah. Where are you located, and how could people learn more about your school?
Absolutely. No, I appreciate the opportunity. So Kettering is in Flint, Michigan. It's about an hour and a half north of Detroit. And it's a small school, about 2,000 students, but students who are interested in the robotics opportunities. We actually have a wide variety of summer camps as well. Some of them are specific to robotics, and some of them are oriented to just STEM and engineering. And those camps actually are residential. So, the listeners here from Indiana, the students would actually come and live in the dorm at Kettering's campus. But other than that, if seniors are rolling into their senior year, you apply to Kettering, you're reviewed for an academic scholarship, and then the competitive robotics scholarships require an additional application prior to March 1st. And every year it's March 1st. So if you're a parent of a 9th, 10th grader, be bugging them in that senior year. And the best advice, right, and this is stealing from my director of financial aid, you can't get scholarships if you don't apply for them.
Right.
And so there is truly no harm in applying for them and finding ones like the robotics ones where they are more specific to what you've accomplished, so you do have a strong chance of getting them. I just found an organization at a competition last week that is awarding scholarship dollars. It's not a university or college. It's a professional organization that gives a scholarship $10,000 times 4 years.
Wow.
And so there are certainly opportunities out there if students look and pursue them. And I know the first webpage does their best to broadcast those, and certainly we do as well on the Kettering webpage. So.
And what is that website?
Yeah, Kettering, KETTERING.edu.
Right.
Pretty simple. Flint, Michigan. Yep.
Perfect. Nathan,
Awesome.
thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
All right, that's Nathan Colbert, Kettering University. So again, this wraps up our morning session here at Rose-Hulman, and our selection process has been complete. We have our 8 alliances for the playoffs. 1 will take on 8, 2 versus 7, 3 against 6, and 4 versus 5. You got the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and then the finals. And by the end of today, we will be crowning state champions here at the first Indiana Robotics State Championship. So we will take a pause for lunch. Everyone is getting a lunch break here at Rose-Hulman, and then we will get ready for our playoff matches. It will start at 1:15. If you are joining us on Comcast, we are signing off at 1 p.m. and coming up on Comcast, we will have Fort Wayne Tin Caps baseball for you. But our coverage will continue on the ISC Sports Network, and multitude of ways to tune in on our website, on our app, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. You can find us online. We are continuing to stream all afternoon long. So our playoffs are coming up at 1:15. We will leave you here for our lunch break, checking out some of the highlights of this morning's action, where more qualification matches determined our ranking order. And again, we saw those top 8 teams get ready for the playoffs by selecting their alliances. A fun, interesting moment there where we saw that. And right now you are seeing some of the team captains and the drivers for the teams that will be competing in the playoffs going through their meeting right now. So again, we're going to sign off for now. The stream will continue on ISC, where we will have our lunch break coming up now, and then we will get ready for the playoffs coming up at 1:15. We will see you then.
Powerhouse Alliance, we got Team 3147.
Much horsepower.
8. Oh, wait. If you thought the number 1 alliance was just going to roll through the quarters, who they've got to get here, the number 8 alliance, longtime veterans, Team 254.
Cider Blue.
Their partners, our Savvy Alliance Captain Team 868.
Good pick, Pat.
Finishing another longtime veteran team, Team 135.
Big Robotics.
Are we ready for the tournament here? Quarterfinal 1, match number 1. Let's count it down. Riders behind. 3, 2, 1, go!
Quarterfinal match number 1 underway. With a bunch of red cargo up in the upper up, that's 5 reds. And make that 3 blues now. Human players coming into play. This is the first shot. Another 30 to 12. 2 seconds to go. Another.
Welcome to quarterfinal number 1. This is where it gets good. Robert Conant and Danny Blau with you here back at Rose Holman. It's our first quarterfinal matchup. The Red Alliance features Purdue Polytechnic, Brownsburg, and Munster. The Blue Alliance is Carmel, Perry Meridian, and Penn. If you're just joining us, we finished up our lunch break, and we have hit the official state championship playoffs, our quarterfinals. Brownsburg was a team captain. Carmel was a team captain. They got to pick which other teams were part of their alliance. And as you can see, Danny, the Red Alliance, they're looking pretty good here to start this first quarterfinal.
Our number 1 seed in red, they are starting to build a bit of a lead here against our number 8 seed in blue. For the first start of the match, up through about, the first, 30, 40 points scored, blue was doing a really good job keeping, just like they are now here, keeping the field congested, slowing down that red slide, keeping the score pretty close. There's a lot of points to be scored really late in the game. And so as long as blue can keep this score close through the cargo phase, sort of the main phase of driver control here, then they're in with a shot. And we're seeing these matches here really, really tight. Normally you'd have a 1 seed kind of blowing out the 8 seed, but blue is doing a phenomenal job keeping it close.
You get 31-76, that is the robot from Brownsburg. They have been the top team this weekend. A bit of surprise. Coming into the state finals, they were ranked 25th in the state, but they have been one of the top teams all weekend long. They were the number 1 seed in the rankings. They got their first pick. They went with Purdue Polytechnic, another top team over the last 36 hours or so, and they are leading that Red Alliance in this first quarterfinal matchup. Down to the final 12 seconds, Red Alliance leading at 83-70. You see both teams with their robots climbing up the monkey bars now, down to the final 5 seconds, 74-57 and 31-47 up at the top for the red. On the blue side, 135 from Penn and 234 from Perry Meridian. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. It looks like a victory here for Red Alliance in our first quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah, a little surprising there. Blue had to pull away, I think, a little bit earlier than red did to get climbing on the monkey bars. Their climbs take a little bit longer than the red side, but still, they were able to keep it really close. The climbing score, not there shown in the live scoring. Here we go with the final score.
And indeed it is Red Alliance. That was the number 1 alliance, 112-80 in their first matchup. Now again, to remind the audience, you see the little trophies. 1, because it is a best of 3. So you got to win 2 in order to advance to the semifinals. So we will come back to this matchup later. But let's go to our second quarterfinal. It'll be 4 versus 5. And for the team introductions, we'll throw it back down to the PA system as we'll get ready for our next quarterfinal matchup. Again, great quarterfinals.
If you don't know what's going on, if you just now put up, we're going to see the game animation video playing on the screen right there. It'll explain all that was about.
Welcome to the 2022 First Robotics Competition. And this year's game, Rapid React, presented by the Boeing Company. 2 alliances of 3 teams each compete to score their cargo balls into the lower hub and the upper hub. They earn additional points if the robots traverse the rungs of their hangar. Robots start each match on one of their tarmacs and may be preloaded with 1 cargo each. During the first 15 seconds, robots are autonomous. Without guidance from drivers, they leave their tarmac, score preloaded cargo, and collect and score additional cargo. During the remaining 2 minutes and 15 seconds, drivers control their robots. They continue to gather up 2 cargo at a time and score cargo in the lower and upper hubs. Cargo scored into either hub count towards the cargo bonus. Launch pads protect robots from contact by opponent robots. Robots may use either terminal, where their human players assist the robots with acquiring cargo. As time runs out, robots race to their hangar and traverse as many rungs as possible. The higher a robot gets, the more points it earns. An alliance that reaches a hangar point threshold is rewarded with a ranking point. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
There you go, that should clear some things up. Of course, ranking points don't matter anymore. We're just about best 2 out of 3 advances. Right now we have quarterfinal number 2 featuring our number 4 seeded alliance and our 5 seeded alliance over here. Let's meet the teams. For the Red Alliance, number 4 seeded alliance, Team 4272.
From Lafayette, Indiana, Maverick Boiler Robotics.
Our alliance captain, 5010.
From Fisher's Tiger Dynasty.
Finishing up this alliance, Team 6498.
From Newburgh, Castle Robotics.
Our number 5 seed alliance over here, we have Team 1501.
From Huntington, Team Rust.
Alliance captains 292.
From Roosevelt, it's Panther Tech.
And rounding out this alliance, Team 1720.
From Matthews, it's Fixed Gears.
Quarterfinal 2, match number 1.
Here we
Drivers
go.
behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
Second quarterfinal
Right,
underway.
red is
Again,
number 4, blue
the
is
4
number 5.
seed
Reds
is
versus
your Red
white.
Alliance with Fishers, McCutcheon, and Castle. The Blue Alliance is your 5 seed, Western, Huntington, and Fixed Gears. That's the robotics team from Matthews, Indiana. And a good start for both teams in the first 15 seconds. Again, that's the autonomous period of each matchup.
At this point now, drivers take control. We've got a team of 2 drivers, driver and operator, for each robot, and a coach. So the coach can be an adult or a high school student. Drive team and everybody else, all high school age students.
Under 2 minutes to go, 36-26, Red Alliance with the lead again. This was Fishers. Because of how the ranking, the selection process worked out, Fishers worked their way up to that number 4 seed. And so they were able to pick McCutcheon and Castle to be part of their alliance. Western, Huntington, and the robotics team from Matthews, Indiana on the blue side.
Whole lot of action here. Looks like both alliances are playing a pretty even, 3 robot, all offense, kind of strategy. We're not seeing a lot of defense happening here in this match. Everybody really trying to focus on getting as many points in. And as we can see on the score, 46-44, Blues coming back, tie game now. A lot of excitement here. We've got 1 minute left to go. Blue now even edging for it, taking a slight lead.
A lot of offensive production here in this second quarterfinal matchup. Again, it's best of 3 in each matchup. This is just the first game in this 4 versus 5. And obviously, winning the first one is crucial. And still a close battle. We're closing in on that 30-second horn. One of the red robots heading to the hangar zone now. There is your 30-second horn.
Looks like that Red Alliance, Castle High School, looks like they're switching over to a little bit more of a defensive role. Looks like they're going to try to play here and see what they can do to hold that blue robot from getting back over to the tower. Looks like they escaped that defense now as everybody tries to make their way to get those last second points.
Two blue robots making it to the top for red. Blue looking good as well, down to the final 5 seconds. As you see there on your scoreboard, a 9-point lead for blue going into the hangar zone. And they got all 3 robots up and hanging on the red side. It looked like 64-98. That's the robot from Castle took a tumble. And so they were only able to get 2 robots up onto the rungs. And looking like a winner for Blue Alliance.
Oh, looks like a bit of unfortunate there for that Red Alliance robot. Stuck up on a ball. Blue Alliance takes the victory here. Match number 1. Big score, 98 points for the Blue Alliance. That puts them sort of squarely in line with the sort of points that we were seeing in our first match where the number 1 seed played the number 8 seed. If you're getting up into that 100-point range, you're looking good, not just for the quarterfinals, but to go long and deep into this tournament.
So again, it's best of 3, but the first matchup in this 5 versus 4 goes to the 5 seed, Western Huntington and Fixed Gears of Matthews, Indiana. And take a look at some of the highlights from that matchup. And Danny, you were saying a lot of great offensive production from both sides.
Yeah. Big congratulations to the software development teams on all 6 of these robots. We saw a lot happening there during the autonomous mode. All of that work has happened long before the tournament here. A lot of testing, a lot of development needs to get all of those routines and pathways to work out right. So that whole first 15 seconds, all of that workload done well beforehand, and a phenomenal number of shots going in across all of these robots. So big congratulations there. And then here we see at the end of the game, robots trying to make their mechanisms get all the way up. Per the rule book, they have to climb up the bars and go from, and try to get as many points as they can. Unfortunately, there for the Red Alliance, looks like they were hung up on a ball, couldn't, make their process work the way that they'd want to. As we zoom in here on the Blue Alliance going through their climbing sequence.
1720, that's the robot from Fixed Gears out of Grant County. And again, just watching replays, and I've said this all weekend long, it's just fun to see what these robots are capable of doing, especially when you see that those arms extend, pull onto the monkey bars, if you will.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool different styles that a lot of teams have gone with for how to do that hand-over-hand monkey bar climb this year. And it's really exciting to see all of those different mechanisms in action.
Let's head down back to the floor for our team introductions in our 2 versus 7 matchup.
One of the original first teams, Team 45.
Technocats.
First seed line over here we have Team 5484.
The Wolfpack.
Our Alliance captain, Team 461.
Side Boiler Invasion.
Finishing out the Alliance Team 4982.
Olympus Robotics.
So here we go with our third quarterfinal matchup, 2 versus 7. Again, for your number 2 seed, it's teams from Lawrence, Northwestern, and Kokomo. They will be on the red side. For the Blue Alliance, that 7 seed, teams from West Lafayette, South Bend Career Academy, and Homestead. And we saw it yesterday and early this morning, Danny. 4982, that's Homestead's robot. They were picked solely because of how good they are on defense.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a very compact, very stout little robot. It still does have the climber mechanism on it so they can be involved in the end game. But here you can see right away, they're going after the team from Lawrence, Kilobytes with the bright yellow machine there. They're going to try to slow them down as much as possible. Trying to do what they can to stay on that bumper. Looks like referees calling some fouls there for the Red Alliance. A number of different ways that you can get penalties here, holding too many balls, doing a variety of different things like that. But right there you saw our defensive robot put a hit on 1024 from Lawrence High School right as they're trying to be in the act of shooting. If you can get on their corner and spin them right in that moment, you can get them to take that shot and miss clear wide of the goal. So looks like some really strategic, really well-placed defense, really well-timed hits coming in from 4982.
You see on the right side as well, that small little robot, that's 45 from Kokomo, also playing defense, just being a pest out there, knocking over, or not really knocking over, but knocking into some of those blue robots.
Right. One of the other interesting things on 45 is they're holding 2 blue balls. So per the rule book this year, a new change for the first robotics competition, you can hold 2 balls of any color. Normally in the past, grabbing your opposing alliance's game piece, that would be a penalty. This year, they opened it up. They said, nope, you can hold 2 balls of any color. And so 45 there from Kokomo, they're taking production away from the blue alliance. There's only 11 game balls per color in play. So by them holding 2, they're dramatically cutting down the number of opportunities blue has. We see here a lot of blue balls on the far end of the field, on the left side of your screen here, from the blue driver's station on the far right. Again, that's making it even harder for them. They got some bad, unlucky bounces coming out of the center goal there to put balls on the far end of the field where it's a lot harder to get access to.
Under 30 seconds to go, still a 2.4-point game. It's going to come down to how many points you can score in the hangar zone. You see the robots for the red, including Kilobytes. That's the robot from Lawrence making the climb in the red hangar zone. A couple of robots going up for the Blue Alliance as well, down to the final 5 seconds. It's going to be a close battle in our 2 versus 7 matchup.
This is phenomenal to see. This is super awesome. 2 versus 7 being a really, really tight scoring match. It looks like we've got 461 there, our team from West Lafayette. They're all the way up on the high 15-point bar. Career Academy for 10 points. Oh, looks like, oh no, 3940. They are one of the top scoring robots. Looks like they may have taken a bit of a shot to their ball collector there, to their intake.
They got pieces everywhere.
Thrown across the floor. Looks like one of their team members flying in there, trying to collect up as many parts as they can. 3940 here from Northwestern. This is a really strong outfit, really, really strong team. I have no doubt these guys are going to get this robot fixed up. They've got all the spare parts that they need. These guys are going to do a true, race car pit stop. They're going to get this robot ready to go.
How about an upset here in the quarterfinals? The Blue Alliance getting the win, and look at the penalty points being the difference maker.
That is not something we see every day. Matches that have come down to the penalty points. A lot of these matches go really, really clean. A lot of work there for the Red Alliance to do. They're going to come back real strong next time. 3940 definitely lost some production throughout that match. They're going to come back nice and strong, ready to play the game. I'm sure their drive teams are going to be really working hard now, talking about those penalties, talking about how they play a clean match next go-around.
So again, the upset 80-75, your 7 seed. The Blue Alliance from West Lafayette, South Bend Career Academy, and Homestead getting the win in their first matchup. Again, best of 3.
Yep.
So they will match up like you were saying. That gives time for the Northwestern squad, robot 3940.
Yep, that beautiful purple robot. They've got the purple LEDs there on the arm. Awesome team. They've been playing at a very, very high level the last couple years. And they've been one of our teams playing at like the 1 or 2 spot throughout the entire early phase of this season. They ran into a little bit of a hang-up, just because of how dense this competition is with really, really good talent. So a little bit down the order. All right. Here we see some great work here.
Let's see if,
by itself.
Yeah,
that is
no
surprising.
contact or anything.
That is a little bit surprising to see. These robots have played a phenomenal number of matches. This is the 3rd tournament, that all of these teams have played. 3940, they went deep in both of their early 2 tournaments. And I know that they have a lot of practice hours on that robot back at their build facility. So that robot looks like it just got tired. It got to the end of its days, and it was just like, it was a little bit done.
So again, we're talking about 3940. That's Cybertooth out of Northwestern High School coming into this weekend, coming into the state finals. Their record was 34-2-1, ranked 2nd in the state. And so like you said, a lot goes into that team, into that robot. and those kids are going to be working hard to try to get that robot back into a shape where they can compete once again. Let's go back down to the floor for our 3 versus 6 matchup.
Finally, Team 46-17.
The Robo Blazers.
Robo Blazers. Our Alliance. Number 16 Alliance over here, we have Team 6956.
Shamrock Robotics.
Alliance Captain Team 7198.
From Monticello, the Fearsome Gears.
And finally, Team 3494.
From Bloomington, the Quadrangles.
So here we go into our 4th quarterfinal matchup. 3 versus 6. Columbus, Gallic Tech. 49-26, they have been one of the top teams all weekend long. They were the 3 seed, got to pick their alliance, and they went with Warren Central and University. They are on the red alliance. On the blue side, the 6 seed, Twin Lakes, Westfield, and Bloomington South.
Red gets 1 more.
Looks like we saw some of the red robots there miss some of their autonomous pickups. So it looks like these sides might have a few more points that they can score. Only 4 balls went in that autonomous phase. Not quite on par with some of the other things that we've seen in some of our earlier matches. So these robots definitely have some catching up to do if they start looking beyond their quarterfinal and into the later rounds.
Look at all that cargo for the red. It all go in at once. That'll bump up the score. All of a sudden, it's a 10-point lead.
Another massive salvo there from the Red Alliance. Looks like these robots are sort of in sync with each other, throwing a lot of shots up all at the same time.
Again, that Red Alliance, the 3 seed, features teams from Columbus, Warren Central, and University High School.
Looks like the Blue Alliance robots here having a little bit of a hard time trying to get their eyes dialed in, find the balls on the field so they can go around and collect them. Robots can only hold 2 at a time, but looks like they're having just a little bit of a hard time just finding where those game pieces are out on the field.
That robot for the blue side with the bright green neon lights, if you're keeping an eye on that, that is the team from Westfield, the Shamrock Robotics.
Their robot usually really strong shooting the high goal. They've played at a really high level, this whole year. Not sure if anything's going wrong, but they seem to be shooting the low goal this match.
And they've missed some of those shots as well, so there might be something going on with that robot. As you can keep an eye on it, a couple of cargo in the lower hub there.
Yeah, cargo in the low goals worth 1 point per piece. Cargo in the high goals worth 2 points per piece. Those point values doubled in autonomous mode. So Red Alliance here, 22 high goals. They're really starting to pull away. Blue is going to need some phenomenal work here in the last 30 seconds as they go to climb. Going to have to try to score a lot of points, climbing up as high as they can.
It's a big lead for the 3 seed, the Red Alliances. Robots head to the hangar zone, under 20 seconds to go here in our quarterfinal matchup.
We've already got 1 red robot on the 3rd bar, reaching up for the 4th bar. We've got 2 blue robots here trying to go up as high as they can. Westfield looks like they're on the high bar. Fearsome Gears from Twin Lakes, they get the number 3 bar. That'll be good for 10 points. Yeah, the look on the face there from those Blue Alliance drivers, they are not happy with that performance.
It'll be a victory for the red, the 3 seed. We'll await the official scoring. But as you see there, going into the hangar zone, 22-point lead for the red. And again, that alliance made up of teams from Columbus, Warren Central, and University High School. They get the win in the first quarterfinal matchup, 81-65. Again, a best-of-3 series. You see those trophies. So 1 trophy signaling 1 win for the 3 seed. And now we will go back to the top of the bracket, our second go around in the quarterfinals, where it'll be 1 versus 8. In the first game, it was a victory for the 1 seed of Brownsburg, Purdue Polytechnic, and Munster, winning at 112-80. So the robots from this past matchup will clear out. So we'll get set for our next go around to the quarterfinals.
One note on that first match between these teams in the quarterfinal number 1. The 8 Alliance was really pretty close in their scoring, and they actually had 2 of their climbs not counted because robot was touching another robot touching the ground.
Right.
So they very easily could have gotten an additional 21 points in the end game, would have brought the score to 121 to 101. 100 points in this game, very, very good score. A lot of points there. That 101 points would have won many of the other quarterfinals here, but they just kind of got through the luck of the draw. They're going up against the number 1 seed, our biggest powerhouse here at today's competition.
The highest score we have seen here at the state championship this weekend, 130. But like you mentioned, we have seen triple digits put up by a good handful of alliances. But the 1 seed looking strong after the first wave of the quarterfinals.
One of the things I always get a big kick out of, you kind of see behind the robots there, the look of intensity on all of the drivers' faces. They are so dialed in. They're so focused on their robots, getting them to walk through this procedure to get up the monkey bars there. You really see the heat of the competition come through on the drivers' faces.
Match number 2. If you'll remember, the first match these 2 teams met, the Red Alliance took it home. If they win again, they're going on to the semifinals. Blue Alliance going to try and force a 3rd match. Let's meet the teams one more time. On the Red Alliance team, 74-57.
Super Duper Robotics from Indianapolis.
Our captain, team 31-76.
From Brownsburg, Purple Precision.
Finishing up our number 1 seed alliance, team 31-47.
Munster Horsepower.
Our veteran seed alliance over here, we have team 234.
Cyber Blue.
$868.
The Tech Hounds.
And 135.
Pin Robotics.
Here we go. Again, in the first matchup, in this 1 versus 8, it was the Red Alliance, the
number
1 seed, winning at 112 to 80. That's what that little trophy in the corner stands for. So they win once again. They are moving on to the semifinals. Here we go.
2, 1, go.
Red won the first one.
Again, first 15 seconds are autonomous. Preloaded cargo. And a lot going into the upper hub for both teams.
Looks like 3 unlucky bounces there for the Blue Alliance. Balls went into the high goal, ricocheted around and bounced out. That's going to be a little bit of a hill to climb there for the Blue Alliance.
How about 30 points for the Red Alliance in the first 15 seconds?
That is massive. That is going to be a tough thing for Blue to come back from. There you see, though, Blue had all those balls down on the floor. They had a bunch of them loaded into the robots right at the end of autonomous mode, so they took some early shots. Now only a 10-point lead for the Red Alliance. A lot to come back for here for Blue.
42-28. A few more balls going into the upper hub for the Red Alliance. Again, that's Brownsburg, Purdue Polytechnic, and Munster, our top seed here in the state championship playoffs. Quarterfinals. A win for the Red Alliance here will put them into the semifinals.
Looks like 868 there on Blue up in the top left corner of your screen, playing some really smart game. Their robot normally used to take shots and trying to score into that upper goal, but they're taking some really key opportune defensive hits, trying to slow down that Red Alliance as much as possible.
A minute 15 to play here in our quarterfinal matchup. It's now nearly a 20-point lead for the Red Alliance.
I think we're starting to see the skill of these, the number 1 seed here really start to come through. These other robots that ranked number 1, they got the very first pick. They got to choose anybody they wanted in the whole competition. They chose the team from Purdue Polytechnic. Solid robot. And I think their robot skill, their drive team skill, we saw them just at the beginning of the match, getting psyched up, getting their heads in the game. And I think we're starting to see them stretch their legs.
40 seconds to play.
A lot of action here happening on the red end of the field. Blue trying to create some chaos, trying to slow the game down, slow down Red.
30 seconds to go. You see the robots head to the hangar zone. A couple of Blue robots already starting to climb. 31-47, that's the robot from Munster making its way up the monkey bars for the red, along with Purdue Polytechnic. And one robot goes down in the blue hangar.
Blue is going to need a miracle this match, and I think I think that was their chance, but it looks like they were the ones that fell.
It's going to be a victory for the red. And the 1 seed is going to advance to the semifinals. Munster swinging its way into the next round along with Brownsburg and Purdue Poly.
This Purdue Polytechnic team, young team, their drive coach, an alumni of the program, now as a mentor. We've got a lot of alumni mentors across all of these alliances, across all of these drive teams. I believe the coach for Brownsburg there in the purple hippo hat, also an alumni. Red Alliance wins, congratulations, 118 points. And they move on to the semifinals.
So in their 2 matchups, the 1 seed puts up 112 and 118. Looking strong as they have advanced to the semifinals and have eliminated the 8 seed, which featured teams from Carmel, Perry Meridian, and Penn. And it got off to a hot start, 30 points during that autonomous phase.
6 balls in, and I think one of them came from one of the human players here, so hitting that high shot. Here we can see the drivers here, the high schoolers, controlling those robots, really dialed in. Most of those drivers are looking at their robot and like 6 feet in front of it. That is all of the field that they see. Drive coach there, their job is really to kind of see the whole picture, see the big field, and really sort of dial things in. And kind of get that whole alliance strategy, keep an eye on the clock, all of those sort of little things. And the drive team there, you've got a driver and an operator typically, working the climber, working the shooter, making sure the robots are going through their sequence properly. And this phase here, trying to get up as high as you can. It's a really, really critical phase. You really have to do every single action, every single input to the robot correctly in order to get them to climb. And there's the payoff you can see on their faces. When they get it all the way up, when they know they've done their job correctly, the excitement, the relief, the joy, the payoff is phenomenal.
Danny, we want to thank you so much. Again, we have a rotating panel of analysts. We're going to have Jim Langfelt join us for the next few matches of the playoffs. Thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate your insight, helping us out.
This has been fantastic. You guys are doing a phenomenal job here. It's so much fun to have a real broadcast team here at the state championship. So this has been phenomenal. Thank you guys very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. It's Danny Blau joining us. We'll get Jim Langfelt in here for our next matchup. So again, the 1 seed from Brownsburg, Purdue Polytechnic, and Munster have advanced to the semifinals of the state championship. And they eliminate the 8 seed, which featured teams from Carmel, Perry Meridian, and Penn. We get ready for our next matchup, 4 versus 5. The first matchup, the first game between these two went to the 5 seed of Western Huntington and the team from Grant County. They will be the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance, the 4 seed, will be Fishers, McCutcheon, and Castle. Jim Langfelt now joining us here in the broadcast booth. Jim, thanks for joining us. Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to be here again. We just got finished with kind of a tough loss for my team, but I hopefully the kids are bouncing back okay.
That's right. You are with Penn Robotics. So kind of bittersweet feeling seeing this come to an end, but I'm sure you're proud of your kids.
Oh, yeah, super proud. A lot of improvement and good attitudes on that team, and I think they're ready to bounce back and have another successful season next year. So this will be my last season with the team for a while. I'm going to take a step back and
because you've been doing this for a while, right?
Yeah. So 28 years of teaching, 25 doing FIRST Robotics. So kind of anxious for some new challenges, but the team, I think, is excited to get back to work.
Let me get your thoughts on this matchup, 4 versus 5. The first round went to the 5 seed, which features teams from Western, Huntington, and Fixed Gears. That's the team from Matthews, Indiana. They won that first matchup 98-83. So the 4 seed will have to win this one to force a third and deciding match.
Yeah, boy, I tell you, this is a toss-up. Looking at the teams that we have, I mean, there's some real strong offensive teams. I'm sure we're going to see a little defense out of a few of them. But wow, the ending here is going to be exciting too because we got some good climbers.
A little bit of a delay, and this kind of, you get to that moment where you maybe start to worry just a little bit because this does happen from time to time.
Yeah.
Where a robotics team, before they get started, might have a technical issue.
Yeah.
Sometimes they get resolved, sometimes they don't.
We got a thumbs up on the field, so we're ready to roll.
Again, the 4 seed, they are the Red Alliance. Fishers, McCutcheon, and Castle.
Wow.
They need a win here to keep their seasons alive.
Yeah.
On the blue side, Western, Huntington, and Fixed Gears out of Grant County.
Another human player knocking one down.
We've seen that a handful of times this weekend. Again, you're only allowed to do that once per matchup. The rest is
and like I
up
called
to the
it,
robots.
That Red Alliance over there playing some defense, pretty heavy defense on 292. That's a strong, powerful shooting machine. There they get one off.
A lot of defense. See 1 versus 1. Robots bouncing into each other, trying to prevent the other from collecting cargo or shooting that cargo into the hub.
Meanwhile, 1501 just kind of sweeping the floor there. It looks like they're cycling pretty good right now.
A couple more balls going up for Red. Blue responds with 2 into the upper hub. Again, if you're just joining us, this is your first time watching First Robotics competition. Basically shooting hoops. It's like basketball.
Yeah.
You got robots shooting hoops. That upper hub is worth 2 points each. The lower hub is worth 1 point.
Yeah. Boy, look at that swerve drive on 4272. That Maverick machine is just awesome to watch, isn't it?
Very smooth, and they've been performing pretty well here this weekend.
Oh, way to go, Red.
Under a minute to play. A 20-point lead for the Red Alliance. Again, they need a win here to force a third and final deciding match. Looking good so far for the Red team.
1501 seems to have their shot off a little bit. They've missed a few here.
2 more balls and 2 more going up for Red. Flurry of points as they're now up by 26. 30-second whistle blows.
Fixed Gears going up first, it looks like.
Couple of robots for the Blue Alliance in the hangar zone and making their way up the rungs. Red Alliance also with 2 robots swinging their way up the monkey bars. Here comes the third one. That's 64-98 from Castle. But how about a great performance from the Red Alliance?
Unbelievable.
Looks like they're going to pull out the win. We'll await the official results, make sure there are no penalty points. But it looks like a win for the Red Alliance, which means we will have a third and final deciding match between the 4 and 5 seeds.
Makes it exciting.
Again, the 5 seed won the first matchup, 98-83.
Remember, blue won the first one, 98-83.
The official results are in. It goes to the Red. So we will have a third and deciding set for this 4 versus 5 matchup.
That's exciting.
So the Red Alliance of Fishers, McCutcheon, and Castle keep their seasons alive. And the crowd likes it.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
We are packed here inside Holbert Arena on the campus of Rose-Hulman.
Yeah. How many years has it been, do you think, since they've seen a place packed like this, huh?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
And we have talked about it a handful of times this weekend, but man, how awesome it is to have a full crowd once again. Last couple of years, just like everything else in our world, been affected by the COVID pandemic. Man, virtual competition, it is so good to just have this back.
You know what? I mean, here's what's awesome. I mean, these folks have stuck to it. They've stuck to their goals. They've established their criteria, got things accomplished, and they're here to celebrate this weekend. You know, whether you bow out early a little bit like our team did, or you continue on to the finish, I tell you what, we're so proud of these kids for doing what they've done. You know.
So this matchup between 4 versus 5 goes to the 4 seed of Fishers, McCutcheon, and Castle. So they will go at it one more time to determine who advances to the semifinals against the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
So we'll have that matchup a little later on.
Oh, okay. We got a timeout being called.
It's just 6-minute break if the robot doesn't work. 8-minute break, excuse me. And I think that's what we're in right now. I believe
Looks like maybe
a timeout has been called.
Looks like maybe the Red Alliance called a timeout.
That would make sense.
Although there is some confusion as to which alliance has called it.
So looking over the curtain.
We're going to see
Jim, it
the
might be the
Digital
team from
Animation
Northwestern.
Award
Yep.
winner up on the screen right now.
All right, so Llama's heading to Hawaii during our break. So again, this is something that you have in the playoffs once you get to the quarterfinals and semifinals. Each alliance gets 1 timeout.
Yep.
And I'm going to guess, we haven't got an official word on this, but I'm going to guess, Jim,
well,
it is the Red Alliance for this 2 versus 7 matchup calling their timeout to get a few extra minutes because, again, going back to the first matchup, the robot from Northwestern, Cybertooth,
They took a shot.
They took a shot,
They took a shot.
and had
I
bits
saw it.
and
Yeah,
pieces of their robot kind of fall all over the floor.
That front collection just fell apart on them. You know, it's interesting because their collection system's set up a lot like ours, and you know, there's a few hundred parts on the front of that machine, and they're so susceptible because they're the thing that goes outside of the bumper zone to collect those balls up. So I saw them picking the pieces up, and boy, I know some of those mentors. You want to talk about a top-notch group of adults. That group will have that machine together and no problem.
So it was an upset win for the 7th seed in their first game, 80-75.
Yeah.
That 7 seed alliance features teams from West Lafayette, South Bend Career Academy, and Homestead. The 2 seed is Lawrence, Northwestern, and Kokomo. So the Red Alliance has called a timeout. You see there on that screen about 5:25 remaining on their timeout period.
Yep.
So just buying some extra time, making sure they can fix that robot and make sure it can still compete, because it would be a dang shame if Northwestern, again, one of the top teams all season long and especially this weekend here in the state championship.
I tell you a cool story. I was reminded by one of my my alumni that was with me in 2014. So in 2014, on this very stage, we won our first Blue Banner, and another team called a timeout for us, who we were competing against, to give us more time to fix our machine so we could have a nice, fair match.
Wow.
And that just speaks to the volume of you know, the type of attitude that's in first competitions.
We've talked about that, about at First Robotics and all these high school kids. It's not just about sending your robot out there and trying to pick up, you know, a banner, a district win or a state championship, but you're working on teamwork. And it's more, and you know, every sport can say, well, we got teamwork as well, but it's unique because, and we've touched on this before, you're not going up against the same competition.
That's right.
And sometimes you might go up against a team one match.
You're going to be with.
And then you got to work with them in alliance in the next match.
Yeah, and you know the kids pick up on us in her. You know, a lot of our kids come from athletic backgrounds, so we have to do a little retraining on some of them, especially some of the kids that are in athletics in high school. You know, one of our bitter rivals is Carmel, and you know, here we were just competing along with them. You know, in the robotics, and you know, a lot of times athletically, I mean, we're always aiming to try to compete against a team like Carmel. So it's a fun environment, and it all starts at the top. Like I said yesterday, you know, Dean and Woody have instilled values and expectations to the mentors, and the mentors just pass it on to the kids, and it makes for a wonderful weekend to celebrate math and science.
I was talking to a parent during the lunch break, and he said he was talking to a friend who's used to sports like football, basketball, and is new to the robotics scene. And again, when we talk about alliances and you're working with different teams at different parts of the stage, he said, this is how I explained it to my friend. It's like you have a football team, but you have the offense is from one school, the defense is from one school, and the special teams is from one school.
There you go.
And then in your next game, you might have a defense that you have to work with from another school. And that's exactly how it is here with First Robotics, is you have to figure out how to work with other teams and their robots.
You know, you talk about football. One of my dearest friends back at Penn is Coach Yeoman. And, you know, Corey's, I mean, he's known throughout the state for being just an amazing coach, an amazing leader. And I have so much trouble explaining to him how we have to conduct ourselves at a robotics competition because he's always trying to give me an edge, you know, from an athletic mindset. And I said, Coach Yeoman, listen, it's a little different. You're going to have to come check one of these out one of these years, you know it?
So, again, we're in a timeout period. The Red Alliance in our 2 versus 7 matchup. Calling a timeout. There you see the robot 3940 from Northwestern. Again, you see this part on the left side of the robot. That was the part that was damaged in the first matchup. From that angle, it's looking like they were able to fix it.
I think they are. You know, all those pieces. Now, here's the thing you don't know about a couple of these teams. So Team 45 is coached there by Andy Baker. He's the one leaning over the machine, and he's just an amazing guy. He runs a company that all of us buy parts from called Andy Mark. But the 3940 team, that machine's actually built at Andy Mark. So Andy's got a hand in a couple of machines out there, and boy, I sure like their chances of getting these machines fixed and back on.
Do you think that was part of the strategy? Because you look at this Red Alliance, the 2 seed. Lawrence was the team captain.
All right.
They picked Northwestern with their first pick, and then they had to fill that 3rd position.
Right.
Do you think Northwestern's team said, hey, we're so familiar with Kokomo, they're right down the road from us. We've worked with them all season long. Let's go and pick them for our alliance.
I tell you, here's the thing. You know, when those alliance selections happened, I mean, it really was different. I thought Kokomo 45 would go a lot earlier in the pick, and they ended up not going. I'm sure Cybertooth was excited to get them on their alliance. And you know, like I said yesterday, man, there were some late meetings last night at the hotel. I was trying to figure out which teams we were going to run with. So,
see the robotics team 1024. That is the team from Lawrence.
The Kilobytes.
The Kilobytes in that blue and highlighter yellow robot. So again, 1024 from Lawrence, 3940 from Northwestern, and 45 from Kokomo. They're the 2 seed, suffered a loss in their first game. So if they want their season to stay alive, they're going to have to win this matchup against the 7 seed.
Yeah, and you know, over on the other side, you got 5484, the Career Academy. That team's probably got more plays than any of us here in Indiana. They've been all over the United States playing this season. Dave Ebersol's got that team dialed in. You know, you got 461 with a ton of experience year after year, heavily supported by Purdue and the Purdue First program. So this will be an exciting match.
As we are having the teams be introduced to the crowd here inside Holbert Arena. Again, the Red Alliance, your 2 seed, Lawrence, Northwestern, and Kokomo. The blue side, the 7 seed, trying to pull up another upset and advance to the semifinals. The blue side will have West Lafayette, South Bend Career Academy, and one of the best defensive robots we've seen this weekend in Homestead.
Yeah, they know how to make it happen, don't they?
So it's good to see that they were able to fix that robot from Northwestern. Cybertooth is back out there.
Oh, yeah.
After suffering damage in the first matchup of this quarterfinal. And we'll get ready. Again, a win for the blue will send them into the semifinals. A win for the red means a tiebreaker matchup later. 15 seconds of autonomous play. Human shot bounces in for the Red Alliance.
Wow.
And after the first 15 seconds of play, how about the Red Alliance looking strong? 26, now 30 to 18.
Well, and they just get right to cycling.
One more ball going up for red.
Looks like they've asked 49-82 to play some defense.
Couple more cargo going into the upper hub for the red. Oh, block at the top. It's a 12-point lead for red.
And just like we called it, Cybertooth completely fixed, out there cycling like crazy. They look awesome.
That's that robot in your top left corner of the playing field. The purple neon lights from Northwestern, and great defensive play there from, you guessed it, Homestead.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Kokomo there, 45 playing a little D.
80 seconds to go. It's a 10-point lead for the Red Alliance. They need a win here to keep their season alive.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of defensive play. Northwestern's robot there on the left side playing some defense.
Sure.
How about the Kilobytes robot going one-on-one near the hoop?
Yep.
Under a minute to go.
Oh, there's a nice score.
Blue team getting back into it.
Yeah, they are. You know, you leave a team out there like Career Academy alone for 30 seconds, they're going to cycle. They're going to cycle 4 times on you.
They're putting up a lot of cargo and keeping the Blue Alliance in there. A couple of red robots already getting an early start in the hangar zone.
Yep.
46-45. This is going to be a close one. 30 seconds to go.
Nobody's even hanging right now for the other alliance.
2 robots going up for the red. A couple of robots head to the hangar zone for the blue now. Under 20 seconds to go. It's a 3-point game. It will all depend on how many points you can get here on the monkey bars. 10 seconds to go.
Got some trouble.
A win for the Blues sends them to the semifinals.
Wow.
This is going to be close.
461, nice.
All robots are up.
Very good. Very good.
As the buzzer sounds, and this is going to be a close finish.
Yeah.
We'll tally up the hanger points, make sure there were no penalties, and we'll await the official final score as teams from...
I think that Blue Alliance team looks pretty happy down there.
They're looking good.
Yeah, they look pretty happy.
There's team members from West Lafayette and Homestead high-fiving one another. Results are in. It is Blue with the upset win.
Wow.
75-66, and they're heading to the semifinals.
All right.
That is a big upset when you look at Lawrence, one of the top teams all season and all weekend.
Right.
Northwestern was up there as well, and Kokomo, the oldest team in the field.
Yeah.
And their alliance, the 2 seed, has been eliminated here in the quarterfinals.
You know, they got to be proud of what they accomplished with that alliance. That was a heck of a battle, man.
75-66, the final. And it's the Blue Alliance, the 7 seed.
Yeah.
Heading to the semis.
I had a chance to chat with some of those coaches there at lunch, and they were pretty excited about their chances. They were hoping we could push the #1 seed a little harder than what we did, but I think that alliance going forward is going to be a tough one to beat. 2 of my former students are out there coaching them, so I know a little bit about both those kids. They're top notch.
And you look at the intensity on the kids, getting instructions from the coaches during that match, but unfortunately, the teams from Lawrence, Northwestern, and Kokomo have been knocked out of the state finals. So the 7 seed, West Lafayette, South Bend Career Academy, and Homestead. Pulling the upset, and they will await the winner between the 3 versus 6. We got a couple of matches remaining.
Boy, they make that look easy.
As you get another good look at the Blue Alliance securing the hanger points and securing that upset victory. 461, the robot from West Lafayette. West Side Boiler Invasion.
I saw 5484 practicing that hang back in the pits on the practice field. I don't know what they've got. They've got a little bit of an issue with one of their arms, it looks like, because it's not hanging like it was earlier in the weekend.
So the 7 seed will await the winner between 3 versus 6. That matchup coming up next. Again, it's best of 3.
Right.
All throughout the playoffs, quarterfinals, semifinals, and our state championship. In this 3 versus 6 in the first game, it was the 3 seed getting the win, 81-65. That 3 seed features Columbus, Warren Central, and University High School. The 6 seed has teams from Twin Lakes, Westfield, and Bloomington South.
Man, look at that 6 seed. You got a 7,000 team, a 6,000 team. I mean, heck, they've only been doing this a few years. Here they are in the playoffs for the state championship, you know?
Again, the higher your number is, the younger your team is. So when we say, like you said, Twin Lakes, 71-98.
Right.
They've only been doing this since 2018.
Wow.
And 69-56, the team from the robot from Westfield also has only been competing for 4 years.
And 2 of those years are COVID years.
Right. And here they are in the quarterfinals of the state championship.
Man, how exciting are they, right?
You see those signs. Those are fans from Warren Central. They call themselves the Digital Goats.
Yeah, one of my favorite names right there, Digital Goats. I've always wondered how they get their machine so decorated up. I don't know if they anodize that material or if it's paint, but man, every year they've got a black and gold machine that just looks so amazing.
See the fans getting into it. There is the team. $15.01. That's the team from Huntington. They will be coming up a little later on. So again, here is 3 versus 6. The 3 seed won the first game. So another win here will put them in the semifinals against that 7 seed that just pulled the upset.
Right.
Columbus has been one of the strongest teams all weekend long. They came into the state finals with a record of 17-12-1. They were ranked 16th in the state, but they looked really good during the qualification rounds yesterday and spent most of the day yesterday and all of this morning ranked in the top 5.
Yep, my scouts had them high on our list last night. I was sitting with our scouting team going through things at the hotel, and they like that Columbus team a lot. 829 Digital Goats, we really like what we saw from them all weekend.
Here we go. The 3 seed will be the Red Alliance. The 6 seed will be the Blue Alliance. A win for the Red puts them into the state semifinals. Here we go. Autonomous play underway. First 15 seconds, a lot of red cargo going up into that upper hub. And a couple of shots for the Blue, missing long. A few more going too long.
Definitely Red out in front.
30 points in the first 15 seconds for the Red Alliance. And how about more cargo going in the upper? Oh, wow. A lot of offensive production early on for the Red team.
Yeah, the Reds just jumped out on a real quick cycle. I think two of the three teams were ready to go.
5 more balls going in for Red. Wow, 50-14.
Better start seeing some blue play defense.
One of those blue robots with the green neon lights. That's the robot from Westfield. Shamrock Robotics.
Oh, yeah.
Playing a little defense. They're going 1 versus 2.
Yeah.
They're on the bottom.
Yeah.
But a lot of cargo going in early for the Red Alliance. Got them out to a big lead, and they're holding on to it. 63-32.
Yeah.
With 1:15 to play.
I mean, heck, Red shooting so many balls, they're having trouble finding them.
Retrieving it in the bottom left corner, over to the right side as well. There go 2 more in.
Yeah, it's a nice soft shot.
That is the robot 76-17 from University High School. They have put in a lot of cargo for the Red Alliance. They lead it by 33.
Yeah. Digital Goats have got that nice swerve drive. They're just sweeping that floor, picking them balls up. Nice soft shot. Oh, bounced them out.
30-second horn sounds, and a couple of robots for the Red already heading to the hangar zone, and now a couple of robots for the Blue Alliance also working their way up the rungs.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's going to be all red on this one.
83-52, and it looks like the Red Alliance is securing their spot in the semifinals.
Wow.
Got off to
they're going to get all 3 up. Look at that.
Start. All 3 robots up. Our highest score this weekend was 130.
Okay.
That's pretty close.
Yeah, that's going to be pushing it.
83 plus the hanger points. And just looking at that shot, you're looking at 15, 10, and 6.
I can't tell for sure if that Digital Goats are all the way up or not.
That'd be close to 31 points if that's the case. We'll await the official scores. Red Alliance moving their way to the semifinals.
All right.
It was indeed 31 points in the hanger zone. 114 to 83.
That's solid.
And the 3 seed going to the semifinals where they will await the 7 seed.
That number 7 seed is going to be a tough one to beat.
Again, Jim, the first 15 seconds of this, the Red Alliance putting 30 points on the board.
I'm not sure they missed one, did they?
I didn't see a miss.
Nope.
And they just kept pouring it in.
Yeah. Like I said, I can't believe they were so quick to cycle their first time. Looked like all 3 machines maybe had 2 to cycle right away. Love that neon on that machine, huh?
Unfortunately, 69-56 from Westfield, along with Twin Lakes and Bloomington South. They have been eliminated here in the quarterfinals. 3 spots secured, 1 to go. And it's going to be a tiebreaker match between the 4 and 5 seeds. You get one final look at that Red Alliance and those robots doing their thing, climbing up those rungs. Sometimes they just make it look so effortless.
Well, I mean, 76-17, they came in there with less than 5 seconds and got up to a mid-bar.
Impressive performance from the Red Alliance, the 3 seed.
Yep.
Teams from Columbus, Warren Central, and University heading to the semifinals. We got 1 spot left. It'll either be the 4 seed or the 5 seed as they split their first 2 games. As the teams are getting their robots into position, we'll get ready for this final quarterfinal matchup here from the state Championships at Rose-Hulman. What a great host they have been this weekend here in Terre Haute.
It's amazing.
Great arena, Holbert Arena, able to hold all of these students and fans and parents.
Yeah. Well, and they just roll out the red carpet for us. Heck, we were walking in this morning at 7:45, and everybody was so welcoming and excited to have us here. And I know some of my kids have been walking the campus, enjoying the amazing facility.
Great to be back inside a full arena.
Yeah.
Fans are ready for this last quarterfinal matchup.
Yep.
Let's head it down to the field for the official introductions.
Alliance Captain Team 5010.
Tiger Dynasty.
And Team 6498.
Castle Robotics.
Here, our blue Alliance 1501.
Team Thrust.
292.
Panther Tech.
And 1720.
Fixed Gears.
Quarterfinal 2, match number 3.
And here we go. 4 versus 5. The winner will get the 1 seed in the semifinals. The Red Alliance is your 4 seed with Fishers, McCutcheon, and Castle. Blue Alliance, the 5 seed. Panther Tech from Western High School. Team Thrust from Huntington. And Fixed Gears from Matthews, Indiana.
I'm going to keep an eye on 4272. They had a 5-ball autonomous they were running in West Lafayette. I hope they pull that one out on this round. It's a lot of fun to watch.
Getting loud inside Holbert Arena. Crowd
It's
getting
bedlam
into it.
here. All right. Quarterfinal 2, match number 3, drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
You said keep an eye on 4272.
Yeah, look
look
at
at all the cargo for both teams going in.
Oh, they bounced one out. Oh, there's their second one. See what's happened? The human player fed them one. They go back and shoot that in auto. That is, almost got it.
A little too strong on the human shot. 26-14 after the autonomous 15 seconds. And now the next 2:15. Drivers control their robots. They'll pick up the cargo, try to score it into the hub.
6498 already playing some D on 292, but that's a hard team to slow down.
And you can bump into one another. You can get a little aggressive, but just keep an eye on the referees. You get a 5 count.
That's right.
Right now, 48-32, but a lot of cargo going in for the blue in the upper hub. That'll get them back within single digits.
Oh, boy.
A minute 20 to go. Double-digit lead for the Red Alliance.
Yeah.
These two teams, these two alliances split their first 2 games. Winner here will advance to the semifinals and get the 1 seed of Brownsburg, Purdue Polytechnic, and Munster.
Boy, there's some good cycling out there right now. I can't believe it.
Under a minute to play. Good defense there on the right side.
Yeah.
You saw the referee wave his flag, so we'll check the penalty at the end of the match.
And the kids are so aware of that, boy, out of the side of their eye. They can see it right away, and the kids know to back off. And
closing in on the 30-second horn.
Look at that.
76, now 78 to 64. Under 30 seconds to go. One robot already hanging up for the Blue Alliance.
I think Blue might have went over the bars a little too early. We'll see.
No, 292 falls and is upside down. They're not going to be able to recover from that.
No way. The only way they can get back over is if another team helped them, and obviously both teams on the bars, so it's over.
So the Blue Alliance will only be able to score 2 robots here in the hangar zone.
Yep.
2 robots are up for the red, and as you see on the scoreboard, it was already decided.
Yeah.
And the Red Alliance, the 4 seed, is going to advance to the semifinals. You see the team from Fixed Gears. I'm sorry, from 1501, that's the team from Huntington. 292, that's the robot from Western that took a tumble as it was trying to climb onto that top bar.
I didn't see it. Was it going from 3 to 4? I think it might have been.
And I don't know if an arm just missed and it fell.
Yeah.
We'll probably get a replay of it, but the Red Alliance, it's official.
Oh, yeah.
108 to 74. So how about this, Jim? The 4 seed advances to the semifinals. In both of their wins, they put up triple digits.
Sure.
They will face the 1 seed. They also put up triple digits in their 2 wins.
Yep.
That's gonna be a fun matchup.
Could be a shootout.
As you get a look at a replay of the first 15 seconds once again in the autonomous play. That human shot went a little long for the Red Alliance.
Yeah.
And again, great defense, 64-98 there from Castle. Working on 292 from Western. 42-72, throwing the block.
Right. Well, and I see, that Fixed Gears team, they're a little taller, so, they can get in front of a smaller team like 42-72 and create quite an obstacle for them.
And right about
I'd like to see this hang.
Here, 292, here it is.
Oh, wow. They were just swinging too much. That was a problem. They just had too much swing going.
And unfortunately, nothing they could do there.
No. That's really too bad.
Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance, Fishers working their way up. McCutcheon and Castle, those 3 teams making up the 4 seed, and they will advance to the semifinals and face the top seed of Brownsburg, Purdue Polytechnic, and Munster.
Well, I can speak from experience. Even that number 1 seed with some pretty good defense being played on them in the quarterfinals, they were still able to put up over 100 points. So they got their work cut out for them.
We're going to get ready for the semifinals. It'll be the 1 versus 4 and 3 versus 7 for the state championship semifinals. We'll take a break and get ready. We'll be back in a moment. You're watching the 2022 First Indiana Robotics State Championship from Rose-Hulman on ISC.
First has changed my life for the better, teaching me skills like problem solving, public speaking, and other tech skills that make me feel much more confident about my future.
81% of First alumni choose to go into a STEM-related major. Right now, Michigan has 11% of the First teams in the world. That's 10 times the amount that Indiana has, while they only have 1.5 times the amount of people. We want that same growth for Indiana, making it so that STEM is accessible to any people, no matter your zip code or your status.
There's this company called Borg Warner in Kokomo, and they're actually looking for employees that are trained in STEM, but there's not a lot of those. If we implemented First in Indiana to where everyone, no matter their economic status or race, could have access to it, then they'd have a lot more employees trained in STEM.
The goal of this bill is to provide all kids in Indiana with an opportunity to participate in FIRST events. This means giving all teams annual funds to pay for registration, event fees, and a kit of parts.
If you would like to find more information about this bill, you can go to firewarriors.org/bill.
So this is my second year doing FIRST. I did FTC last year and this year, now I'm doing FRC. I thought it was really important to bring FRC to our kids just because it's a next level challenge. It requires such a higher level of teamwork, of collaboration, of hands-on engineering and manufacturing skills. I mean, by trade, I am a manufacturing teacher. It's what I do. So having the students have to manufacture to certain tolerances, to work together, to talk, to communicate, and an end of the day objective to hit. It's just so rewarding to watch the students work together, struggle and achieve, and work as a unit. It's the best part of education. It's why I became a teacher, is to watch my students flourish in an environment that is challenging, exciting, fast-paced, crazy. I love it. I'm absolutely hooked. If I could do 2 FRC teams, I'd do it. If I could do 3, I'd do it. It's so great. I mean, what my kids are accomplishing, what my kids are doing. I watch it day in and day out and see this is because of their drive. Like, getting FRC at our school was a student thing. I said, hey, if you guys want to do it, make the money. They made the money. They made it happen. And it's great to see where there's a will, there's a way, and my students always seem to find a way.
We started our team, 7198, 5 years ago. I did not necessarily want to be involved in robotics. My son wanted to be involved in robotics. So the welding teacher who was starting the team asked me to help her out, and I said no. And she asked me to go on a field trip, and I said no, not really. And she asked me to go to a competition, and I said no. And then she asked me again, and I said, fine, Kim, I will go to a competition, and I will go to this field trip to Purdue. And we went, and then I saw all the things kids were learning. I saw the community service that they were doing. I saw the joy in their eyes, and then I got hooked. And so here I am 5 years later, an English teacher, being the lead mentor of a successful robotics team and loving it every day. One field trip, just go to one field trip with me. And yeah, I'll just go to one field trip with you. And then I was hooked. And then my husband's hooked, and my son's hooked, and we're gonna be part of first for the rest of our life.
Welcome in inside Holbert Arena. Ron Connett, along with Jim Langfelt, joining us as we're getting ready for the semifinals. A little bit of a break and an opportunity for the fans to get their groove on.
Yeah.
Just finished up the Macarena.
Any of these kids know Guns N' Roses?
If not, the parents will definitely teach them.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So the quarterfinals are complete, and some great matchups, including an upset. The 7 seed takes out the 2 seed. And so 7, that is the team made up of West Lafayette, South Bend Career Academy, and Homestead, will face the 3 seed. That alliance features Columbus, Warren Central, and University. Our other semifinal matchup, the top seed, Brownsburg, Purdue Polytechnic, and Munster will take on the 4th-ranked alliance, Fishers, McCutcheon, and Castle.
Yeah, it's just kind of trying to break some of this down. That number 1 seed's going to have some trouble because I think we've got some teams in that number 4 seed that are going to come out and really play some heavy defense. There's also a team that really shoots well for that number 4. So I don't know. It's going to be a toss-up for me on that 1 versus 4. 3 versus 7. That number 7 seed, man, they look good, don't they?
Yeah.
I don't know how you come back against them because there's a couple of strong shooters right there.
Going back to the 4 seed, and you look at Fishers, Tiger Dynasty is what they call their robotics team. They played in the final qualification match of the day earlier this morning. We're on the outside looking in, helped their alliance get a win, and with that win, propelled themselves into the top 8.
Oh, that's right.
And that's what helped them get into a position where they got to choose who they want on their alliance.
Well,
and now look at this. They're in the semifinals.
And what it shows, beyond how good the robot is, it shows their scouts. I mean, their scouts probably spent, a day and a half really digging into the data, and they made some good choices last night that put them in a position to choose a couple of really good teams. And boy, I couldn't argue with their choices.
Get a look inside that Red Alliance, the number 1 seed, 31-76. Those are the kids from Brownsburg.
Yeah.
The ones in the red, that's Munster Horsepower. And then the third team of that alliance is Purdue Polytechnic, which has been one of the strongest teams all season long.
I mean, just unstoppable. You know, we were at West Lafayette with them a few weeks ago, and I mean, just nobody could touch them. Their cycle times are so fast and just flawless. Now we saw some hiccups from them, yesterday morning. Looked like by yesterday afternoon they were starting to get things ironed out, and they've been on fire here in the finals, haven't they?
You see it's a couple of their team members there in the crowd, including Andy. There he is in the top left. He was one of our analysts this morning.
Oh, yeah.
I was told he looked like Michael Phelps. I can kind of see it if he turns back around.
Well, I'll tell you what, the pool's right here behind us. We can try it out.
I can see it.
Yeah,
he looks a little like Michael Phelps.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's get ready for the semifinals. We're going to kick it down back to the floor for our MC. Here we go.
Starting off, we have from the number 1 alliance, team 7457.
Super Duper Robotics.
Their partners, number 1 overall seed and alliance captain team 3176.
Purple Precision.
Finishing out this alliance team 3147.
Munster Horsepower.
For the Blue Alliance, our number 4 seeded alliance, we have team 4272.
Maverick Boiler Robotics.
We have team 5010.
Tiger Dynasty.
And team 6498.
Castle Robotics.
Jim, buckle in.
Yep.
Our first semifinal matchup. Again, it is best of 3.
Right.
But let's see who can win this first game between the 1 seed and the 4 seed. Red Alliance, Brownsburg, Purdue, Poly, and Munster. Blue Alliance, Fishers, McCutcheon, and Castle.
Yeah. Usually by about the semifinals, some teams are going to bring out a new wrinkle for autonomous, so I'm kind of watching closely to see if we see anything exciting here, but super duper.
Ooh, human shot for the Red Alliance.
That's a two-handed overhand, huh?
Sign them up for the basketball team.
Bet.
38-24.
Just as suspected. We got some defense on super duper already.
That's the robot from Purdue Polytechnic, 74-57. Big old jumbo in the top left portion of the playing floor.
Yeah. I mean, what's so hard against this number 1 alliance is, you go play defense on 74-57, and then you leave 31-47 open, and man, that team's no slouch.
There's a couple of shots for blue, but the red responds with 4 more cargo into the upper hub. 52-34 with under 85 seconds to go.
Oh, there they got a few off. Okay, all right.
Couple went short. Closing in on a minute to play. Slight advantage for the Red Alliance, the number 1 seed. Beating and banging on the left side.
Yeah.
Under a minute to go now, and the Red Alliance starting to pull away a bit.
Yeah.
72-50.
Man.
A 30-point lead here in the first game of our semifinal matchup between 1 versus 4.
Just 3 quick teams, super able to just cycle, and I don't know how you shut them down.
Munster already climbing up the rung.
Sure, I mean, they got a safe lead.
Purdue Polytechnic's robot, they'll start to climb as well. In the blue corner, McCutcheon, 42.72, making its way, but with under 10 seconds to go and down by 32 points. This is going to be a dominating win for the Red Alliance. Two robots up top. That'll secure some hanger points. You got the third robot, 31.76, from Brownsburg, getting 4 more points on the lower rung.
Right.
But look at that score.
Yeah. I mean,
31 cargo plus the hanger points. We'll await the official score, but you see the celebration already for the Red Alliance. Dominating win here in game number 1. Official scores coming through. 126.
All right.
That is the third highest score we have seen all weekend.
Yeah. And like I said, there was some pretty good defense being played out there. So, you know, when you can put up 126 with defense, I don't know.
As you take a look one more time at some of the highlights of this matchup.
You got balls coming out everywhere.
And wait for the red human shot. There it is. Boom. From the corner. Again, you get one of those. That was player from Purdue Poly.
Yeah.
You get one human shot per matchup. That helped out. But, man, the Red Alliance came out strong, scored early, and scored often.
I noticed on that replay that Super Duper actually collected 3 balls. They were quick to spit out a second one. I'm not sure if the ref caught that one or not. You can only possess 2 at a time.
126 to 79. So game 1 goes to the top seed of Brownsburg, Purdue Polytechnic, and Munster here in our first semifinal. Now we go to the bottom part of the bracket. 3 versus 7. Again, the 7 seed. West Lafayette, South Bend Career Academy, and Homestead pulled the upset, sweeping the 2 seed. 75-66 and 80-75 were the final scores in that 7 versus 2. As again, you see the reaction from the Red Alliance and the top seed.
They know they're getting close. They can smell it. I tell you what makes this number 7 seed so tough is, like I said before, there's just a couple of teams there that can cycle so fast and so accurate, and then they got that third team. That Homestead team can support them doing a little defense and a little cycle time themselves, and this is going to be a good matchup.
Let's go back down to the floor for our introduction for our second semifinal.
On the red side, they upset a powerhouse number 2 seed Alliance to make their way to the semis. They're going to try and keep going against the number 3 seed Alliance over there behind the blue glass. Let's meet our teams, starting off 54-84.
The Wolfpack.
Alliance captain, team 461.
Westside Boiler Invasion.
And finally, team 4982.
Olympus Robotics.
On the blue side, team 829.
The Digital Goats.
4926.
Galactic.
And 7617.
The Roboblazers.
Semi-final 2, match number 1 between the upstart number 7 seed, number 3 seed on the blue side. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
The 3 seed is your
Right,
Blue
here we are, an
Alliance.
autonomous 3 blue.
The
Cargo
Red
going in
Alliance
first.
is
Another
the
red, now
7
2 more
seed.
blues and 2 more red. And another blue and another red from the human player.
Okay.
Good job from the red human player. They're putting one in on the upper hub.
Pretty even.
26-26 at the end of
Tied
Autonomous.
after the first 15 seconds of play.
54-84.
So a good start for the 7 seed once
loaded
again.
up and ready to go. Let's see if they can shoot. Lined up, no defense. Shot up and in for the Red Alliance. Down the blue at 8:29 gets 2 of them themselves.
34-32, now tied once again. Good battle. Got a couple of robots playing offense.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you got 1 versus 1 playing some defense as well.
Olympus
49-26. That's Galactech, the team from Columbus, playing some great defense for the Blue Alliance.
46-42.
Again, the Red Alliance, the 7 seed, pulled the upset over number 2 in the quarterfinals, and they have a slight advantage here in the semifinals.
Yeah, they're looking pretty strong. Oh, wow.
Ooh, big hit on the right side.
Yeah.
Everyone stays straight, everyone's still going.
I'm impressed with their cycle times. These guys they can really maneuver those machines fast.
A couple more balls go in for Blue. They're going to need them. Yep. Under a minute to go. The Red Alliance, the 7 seed, still holding the advantage.
Good defense being played.
Another big hit on the left side.
Yeah. 461's a little top heavy.
Closing in on the 30-second mark. You'll see the robots head to their hangar zones.
Getting close. There's the whistle.
It's a 74-58 lead for the Red Alliance.
Looks like 461's going up first. 54-84 getting in there.
The Blue Alliance, they're going to need to score a lot of points here in the hangar zone if they want to avoid an upset loss here in game number 1.
8:29 going up.
All 3 robots up for the Blue. All 3 up for the Red. Oh, one fell for the Red Alliance right at the buzzer.
461, that's too bad.
That might keep it close for Blue.
I think that's the first time I've seen them do that all weekend. Huh.
Not exactly sure what happened. Might have just slipped as they were trying to make their way to that very top bar.
Yeah.
But we'll await the official scoring. This is going to be close.
I almost wonder if Olympus Robotics maybe touched them when they were going up, pushed them off the bar. I don't know. I got to see the replay.
It is the Blue Alliance. The 3. Oh, my goodness, by 1 point.
Yeah, that would have won it for them.
And it all went to the hangar. Do you see that? 31-16 in the hangar zone. What a comeback by the Blue Alliance as they take game 1.
So now what you wonder if there's any damage to that 461 machine that fell over. That went over hard.
You see some of the team members talking about it.
Yeah.
Wow, what a game. Again, it's best of 3.
Yeah.
So they will compete once again
for
a spot in the finals of our state championship. But you take a look at some of the highlights of that matchup. Man, great start for both teams in the autonomous stage. 8:29 from Warren Central. The Digital Goats. And there is the onboard view from the Digital Goats as they have a camera on their robot. That is so cool.
Isn't that awesome?
Helps them be able to see where that cargo is.
What none of us realize is the obstacles that are down on that field. When you're trying to drive and pick up a small ball all the way across 57 feet of field, and you have all these things in the way, you know that camera and that monitor is a really good idea.
As you see, all 3 robots for the Blue Alliance. That is where they got the comeback win.
Would they get 1 to traverse all the way up? Yeah.
8:29 was there, just couldn't get it.
Couldn't quite get it.
And then on the red side, watch this closely. 461. That's West Lafayette. 54-84 is South Bend Career Academy, and 49-82 is the robot from Homestead.
Right. So Homestead goes in there. I think they might. Yeah, see, they lifted him up. You see that right underneath the bumper. 49.82, just pushed them up a little bit. Boy, that takes some coordination, you know.
So a little friendly fire, if you will.
Yep. Yep.
And the reaction from the Homestead crew saying, oh, man.
Dang, so close. Well, and, you know, when you have a match that close, so you're going to go back and try to come up with a new strategy. But, you know, my argument might be, hey, listen, we were so close. All we have to do is have a clean hang with 3 teams. I don't think we change a thing. We just you know, try to clean up that hang a little bit.
So 93-92, the final score. I think that's the 3rd time this weekend where we have had a 1-point victory in a matchup. Jim, one more look.
Yeah, just 461 doing a lot of swinging. 49.82 just touches the bottom of them. And, you know, it doesn't take much.
And as they start to climb up, boom.
You know, luckily it looked like most of the impact was on the bumper, so I hope there's no damage.
So they'll give the teams a break. We'll continue the semifinals. 1 versus 4, game number 2, and then 3 versus 7, game number 2 in that matchup. But before you know it, we will have our matchup for the state finals. Do not go anywhere. Our coverage of the 2022 First Indiana Robotics State Championship coming up after this commercial break here on ISC.
Hi, thanks for calling Ask Rose. What are you working on tonight?
Well, I'm doing this algebra assignment, and I kind of just don't get it.
Okay, yeah, algebra can be pretty tricky, but I can help you walk through it if you'd like.
So there's this hill, and its measurements can be placed on a 2-dimensional linear graph, and x equals 5 while y equals 165.
At Ask Rose, the hill we're climbing is the challenge of providing Indiana students with world-class tutoring at no cost to them. We believe our state's future depends on the next generation of bright young minds, and we're determined to give them the support they need.
So if it crosses the y-axis at 15, we can put those values into our formula.
Okay, that makes sense. I remember walking through this in class.
Since 1991, we've helped nearly 750,000 students, but there's still an urgent need in Indiana for more STEM-capable graduates. Timely guidance from Rose Holman students can be invaluable.
So if y equals mx plus b,
and m is the slope and b is the y-intercept.
That's it, you got it.
Making that light bulb go off for a student also helps create a brighter future for Indiana as a whole.
Nice work. You used the slope-intercept form to tackle this and find the slope of the hill.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Hey, great job. Is there anything else I can help you with tonight?
It's essential that STEM education in our state continues to attract and empower students from all backgrounds. This free resource goes a long way toward leveling the playing field for all. Thanks for helping provide a solid solution. Together, we're preparing students to build a better future for Indiana.
I have learned leadership skills, communication skills, teamwork skills. Because of FIRST, I've even gotten mentorships with NASA for stuff involving marketing and engineering. FIRST is just so much more of a program than robots, though I love building the robots and helping with the programming. It's all just such a life-changing experience. You will meet a whole bunch of people that will impact your life in the best way possible, and you will build such a bond, not just with your robot, but with your team members, and it's just such an amazing experience. If I had to pitch something to a sponsor, I would first discuss our robot, but also discuss how once this person sponsors our team, that they are a part of our team and our family as well, because as I said, we're more than robots, we are a family.
son Andrew is drive team for fixed gears. The good thing about what we've seen from this team is that it's really forced him to have good interaction, made good friends, people with like interests, people that can inspire him to improve and be better in terms of a person and also a good teammate.
My son is in his 3rd year on the robotics team. He's gained a lot of friendships and they're like a family. He's also planning to go in the engineering field, and I think that's helped just reinforce that and helped him to have some clarity on what he wants to do after high school.
In 2006, my son was on Team 135. It is life-changing, you know. He became an engineer, and he now works for INDOT. Thanks to the robotics program, it guided him in that direction.
I have a son on the team, and he's been in it for 4 years. He's a senior this year. He was introduced to it, I think, through some friends at school. I've seen him grow from like a shy kid to a confident young man, and now he wants to go to Purdue for engineering.
I think it instills a sense of responsibility, but also a sense of teamwork. I think that is something that's really important no matter what profession you decide to go in the future.
I've seen so much positive with our son and how much he's enjoyed it, and I would definitely recommend it.
It will change their life forever. It will give them confidence. It'll give them a career path. I mean, I have nothing negative to say about it at all.
First teaches them way beyond engineering, and they support each other. It's teamwork. The students all work together for a common goal.
Welcome back inside Holbert Arena on the campus of Rose-Hulman in Terre Haute. Rob Conant, Jim Langfeld back with you here, a packed arena as our semifinals will continue after a little bit of a break, letting all 4 alliances make any adjustments that they need to their robots.
Cooling off those motors.
Well, you see there 31-47, 31-76. Those are the robots from Munster and Brownsburg.
Yeah.
Along with them, Purdue Polytechnic. They make up the number 1 seed. They already won game 1. Someone needs to wake him up.
Yeah.
It's go time. Let's go.
I hate to say it, that kid's on my team.
It has been a long day, though.
Yeah,
you said what? You guys were up since almost midnight last night?
Oh, later than that. I mean, my hotel manager had to come and tell me my kids were still in the lobby doing their scouting at about 1 o'clock this morning. So, you know, these are long weekends for us.
Brownsburg, Purdue Poly, and Munster make up the 1 seed. They took the first game, 126-79. Taking on the 4 seed. That is the alliance made up of Fishers, McCutcheon, and Castle. So a win here for the 1 seed puts them into the finals.
Yeah.
4 seed can keep their season alive if they win here and force a 3rd and decisive match.
Alliance 50-10. And 64-98.
I just love seeing when they announce the teams, just the students, the fans, the parents, everyone getting into it. You see costumes, signs, lights.
I just know how much work and effort goes into each and every one of these robots, and these teams are so proud of their accomplishments. Boy, it's fun to watch.
Here we go. 1 versus 4. Game number 2.
Let's see what happens.
A win for the red puts them into the finals. A win for the blue means a 3rd and deciding match.
Yeah.
A lot of cargo going up for both blue and red.
Man. That super duper team going for, I think this is their 4th.
Human shot.
Wow.
30 to 24, make it 34 to 22.
Well, it's hard to come back after that start.
That's how the Red Alliance got off to a hot, quick start in the first game between these two alliances. They went on to win by more than 40 points.
Yep. And like I said last time, you know, the Blue Alliance, they're kind of stuck with who do I play defense on.
Yeah.
Both these teams can shoot so well.
Looks like a man-to-man defense.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
One robot on one. 20-point advantage early on for the Red Alliance.
So there you saw Super Duper kind of parking in a spot where their alliance partner could shoot, and the Super Duper was defending to keep that defense from hitting their alliance partner. That's some good strategy right there.
Super Duper, the robot from Purdue Polytechnic, number 7457.
Well, I'm so impressed with that 31-76 team. They've been shooting the lights out all weekend.
That's the robot from Brownsburg. They've surprised some teams here this weekend. They came into the state finals ranked 25th in the state.
Wow.
And all weekend long, they've been ranked top 5.
Yeah. They dialed something in.
Under a minute to go. 72 to 41, another big lead for the Red Alliance, trying to secure a spot in the state finals.
Yeah. Just keep on cycling, don't they?
Already one robot going up. 2 robots going up for the Red Alliance. Now it's just one.
Yeah, he's going to cycle another one. Long shot, nails
Got
it.
And now they'll head to the hangar cell to climb. On the blue side, they're going to need a miracle here. 20 seconds to go. 50-10 climbing up. That's the robot from Fishers.
Yeah, look at that.
McCutcheon joining them up the bar, but will it be enough?
Wow.
Down to the final 5 seconds. All 3 robots for the Red are up.
Yep.
And it looks like it's going to be another victory for the Red Alliance. The number 1 seed will await the final score. I did see at one point a flag go up, so I know there is a penalty at some point.
See that. Yep.
So we'll check the scores.
Hard-fought match, though, I'll tell you.
The 4 seed, the Blue Alliance, knowing that it has come to an end. We're just waiting the official score.
Yeah.
The number 1 seed has put up triple digits in each of their 3 wins here in the playoffs. Will it be 4 for 4? Yes, 116 to 95, and the 1 seed, Brownsburg, Purdue Poly, and Munster secure their spot in the finals.
I'm happy for them.
What a performance once again. They have been dominating. And so the top seed, Brownsburg, Purdue Polytechnic, and Munster will play for a state championship. Who will they face? We'll find that out here in a moment. As you get one more final look at some highlights of that matchup. And again,
boy,
what a quick start for the Red Alliance.
Yep.
Blue hung in there for the first 15, 20 seconds.
They really
but man,
did.
That Red Alliance, the number 1 seed, they just could not stop scoring.
Nope.
Jim, we want to thank you for joining us and helping us out. Again, we have a rotating panel of analysts that have been helping us out here on ISC.
It's been fun.
Thanks so much. And we're going to get Scott Miller in here as well to help us continue semifinal coverage.
All right.
Sorry about your season, about your team,
I'm
but
super proud. Very proud of what they've accomplished this year. You know, we had some up and downs, but man, we ended on a high note. Just excited to be a part of it.
Thanks again, Jim. Joining us from Penn Robotics, helping us out on the coverage. Now we're going to get Scott Miller in here to help us out for our next semifinal matchup. And it will be 3 versus 7. And what a game it was for the first matchup between 3 versus 7. As the 3 seed of Columbus, Warren Central, and University came from behind in the hanger zone and beat the 7 seed 93-92. So what will happen in this second matchup? Scott Miller now joining us here in the broadcast booth.
It's going to be crazy again. I mean, you got some
Buckle
great
in.
scorers. You have a regional winner out there already. So introductions are coming up. The 49-92 plays wicked defense. 49-82. Galactech, the captain, can score a lot. Digital Scopes can score a lot. They're going for their 5-ball lotto. Let's see if they can make it.
He's Scott Miller. I'm Rob Conant. Thanks for joining us here on ISC. Working our way through the first Robotics State Championship. Let's head down to the floor for our team introductions for this semifinal matchup.
There's my team. Good-looking group there.
And 49-82.
Olympus Robotics.
Blue Alliance, all business. Trying to put it away. Team 829.
The Digital Goats.
49-26.
Galactech.
And 76-17.
Let's hear it for the Robo Blazers.
Semifinal 2, match 2.
So here we go.
That's a good-looking crew there, isn't it?
Red Alliance fighting to stay alive.
They are looking good. I do going to ask Scott, as we'll start this semifinal matchup real quick, how did you guys come up with the name Digital Goats?
I will tell you that story after the match.
Okay. I know you're focused here. Your team might secure a spot in the finals.
It's kind of a long story.
Columbus, Warren Central, and University making up the Blue Alliance, the 3 seed.
Blue comes out autonomous in the lead. Let's see if they can maintain it. Red is really powerful scoring alliance.
30-26. Again, it was a tight battle decided by just one single point in the first game between these two.
Yeah, you see 49-82 playing great defense, harassing Blue. It really is a secret to this alliance winning. 461. Nice shot there. The bridesmaids of this group, they've been here the longest and have never won a blue banner. So I'm almost hoping they win, except my team's out there. They're really good people.
Tugging the heartstrings a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
A minute and a half to go. Still a tight battle, 44-42.
829 coming in for their fender shot.
Oh, man, look at all that cargo all at once going in for both
teams. Look at the scores going up.
And it's still neck and neck.
Point after point, yeah.
Another one goes in for Red. That'll make it 54-52. Closing in on a minute to go. A win for the Blue puts them into the finals. A win for the Red means we'll have a third and decisive match.
Blue won the first match on climbs when Red Alliance had a robot fall off the traverse.
That's right.
Or they would have won easily.
It's looking like it might come down to what you can do in the hanger zone once again.
Yeah.
Still a tight battle here as both alliances still trying to secure as many points as they can in the hubs.
30 seconds left. Let's see what happens. Blue robots are interfering with each other. I don't know what's going on there.
66-62. How many points can you score on the bars?
All right, we have 4 robots climbing up.
Yeah, a couple of Reds going up.
Blue has a slight advantage. Red needs their double traverse to win this.
Now the third robot for the Red Alliance going in. Under 10 seconds to go. This is going to be close.
Blue's having trouble with their climb.
A potential spot in the championship. We'll total up the scores as of right now.
Wow,
Blue with
close.
a 10-point lead. It is going to be close.
That's going to come down to penalties probably. We'll see.
Looking at the Blue, one at the very top, one on the high rung, one on the lower level. Red just about even with what Blue did.
It's so, when you're behind the glass there and you're waiting for these scores, and it's so close. It's
heart pounding?
It's heart pounding.
Oh, yeah.
It gets to you. I like being up here better.
Here is your score. It is
How about that?
Blue winning it, 103-98. Another close final score,
No
but
penalty
that
points
will
at all.
send the Blue Alliance, the 3 seed, into the finals.
How about that?
Feeling better now?
Huh? Yeah, I'm okay. Those were important points for us because it's coming down to qualifying for a championship.
Yeah.
So we're getting pretty close right now.
And so we have our matchup for the finals. It'll be the 1 seed, Brownsburg, Purdue Polytechnic, and Munster.
And the surprise there is Brownsburg. They've had a good year, but they haven't shown that. But this weekend, they have just been shooting lights out. I'm
They
really
will
proud of them.
Face the 3 seed, Columbus, Warren Central, and University.
You would put a lot of money on all these teams being here. I think the only one you would have won on was Super Duper.
Yep, Purdue Poly, they've been strong. They were the #1 team coming into the state finals this weekend.
They have an amazing bunch of students, an amazing bunch of mentors. I love those guys.
All right, so we get a little bit of time.
Okay,
I need
we
to
have
know.
time now.
Yeah, I need to know how you guys
highlights first, though.
got the name Digital Goats.
Okay, we'll do these highlights.
We'll look at the highlights here once again.
Watch the
And
auto.
take me through your robot. 829.
We have swerve drive, right? And so we're going for a 5-ball auto, but it depends on getting that last ball, and we didn't get it. See, it's going to roll out there. Yeah, so that's strictly autonomous. So now it's moving. Now you see defense going on. So in every corner is a module, and the wheels can turn 180 degrees. So if you watch, it'll spin, it'll twist, it can go any direction. So it gives us a pretty good advantage with maneuverability and picking up. We can go sideways, we can go forwards, we can turn. You see how he just moves around?
Yeah.
It's called field-centric drive.
It's as if it's just gliding
Right.
across
It doesn't matter
the floor.
what direction
Yeah.
you're going. You're just pushing it and it goes that direction. It's fun until after our first match when we had to change the swerve module. That's why we were late. That was fun.
And a camera on board. So let me ask you this, Scott. I promise we will get to the story
That's
of
fine.
how
We got
you
plenty
got
of time. Lots of
how
time
you got the
left.
team name Digital Goats. But let me ask you this. First, for maybe some people that are tuning in for the first time watching First Robotics, we saw a look there at how your team has an onboard camera.
Correct.
Not every robot has a camera on their robot.
No.
I'm sure some people are asking, why not? Why would you not put a camera on your robot? Why is that the case?
I don't know. Good question. There is bandwidth issues, and they don't always work because you only can stream so much back. So depending on what you're sending back to your controller, you may not have the bandwidth to do it.
So it might come down to how much technology capable of
Right,
doing it
right.
a team might have.
But we've been using a camera for a long time. And what it's really useful for is when you're in a station, you cannot see the other side of the field.
Right.
So the camera helps us pick up those cargo on the other side of the field. You'll see him sometime, he's out there all the way to the other side of the field. He can't see it. You see him moving kind of clunky. It's because he's driving strictly by the camera.
But you get a good look at the team from Brownsburg,
Yeah, I'm really
part of
proud
that
of that team.
#1 seed.
Yeah, they're great.
They'll be
people.
playing for a state championship. All right, story time.
Story time.
You guys are from Warren Central,
Walker Career Center, yes.
and you're called the Digital Goats.
Right. Well,
Why?
when I joined the team, we were the Fiery Warriors. This was
Okay.
2005.
Uh-huh.
And the team was basically a repository for emo kids and kids with nothing to do. And I didn't like that.
Yeah.
I wanted to change the culture. So next year I decided, well, we're going to completely change the name. We had a meeting, we talked about it, people were throwing names out, cyber, gold, digital gold, blah, blah. I hate them all.
Okay.
Because I wanted something stupid. Because if you look at the good teams across the country, cheesy poofs, things like that, their names are stupid. So everything digital gold, and it just came into my head, Digital Goats. Yeah, that's stupid.
So it's not supposed to be GOAT as in greatest of all time. It's
Well,
literally
that's fine now.
Right, yeah,
But
yeah.
that's not where it came from.
Yeah, literally just a goat.
Just a goat.
Yeah.
And I went home, I made a logo. I got all the kids behind me. They loved it. All the adults hated it.
But now look at them. They're support. Good look at the parents supporting the
Everywhere
goat shirts.
Goat stuff. We
Yeah.
had goat dolls, goat hats, goat jackets. So we're pretty proud of that.
The digital goats, and I noticed on your shirt, you got the name tag Old Goat.
Old Goat.
I like that.
I'm Old Goat.
I like that.
I'm not the oldest, but I am Old Goat.
Yeah, we're talking with Scott Miller from 829. And so take me through some of the emotions now from you personally and your kids, your entire team, knowing you're going to be playing for a state championship.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's going to be quite a challenge. It's exciting. Anything can happen. We're obviously the underdog, but anything can happen. And I actually like being up here instead of being there. I'd probably be on the floor over there. Qualifying for Worlds is important.
Yeah.
It's very, very limited space this year. And just being in the finals, we might be close on points because it's district points. We might be close. I don't know.
And to remind the audience how that works with points, we're here at the Indiana State Championship, but we're talking about qualifying for the World Championships down in Houston next week. Again, how does that all work?
Well, it's different this year because of COVID. There's usually 2 different championships, an East and the South or an East and the West. So twice as many teams get to go. So the district would be sending like 16 teams. But because it's limited to 1, there's only 8.
Oh, wow.
And so there's the Culture Awards, the Chairman's Award, 1741. Wonderful job. Great team won. EI, the 234, another great, and 1555 won the EI Award. What's it stand for? I can't remember. Anyway. And then there's the Rookie All-Star Award. So that's 4 of the 8.
Right.
Now, one team went out and won a regional.
Yep.
So we lose that spot.
That was what? South Bend Career Academy,
yeah,
right?
Career Academy. We played with them in Kokomo in the final. They took a spot. I mean, it's not their fault. It's great. That's just the rules.
Yeah.
So now there's only 3 spots. Oh. So basically the winners get those 3 spots. But not every team's going to go. Not every team is going to say, yeah, we can afford it. It's next weekend.
Right. That's a quick turnaround.
We've been planning for this for 2 weeks to go to Houston. We probably won't go. Odds were slim we weren't going to go, but we've been planning anyway. Mostly because our director really wanted to go, so we make him happy. So we're ready, we're prepped, but we're going to need help. We either need to win or we need to win an award, and somebody has to say, no, we're not going, or we're not going.
So even if you win today,
if we win today, we're
win
going.
A state championship. Yeah,
we're out the door.
Yeah.
Tuesday morning. You want to come along?
We'll see if we can pack up the crew.
Yeah. My boss is not going to be happy. I hope my boss is not going to be happy.
Worth it, right? Trip down to Houston with the kids.
Yeah. Well, it's you get to play with people from literally all over the world.
Right.
And all over the country.
Right.
So it's a wonderful experience. One of the things about being in a district is you don't get to play with other teams. If we were in a regional where it's not a state or a couple of states, where it's all open, then you get to meet people from all over the place, which we used to have. But we just play with people in Indiana, and it's kind of nice to go out and meet some people.
Yeah.
And I have friends from all over the country that'll be in Houston.
How has the experience been this season, and then specifically this weekend here at the state finals, the state championship, getting to mingle and work and even compete with some of these other schools and teams from around the state?
Well, we're all pretty tight. If you notice, we're all hugging. We're rooting for each other. We're a really tight group. Some teams you're tighter with than others. Some teams you practice with all the time. This has been a weird year because we basically started over.
Yeah.
We're all rookies. We have one veteran, and she's working most of the time, so she's not there. So we started completely from scratch with a whole new set of kids. And I love my kids. It's a great bunch. They're mostly freshmen, sophomores, a couple juniors. So I don't know, like herding freshman boys around, but it can be fun. We got a lot of girls. We're very representative of our school, which is a very mixed school. So it's nice to have races, colors, LGBTQ students. They're just awesome. It's a great group of kids, and I love working with them.
How many, again, for those that are new to this sport, how many kids are on one team?
It could be anywhere from a small team like 447 might have up to half a dozen. to a large team like Carmel, which might have 120. It varies everywhere in between there. All the numbers are down this year.
Yeah.
Obviously, for COVID. We have about 14, about 10 regularly attend. Like to be higher than that.
Yeah.
Just to spread the opportunity around. But I'm pretty happy with the foundation we'll have to build on for next year.
And how cool is it when you think about it? Like you said, you have a team of about a dozen. And then you have teams from bigger schools like Carmel, Penn are here, and they have a large crowd. And we were talking about yesterday, the brand new rookie team, Argyle Attack from Madison Grant. Great performance. They were ranked high throughout this weekend. And how cool it is that you could have a team from like, a football, basketball perspective. You're talking about schools that are considered Class 5A, 6A, and schools that are Class 1A, 2A, all competing together.
Yeah, well, you have like Super Duper. Don't you have football team even?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They're very small, charter school by Purdue. They're in Indianapolis. But, they have the classes for it. And Penn, one thing about Penn is it's a class. I love it.
Yeah.
It's actually a 2-year program. And they've turned out some really amazing students. All these kids you get to meet that I've known for 18 years, they're just amazing when you watch them grow up and turn into people. And I've seen a lot of them here today. A lot of people have come because they miss it so much. So.
A near disaster there. We were just talking about Purdue Polytechnic as they were trying to get their robot onto the playing floor, almost took a tumble.
It can be.
Looks like they're okay.
We had a mentor hurt his back one time at an event doing exactly that. He's the FTA down there now. But he twisted
robot's
his back
good
pretty bad.
and player is good.
That's, 123-pound robot, I think 123 they told me, plus 12 pounds of battery, plus probably 10 pounds of bumpers. So you're talking 150 pounds.
Yeah, you got to be strong. Who says robots isn't a physical sport?
Yeah.
You got to be strong to carry these
Not
things.
a contact sport. But these robots, they've evolved amazing amount of power we have now compared to what it was 15 years ago. And they can literally hurt you if you're not careful. I had a broken toe from one.
Oh.
They ran an autonomous routine wrong. He's up in the stands, the programmer who did it, by the way. His brother is a freshman on the team, and his sister's a junior.
Getting ready for our state championship finals.
So you see these teams, they're putting these robots in a very specific place. These robots have gyros, accelerometers, so they know where you're starting, and they can tell where they are on the field strictly by electronics. It's pretty amazing. If you watch our robot, our autonomous is strictly say go to this point in the program, and it goes to that point. And 7457 has a great autonomous routine too. So it's amazing what we can do with programs to actually map out where the robot's going to go. There's a team in Israel that last 2 years ago had complete autonomous robot. They were amazing. Still are amazing.
A lot of different aspects, a lot of different strategies that go into this.
So now we're going to line up for the handshake. It's a tradition in first. When we get to the finals.
For the finals, again, the 1 seed features teams from Brownsburg, Purdue Polytechnic, and Munster taking on the 3 seed. Teams from Columbus, Warren Central, and University.
See, they're bringing out stuff from the pits to the field so they can work on the robot between matches.
Let's throw it down to the floor for our official announcements and introductions of our finals
for this
matchup.
event. Of those 32, these 6 remain. Our number 1 alliance over here made short work of the number 8, rolled through the semis. They're here to play. Here we have our number 3 seeded alliance, and it's beat the number 7 seed that upset the number 2. Now they're here. Let's meet the teams for the finals. Starting off in the first position, Team 7457.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, Super Duper Robotics.
Team 3176.
From Brownsburg, purple precision.
Team 3147.
From Munster, it's Munster horsepower.
Our number 3 seed over here, Team 829.
From Indianapolis, the Digital Goats.
Team 4926.
From Columbus, Galactic.
And 7617.
From Carmel, the Robo Blazers.
Now, it's tradition in first that we have the 2 teams in the finals do a ceremonial handshake before the first finals round. Now, I don't know where you guys have been for the last 2 years, but handshakes are out. So what we're gonna do is have everybody over here wave nicely to these guys over here and vice versa, and wish them luck in the finals. This is gonna be an absolute blast. Let's hear it for these great competitors. All right, guys, back to your stations, let's do it.
Well, unfortunately, not the official handshake, but hey, a wave will do.
A wave and a high.
Gearing up for our state championship finals matchup between the number 1 alliance, Brownsburg. They were the number 1 seed after qualifications. They picked Purdue Polytechnic and Munster for their alliance. The 3 seed, Galactic, the team from Columbus, they picked the Digital Goats of Warren Central, along with the team from University High School, the Robo Blazers. Here we go.
Autonomous modes, watch the cargo fly. It should be probably the biggest autonomous mode we've seen for these 2 teams.
A lot of cargo going in, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, hoop
H-Ray
shot
Knight
will
with her
go
last
in.
shot, and it bounces in. How about that?
30-22 in favor of the Red Alliance. That's the number 1 seed, Brownsburg, Purdue Polytechnic, and Munster. The Blue Alliance, the 3 seed, teams from Columbus, Warren Central, and University.
So Red came out of that with a really nice lead. Blue missed a few shots on their autonomous. They usually get higher points than that. Long way to go, though.
In all 4 of their wins here in the playoffs, the number 1 alliance scored triple digits all 4 times. So they have been an offensive juggernaut. Right now, with a minute and a half to go, they lead by 20, 48-28.
Yeah, 31-76 has just been a shooting machine this weekend. They really upped their game. And they joined with Super Duper, who's been a shooting machine all year long. It's a tough thing to beat.
One more cargo goes in for the Red. They now lead by 20, closing in on a minute to go. Here in final number 1, the 1 seed and the 3 seed playing for a state championship.
Blue shooting.
Oh, one robot goes over.
I did not see what happened.
49-26, took a hit.
The Alliance captain's down. That's going to seriously alter climb points.
44 seconds to go. Blue Alliance down to 2 robots. 49-26, that's the robot from Galactic from Columbus. It is done here in final number 1.
Yeah, they're not getting back up. So wouldn't be surprised to see Red climb fairly early here.
71-46. This Red Alliance has been dominating all afternoon long here in the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and now game number 1 of the finals.
31-47 going for the top. It's not going to do them a lot of good, but get some points. There's only 23 points, but that's a lot with 2
Final
robots.
Seconds, and it looks like this is going to be a win for the Red in final number 1. Again, it's best of 3, but another big performance by the Red Alliance, made up of teams from Brownsburg, Purdue Poly, and Munster. And it is under review as, again, one of the robots for the Blue at 49-26 from Columbus took a big hit and tipped over. As you see the officials discussing.
That's our head ref, Andrew. He's a great guy. It's always hard for these referees when they have to make a decision. I really feel sorry for them. It takes a lot of guts to be a referee.
And the aftermath.
Because, I mean, if you have to give a technical foul or red card to a team, it just hurts your heart. It
We
really
saw
does.
one red card from Purdue Poly yesterday during the qualification rounds.
Yeah, I posted that on Facebook. Flo's call of that. It's wonderful. That's Larry, scorekeeper right there. We'll see what he's marching on. That's not good. This is not good for the red. That's not Red Alliance. That's a red card. So they will be disqualified. Blue will win that. It's hard on the referees. It just hurts. It hurts to do that. I know these guys personally, and it's just you just never want to see it. As a matter of fact, all right. Here it comes.
Here's a replay. Getting a little aggressive.
Not quite there yet. Okay. And you know, if you'd ask me, I'd say just replay it. Don't even do that, but that's not the rules.
So the win goes to Blue after the red card given to the Red Alliance, the #1 seed.
That's a hard thing to have happen, especially now. They'll be carrying a yellow card, so if they get a simple foul, a yellow card, it'll be equal a red card. So that's a tough foul to take.
Yeah, a little controversy here in the finals. A tough call for the referees.
It's hard to celebrate that kind of win.
And we've been talking about it all weekend long, Scott, where you're allowed to play aggressive defense and beat and bang robots, but you just can't cross that line of being too aggressive. And you see 31-47 just getting underneath and
what you see there, they
flip it
started
over.
pushing, right?
Yeah.
When you start pushing, a team starts going up, you're supposed to back off. You can't keep pushing. You can't go through the robot. And I'd be willing to bet that it was hard for them to even see, that driver to see what was going on. And that's the problem. You don't even know you're doing it.
That was the robot from Munster that tipped over Galactech, 49-26 from Columbus. So the red card issued to the Red Alliance, which results in a win in game #1 for the Blue. So, again, it's best of 3.
It's best of 3. That makes it tough. You have a simple failure and lose the next match. You don't have a third one to come back to.
Right.
That makes it hard. We see my team there. They're down. Checking things on the robot. They're having a little bit of trouble with a climber not going up. The old guy in the gray hair, that's Ron. He's a former scout master. He's our knot master. And that climber works off a rope and a winch. So he's responsible for making sure that's fine.
Again, Scott joining us here in the broadcast booth, taking a look at his team, the Digital Goats, 829.
And that's a referee, Logan, explaining to our alliance what's going on. So Logan is also a head referee. We're blessed with some solid referees here in Indiana. Guy in the orange shirt's Kyle. He's a great guy. He's doing FTA work, assistant FTA controls. So it's just a matter of getting it ready. There's a timeout on the field. It's probably not shown on the screen. It's like an 8-minute timeout between matches.
So it gives each team some time to look over their robots and make any adjustments. So a little bit of a controversy, a red card given to the #1 seed here in game #1 of our finals. So the win goes to the Blue. So the 3 seed leads it. Game #2 coming up. We'll be back on ISC.
that all employers realize that programs like FIRST offer the opportunity for students to develop their technical skills. So they're getting STEM knowledge, they're developing their STEM skills, but at the same time developing their professional skills. So they're learning how to collaborate, they're learning good communication skills, they're learning the importance of safety and that it's important to understand everybody's role on the team and how they impact the team with their role. So the advantages of partnering with these schools are the opportunity to connect with the students, helping connect the relevance of what they're learning to what we do at Toyota. We're also able to engage our employees to be mentors, but then also build these students' personalities. They're going to help find themselves through FIRST.
Welcome back inside the Holbert Arena on the campus of Rose-Hulman. Rob Connett, Scott Miller, the rest of our ISC crew back with you here as we're in between matches of our finals of the first Indiana Robotics State Championship. A little bit of a controversy in game number 1. Red card given out to the number 1 seed. And so the win went to the 3 seed, which features teams from Columbus, the Walker Career Center, and University. Again, it's a best of 3, so 1 more, and we will have the 3 seed pick up a state championship. But I know, Scott, it's kind of hard for you with you being with the team from the Walker Career Center, the Digital Goats from 829, watching your team compete in the finals here.
It's interesting.
Yeah?
Being up here.
You're doing a pretty good job, though, like keeping your cool and staying calm, but I know on the inside you're excited and nervous all in one.
Yeah, being up here is helping me. Little therapy. I don't know.
See some of the fans.
There's my team.
With the Digital Goats, and I'm sure they're anxious, nervous, excited.
The guy there on the left is Randy Decker, the bald head. He's founder of our team. He founded it way back in 2001.
1 minute left until we get ready for game number 2 of our finals matchup. So again, the 3 seed, Galactech, that's the robot from Columbus. The Digital Goats from Walker Career Center in Indy. And University High School, the Robo Blazers making up that blue alliance. On the red side, they've dominated all afternoon long here in the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and they were looking like they were on their way to the win.
They were.
In that
Absolutely.
first game, the 1 seed of Brownsburg, Purdue Polytechnic, and Munster. But again, that red card given out as the robot from Munster, a little too aggressive and sent that robot from Columbus tipped over. Referees got together, discussed it, and awarded a red card, and so the win went to the 3 seed. So, what will happen here in matchup number 2?
It should be interesting. This has been a great time. These finals have been amazing scoring. I mean, that's the first time they didn't score 100 points.
Right, right.
So, a lot of it has to do, believe it or not, with the bounce of the cargo. There are matches where there's cargo all around you like manna from heaven, and there's matches where you can't find cargo anywhere. It's all bounced away from you. And that can make a huge difference in a match.
Some parents from Brownsburg looking over the balcony railing for their robot, 3176, purple precision. And what a story they have been all weekend long. Again, we've touched up on this about how going into this weekend, into the state finals, they were ranked 25th in the state, but they had a phenomenal performance yesterday in the qualification rounds. Got that number 1 seed, and they got to pick their alliance.
Yeah, their 25th ranking was kind of that's not where they belong. They belonged in the top 10. Ranking points can be weird, but there's a lot of points for winning finals matches and things that can mess it around. They've gotten better and better and better from their first event in Kokomo to here. It's been fun to watch them get better. And their head mentor, Ben, is a really good friend of mine. We'll be down there hugging probably when this is over, I'm sure.
Get a look at some of the team members from Munster and Purdue Polytechnic.
The guy's an amazing shooter. If they choose to do the human player shot, he gets it about probably 50% of the time. That's pretty good. Pretty darn good. The Munster team sitting right next to us.
And if that camera pans up just a little bit, you see those signs, 31-47. That's the team number for Munster. But I've been keeping an eye on them. How cool, and again, it's not surprising. We're in a robotics competition, engineering and technology. That's what it's all about. But those light-up signs, you see that they're red. That's because their team, Munster Horsepower, is on the Red Alliance.
Red Alliance, exactly, yeah.
But whenever they're performing or competing on a Blue Alliance, those lights switch and they become blue.
Yeah, lots of thought involved. Yeah.
They've been here all weekend cheering on their team from Munster.
You'll see some teams that have lights inside their robot. Some for decoration, some for telling you things. The light turns a certain color. It's telling you a sensor has seen something. Or we talked about doing that. We might do that someday. Yeah, and the fridge is a machine that.
Oh man, that was one of our favorite.
Has
robots.
a lot of different colors. They go rainbow, they'll go red, they'll go blue.
One of our favorite robots this weekend was that robot from Plainfield, sponsored by Carrier. It's a big old box, looked just like a refrigerator.
Yeah, their idea was strictly to do the climb, and they did it very well. They had a few falls this weekend, which was very uncharacteristic of them.
All right, getting ready for game number 2. Again, a win here for the Blue Alliance, and they secure the state championship. But if Red can get the win here, we will have a third and final matchup in this best-of-3 state finals. Buckle in. Going to be a good one. Again, the red card was given to the Red Alliance in the last game, which awarded the win to the Blue Alliance. So, Scott, let me ask you this. Because of that red card, what does the Red Alliance, does that change their strategy in any way? Because they got to be careful, right?
Probably not. They'll just tell them to be more careful playing defense. I don't think they need to play strong defense to win. They have really good scoring. So we'll see if they change it up a little bit. Back off a little bit. A little Top Gun music in the background.
Setting the theme. You can feel the intensity, everyone ready to go.
I prefer final countdown, but that's okay.
Game number 2 of our finals. The Red Alliance, the top seed, teams from Brownsburg, Purdue Poly, and Munster. The 3 seed, the Blue Alliance, teams from Columbus, the Walker Career Center in Indy, and University.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the field. There's no FTAs in any of the stations, and all the lights are off, which means the robots are communicating. Oh, now they're just flashing. They must be resetting the field. That happens sometimes. You have to reset the field. You see the lollipop lights are flashing. That's it, yeah. So it's an FMS problem. Just to make us wait a little bit longer. Oh, geez.
It's kind of like watch any singing competitions like American Idol when they're about to announce, and the winner. And then Ryan Seacrest just waits 30 seconds and just drags it out, having everyone on edge. It's kind of like that.
For drama's sake, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. Our FTA, Chris, isn't a very dramatic person, so I can't imagine doing this for effect.
Now, believe it or not, there's a lot of technology that goes into everything on the playing floor, so they got to make sure everything is working well and ready to go.
Safety is such an important factor in this, and how the robots are controlled by the FMS keeps everybody safe. And when you watch BattleBots, they're just using radio controllers and anything can happen. So it's very important that it works properly.
Great crowd on hand here today for the state championship. You get a full view. Yeah, there you go.
Maybe it is just for effect, because it's affecting me pretty bad.
inside Holbert Arena, campus of Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology here in Terre Haute. They've been incredible hosts this weekend for the 2022 first Indiana Robotics
Yeah, our
District
host,
State Championship.
Carlotta, has worked really hard to get this thing to work. Great partners here. Okay. Yeah. Great partners. They give out lots of scholarships to FIRST Robotics people. They love us. They love our kids. And we love Rose-Hulman.
Looks like we are all set. Everything's working properly, and we're ready to go. Again, a win for the blue, and they are your state champs. A win for the red, and we'll go to a third and final match. Here we go. First 15 seconds are autonomous. Lots of cargo going in for both blue and red to start our matchup.
Blue switching up their autonomous a little bit. They went to a different setup. We'll see what happens with them.
Human shot for red, just short. Blue human shot bounces out, no. Again, you get one human shot per match, and then everything else is all on the robots.
And it's a tough shot. It's a hard shot to make.
26-20. 2 minutes to go here in matchup number 2 of the finals. Again, the Blue Alliance, that is your 3 seed. Galactech and a Columbus. The Digital Goats from the Walker Career Center. And the Robo Blazers of University trying to win a state championship. The Red Alliance trying to win here and force a tiebreaker.
The Reds in the early lead. Let's see if Blue can catch back up.
A minute and a half to go. Again, the Red Alliance, they have put up triple digits in each of their wins here in the playoffs. And they were looking like they were on their way to win the first game here in the finals until that red card was issued. A minute 10 to play. 14, now a 12-point lead, now a 10-point lead. Blues hanging around.
These leads change fast. It all depends on where that cargo bounces, like I said.
1 minute to play. 50-38.
You see the referees counting down pins when robots get pinned.
You get 5 seconds.
They have to back off. You see John counting down there. They back off. Still a 10-point lead, 40 seconds left. Let's see if we go climbing early or what happens with these shots.
Looks like one robot for the red is heading to the hangar zone, and that's 31-47, the robot from Munster.
829's going up, Galactech's going up, Munster's going up.
This is going to be close. Again, the higher you go up on those bars, the more points you score. 15 seconds to play, 13-point lead for the Red Alliance.
Blue having a little bit of trouble getting up.
Couple
Red's
of blue
not
robots
having
up.
Any trouble. Red's not having any trouble.
2 red robots up top.
Blue can't let go. Will go through stuck. There they get off. They're on the high bar.
Buzzer sounds. As of right now, it's a 13-point lead. They'll count up the hanger points, and we'll make sure there were no penalties either.
Looks like we're going through a third match. Again, a low-scoring match for these two alliances.
We'll await the official results. Again, the Red Alliance, the number 1 seed, needed to win there to force a third and final match here in the finals. Final scores coming through, and it is indeed a win for the Red. 90-72, and we will head to a third and final game to determine the state champions.
As it should be. I feel cheated if we don't get at least 3 matches.
It's a good way to wrap up the weekend. Didn't really expect anything different. It's been great competition all weekend long. You see the kids from Brownsburg. Their alliance has forced a tiebreaker. As you get a look.
Blue switched up their auto there. Didn't get any more extra points than they did before. Red standard, 74-57 has just been solid on that autonomous this afternoon.
You'll see a human shot from the red, just short. Human shot from the blue, bounced out in that first 15 seconds of play. And in that teleoperated 2-minute time zone.
7617 has what's called a Mecanum drive, so it's omnidirectional. So it's fun. That's another type of drive. We have like tank drives, 2 swerve drives, a Mecanum drive. So it's quite a mix of drivetrains.
And the red.
Super Duper's always been one of the fastest climbers in the state also. So just watch them grab this really fast and bang against the wall. I love it. They were wall banging robots.
57. Super Duper, the team from Purdue Polytechnic High School. It's been one of the top teams all season long. They, along with Brownsburg and Munster, has forced a third and final game to determine the state championship.
So let's talk about opportunities for these kids. There are like $16 million in scholarships every year available. And my drive coach, Ellie, is a graduate of Rose-Hulman, and she got a scholarship to go to Rose-Hulman through robotics. I have 2 other students who have gotten scholarships from Purdue, here, Cincinnati. They're just fantastic opportunities for teenagers to come here, learn a little bit, and more importantly, get some money in their pocket.
I know during the ceremonies this morning, they were talking about scholarships and said, "Hey, why not? It's free. It's free money.
It is, and
it helps you as you
so many
go
people
throughout your
don't
college
apply.
career."
They don't apply. So
a lot of great opportunities for these kids who are getting ready to graduate high school and either enter the field or head to college.
And it's something you got to start when you're a junior, not a senior. You got to get those scholarships in line. Take care of your parents. Don't make them pay for everything. I was lucky. I had one kid went in the Navy. So Navy paid for his college.
Yeah.
And my other kid's a tradesman. He loves working with his hands, so he didn't go to college. He makes more money than all of us.
And that's the importance of these high school kids knowing there's so many opportunities.
There are
so many different ways, different paths that you can go on. When you're into stuff like this, robotics and engineering and technology, there's so many different options for you after you're done with high school.
Absolutely. And so many don't even take advantage of what they have in high school. I mean, you can learn so much at Walker Career Center, machine class, welding class. You can go out of both of those classes and have a job the next day.
Yeah.
They get certified, they learn, and there's jobs all over the place for that kind of stuff. You don't have to go to college. It's good to go to college, but you don't have to. Go to college later. Make some money, save some money so you don't have to pay for it with loans. So many opportunities that these schools here in Indiana offer.
Scott, one of the things you mentioned, all the different opportunities that you have after high school, and one of those things, like we said, you can go right into the field. Toyota is a great opportunity for these kids, and they are a proud, big sponsor of First Indiana Robotics. Let's actually hear from Toyota here on ISC.
What First is really good with is not just focusing on developing these students' technical skills, but developing all their professional skills as well. So a lot of good communication skills that these students are learning. We're seeing a lot of professional development from the standpoint of teamwork and collaboration, having to work with so many different teams from schools that they don't even know. We really like that at Toyota because we have to do the same thing.
We have multiple mentors on the team that work at Toyota that come and help, and our head coach, Lyle Oxley, he works at Toyota.
Just having people that are in the industry. I know the mentors we have now, they're all working in fields that relate to engineering and design and manufacturing. So just having more and more people that are in the industry helping us, it really helps us just keep going, and it helps us teach the new kids that come in whenever people like me being a senior when we leave to go to college.
They can be like, I've done this before, like if you do this, this isn't going to work out because of this and this.
wiser, they're experienced, yeah.
It really helps a lot because this year a lot of us didn't know how to use any of the equipment. We were all new, so they were able to take us into our shop and show us exactly what we were doing and how to do it without messing up.
As a company in Southwest Indiana, we are dedicated to our community partnerships and partnering with nonprofits, educational institutions to really help build the next generation of our workforce. They're our future leaders, our future team members, and our future community. So we want to educate them and really have them be integrated into our culture.
I wanted to talk with you all about how to start up a program. I know we were a little nervous at first. Our first year, we actually left out the program because we couldn't figure out how to overcome the funding. But after we studied it, it really didn't take much. There was a whole lot of support for the program. You know, there's a NASA grant was out there available to us. At the time, we also had a Monsanto fund, which later became Bayer. And we got even some funding from FIRST. And then we had Toyota. Actually, Toyota is what inspired us to run the program. You know, Toyota really jumped on board. Not only did they provide funding, but they provided us with some mentors. And that, to me, as the teacher, was phenomenal, you know, because my goal with the whole project was to get our kids some experience with real engineers, not just me telling them about theories and all of that, but to actually see how engineers work, how engineers take care of their job and enjoy it. And if you're trying to start a program up, there are several people that you can contact that will really help you get going with that. And in particular, your first and second year with grant money, there's a lot out there. And you know, if you need to, you can reach out to me. We'd be glad to help you out with that. We're very thankful for the opportunities we've had. We've seen great things happen with the program. A lot of our kids are coming out of the program now, going straight into internships with Toyota and other companies for that matter. We've had Berry Global come on with us and several other firms around our area. And they see FIRST on that resume and they're pretty excited. They want to talk more with the kids right off the bat. So it's a pretty great opportunity.
I'm a mentor is because I felt such a sense of community with FIRST. I love being involved with FIRST. I love everything FIRST stands for. I love having an impact on my community, most of all. I love working with the kids and sharing the knowledge that I learned from FIRST and also passing that on to them, as well as knowledge I learned in college. I love seeing young minds develop and I love seeing the students problem solve. It's something you would want your name to be attached to because FIRST is just such a great community and environment.
Rob Connett, Scott Miller, and the rest of our ISC crew back with here inside Holbert Arena on the campus of Rose-Hulman, getting ready for the final match of the day and of the season here for FIRST Indiana Robotics. Match number 3 of our finals of the state championship. The 3 seed featuring robots from Columbus, the Walker Career Center, and University High School won the first matchup thanks to a red card. The number 1 seed bounced back. That alliance formed by Brownsburg, Purdue Polytechnic, and Munster. And so a third and final game, and the winners will receive some hardware.
Yes, they will. And Blue needs to find out a way to score more or to stop Red from scoring so much. They really need to talk and make a plan, do something different. We'll see what they come up with.
Easier said than done, because when you look at those robots on the Red Alliance, you can try to stop Purdue Polytechnic, but you still have Munster and Brownsburg to deal with.
Exactly. And it's hard to stop those 2 high-scoring robots, especially Munster playing defense on you. So it's like any sport, defense versus offense.
Right, right.
What do you do? That sound means 1 minute left in this timeout. Robots should be coming on the field.
Hopefully no one takes a tumble this time, getting back onto the
No, I'm sure that
playing
hurt.
floor.
That would have killed me, but those young people bounced right back up. Ambulance would have been called. We have a couple medics over in the corner with a stretcher, just in case I fall.
There you see Robot 76-17. And the Red Alliance filing back onto the playing floor. 31-47. The Munster.
The butterflies in these kids' stomachs are eagles right. They're eagles right now. This is it. This is the match.
This is it.
Hey, we could have a tie. I don't want a tie. I want to go home. But we could have a tie.
Munster horsepower. Super duper from Purdue Poly. And purple precision from Brownsburg make up the Red Alliance. Again on the blue side, Galactech. That's the robotics team formed by 3 different schools in Columbus.
We'll give a shout out to my friends at Colors Inc. in Indianapolis. You see all these machines from Central Indiana that are anodized. They do all that for free.
Wow.
Dave Hancock, great guy, literally came to us one day and said, boy, these robots are ugly.
Let me help.
What can I do to make these robots not so ugly? And ever since then, he's been just a great sponsor for any team that asks.
Brownsburg's robot working its way back out onto the floor.
That's Ben with a hammer. Don't know what he's doing with a hammer. Hit it, Ben, whatever you're doing. It's tough. It's tough on these robots. These matches, match after match, and defense, things break. It's just, by the end of the season, they just look like war-battered machines.
You think about 54 qualification matches that we had yesterday and this morning. And then best of 3 matches in the quarterfinals, semifinals, and now the finals. That is a lot of competition for these robots.
To the finals, you talk about including practice matches. You played 25 matches.
Yeah.
And the weekend, 2 weekends ago, you played 25 matches. And 4 weekends ago, you played 25 matches. It is really, and you're practicing back at home.
Right.
It is really hard on these robots.
There you see the teams here in our state championship finals. Purple Precision from Brownsburg, Super Duper from Purdue Poly, and Munster Horsepower, sorry. Galactech is from Columbus, the Digital Goats from the Walker Career Center in Indy, and the Robo Blazers from University High School. Split the first 2 games, so we will have a tiebreaker, a third and final match to determine our state champions.
Can pick me off the floor.
We have our number 1 alliance over here, our number 3 alliance over there. They won the first round in this finals match. These guys came back for a third one. These robots are the heck. This is intense competition. They're limping onto the field for our third and decisive finals match. Let's meet the teams one last time. On the Red Alliance, 74-57.
Super Duper Robotics.
Alliance captain, 31-76.
Let's hear it for Purple Precision.
Finishing up our number 1 seed, Alliance, 31-47.
Munster Horsepower.
On the Blue Alliance, Team 829.
The Digital Goats.
Team 49-26.
Galactech.
And Team 76-17.
The Robo Blazers.
Decisive finals match, number 3 of your 2022 Indiana First Robotics Championship. Is about to begin.
Here we go. It all comes down to this. We'll crown a state champ after the next 2.5 minutes. The Red Alliance is your 1 seed. The Blue Alliance is your 3 seed. They split the first 2 games.
Do a little hype action on the crowd.
Oh. You can tell everyone is excited, but also on edge. Trying to figure out how to express those feelings. And like you mentioned, Scott, the kids controlling these robots. Man, the emotions that are going
intense.
through them right now.
It's intense to be behind the glass.
Underway, 3rd and final match of our state championship.
Lots of cargo in the air. Blue doing a better job this time. So is Red. Galactech going for one last shot. They're coming up. Super duper, a long human shot.
Human shot,
It makes
good. 28-22, Blue Alliance with the early lead.
Let's see if they can maintain it this time. 829 coming up, make a nice fender shot. You see those balls behind the hub. They can't see them, only with a camera, so. But they're hard to pick up.
Slight advantage for the Blue Alliance. 40-36.
I don't know, 31-47 isn't moving. Hope they get reconnected because that's a lot of points in that traverse they provide.
It is staying down.
Red's pouring it on though.
31-47, that's the robot from Munster, not moving on the left side. Blue is going to try to take advantage of that, but the Reds staying even. 1:20 to play. We are tied at 52.
Huge barrage from Red. Another barrage from Blue. The Blue cargo going in that upper hub. This is going to be a big score. No more of these little scores. These alliances are going at it.
Closing in on 1 minute to go here in the state championship finals. Matchup number 3. Tied at 64 with 55 seconds to go. Red is down a robot and still staying even.
Neck and neck. They're really pouring it on. But that 15 points is going to make a difference at the end. We'll see.
It's now an 11-point lead.
They're pouring it on. Here
Closing
comes
in
Blue.
on the final 30 seconds of play.
Here comes our climb.
84-80, 30-second horn goes off. They'll head to the hangar zone.
4 points in this.
The higher you go on the bars, the more points you get. 2 Blue robots working their way up the hangar.
The Red poured it on there, added more points.
They added more cargo points. They now lead 94-82, 74-57, making its
They're
way
going
up.
all the way up.
Under 10 seconds
It's
to go.
12 points. We'll see what
It's
happens.
going to be close. All depends on how many points you get in the hangar. Buzzer will sound, and we will have to tally up the points. Man, Scott, this is going to be close.
I don't know. I know that we have 25, 31 points on Blue, and we have 15 on Red.
And of course, we'll have to make sure there were no penalty points. Scott, you can't look. Again, if you're just joining us, Scott is with the Walker Career Center. The Digital Goats, Robot 829 that was competing on the Blue side. You can't look.
I can't talk.
Awaiting the final score. This will be it. Who will be our state champions?
And look at these kids. They have no idea. Look at Sam with his hands in his head. Has no idea. It's hard.
We do have some referees. They are discussing. You see the Red Alliance there in their huddle.
Now, the referees will go a long way to make sure this score
Make
is
sure
right. And
everything is counted correctly.
I'm sure they're talking about the robot that wasn't working and why it happened. Is it a field fault? Is it a robot fault? You never know. We may get a replay. I hope not.
That intensity that you felt before this match started, double it.
Yeah.
Everyone waiting to hear the final results.
Great camaraderie seeing that number 1 alliance down there together in a big huddle. I love seeing that.
Again, going into the hangar zone, it was a 12-point lead for the Red Alliance, but Blue, they got all 3 robots up on their rungs.
Yeah, Blue
Could that
definitely
be
has
the-
a hanging advantage.
I don't know the answer to the suspense, but I'll tell you it's a pretty heated debate going on. So keep cheering. It's going to be an amazing finish. Stand by.
They're still tallying up the points, discussing, reviewing, making sure everything was proper. Oh, man.
I'm sure our FTA Chris is reviewing the logs, seeing what's going on down there.
Again,
Head ref Andrew.
about halfway through that match, 31-47, the robot from Munster died.
Yeah.
And so the Red Alliance was playing with just 2 robots and somehow still maintained a lead. But again, we're reviewing the hanger points, making sure there were no penalties either. The Red Alliance lost the first game because of a red card. That is the main reason why we are here in a third matchup.
This is too much drama. Why can't this be simple? Why can't it be simple?
Oh, man, this is intense. Everyone trying to stay loose.
Scorekeeper Larry down there. They're probably talking about the scores, making sure everything's okay. Building up the drama, like you said.
Again, it's their Ryan Seacrest
Right.
American Idol moment. The winner is, we'll find out after the break.
We'll find out after this break.
We'll keep it here, but we are anxiously awaiting the official results. They have a scoreboard projector here inside Holbert Arena, so everyone's waiting for that final score to be put up onto the projector. You can see some of the teams.
They're working on their robots just in case.
Just
You
in
never
case.
know.
You-
You
yeah.
need to change batteries, make sure everything's functioning. Just figure out what happened to that robot, just in case. You
Is
never
there
know.
any way, could there be something where they say we have to replay?
Yes.
We did have 2 replays in the qualification rounds yesterday.
If they can identify that it was a problem in the FMS that stopped that robot from working, yes, they will do a replay.
We would have to replay. Wow.
A tie, it would be an interesting thing too. It might be close to a tie. I've got to remember the tiebreaker rules. I can't take it. I'm going to give this over to Rachel. I can't take this anymore. Are you ready? All right, thanks.
All right. Scott Miller is going to head out. Again, we have a schedule of our rotating analysts, and unfortunately for Scott, I kind of wish we could keep him up here just to see his reaction as we are awaiting the results. Rachel Baker joining us now here in the broadcast booth. And Rachel, you have been part of robotics your entire life. Your parents were heavily involved. You have been around this. Have you been to an event like this where the final match and we're still awaiting the final results? Has this happened before?
Man, I've been at events many times, and the final deliberation is always tense, but this feels a little special.
All right, let's throw down the PA.
66-0 as a result of a red card. Match 2, red won 90-72 as a result of a well-played match. And you're going to see something really cool here. Let's post the score.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be...
No way.
Unbelievable.
No way.
109 to 109. You know what that means. We get to do it one more time.
Oh, my goodness.
And this is unbelievably special. You guys just spent the last hour with Scott, someone who...
Is he still alive, by the way? Is
I
he
don't think
okay?
so. I don't think so. And especially for these teams, I know that it was really tough for them to have that first match be decided by a red card that, of course, was not intentional. I think that we can all empathize with everyone in that situation, how frustrating and how bittersweet that was, especially for the Blue Alliance. So to have the opportunity to really finish this competition out fair and square.
Yeah.
To have us go to a
we're gonna play one
another
more
match. There's Scott.
We found Scott. He is back with his team. He is
alive.
okay. He was. I mean, when we were waiting, he literally was bent over this table saying, "I can't watch. I can't." So it's good to know Scott is okay, but he's now back with his team. We thank him for joining us here in the broadcast booth and helping us out. But Rachel, you're going to be with us for the rest of the night. And, wow. So, first match decided by a red card.
Yep.
Second match was pretty clean.
Yep.
Third and decisive match, or what we thought was supposed to be the decisive match, ends in a tie. And so we will play a fourth match to determine a state champion. My goodness. Let's see how we got here. Let's look at that third match one more time. My goodness. Great start for both teams once again, and that's kind of been the theme and what you kind of expect out of the top teams here in the finals. Great start in the autonomous phase, a couple of human shots for both teams as well. And then you get down to the nitty-gritty, and 49-26. That's the robot from Columbus, Galactech, helping their Blue Alliance score a bunch of cargo, especially as we got down to the final 30 seconds or so.
And you just saw in there, 31-47 had some connectivity issues during that last match. And so this fourth tie-breaking match will also be a great opportunity for teams to make some fixes before they face off once again.
Until an alliance gets 2 wins. Now, hypothetically speaking, this could also be a tie, and that could go on for up to 3 additional matches. Seems severely unlikely, but you never know. If it's still a tie after those 3 additional matches, then there is a series of tiebreakers based on statistics and all of the stuff we'll deal with if and when it gets to that point. But we may do up to 3 additional matches if they all result in ties. So that's how that works. We'll play another one in just a few minutes.
Official word from our PA announcer, so good to know that
we could be here for a while.
if we keep getting ties. And again, we were showing the highlights. Great effort by the Red Alliance, getting more cargo, but then you saw in the final 30 seconds, all 3 robots for the Blue Alliance able to get to their hangar zone and climb the bars, and that was the difference there to force a tie. And so we will do it all over again to determine a state champion.
Unbelievable. Wow. I haven't seen this happen before, at least not that I can remember, and I think that it really speaks to this process that we have, right? This competition is the culmination of 3 district events. Top 32 teams in the state after those 3 events qualified, and they're here. And then you've been with us all weekend. You've seen qualification matches and then alliance selections, a grueling ranking process, and now the playoffs. We see that we have 2 alliances that are really, really well matched up with each other, truly neck and neck. And it's exciting to be so close to knowing with certainty who is really the true deserving state championship alliance in Indiana.
Again, if you're just joining us here on ISC, first off, welcome. Thanks for joining us here at Rose-Hulman for the 2022 first Indiana Robotics State Championship. 64 qualification rounds. We started yesterday morning. We finished those qualifications this morning. After those qualification rounds, the top 8 teams, based off their rankings, top 8, got to pick their alliance here for the playoffs. Brownsburg was the #1 team after this morning, and they chose Purdue Polytechnic was also in that top 8, and that's fair game where
Absolutely.
You can pick someone else within that top 8. So Brownsburg said, hey, we like what we saw from Purdue Poly, super duper, your robot is awesome, we're picking you. Purdue Poly accepted, and then with their third pick, they went with Munster, and they were the #1 seed. Number 3 seed, Columbus Galactech, was the 3rd-ranked team. They picked the team from Walker Career Center.
829 Digital Goats.
Yeah. And then with their third pick, they went with University, the Robo Blazers, 76-17. And so they were the 3 seed. So in the quarterfinals, the 1 seed beat 8, 3 beat 6. In the semifinals, it was 1 beating 4, 3 beating 7. We had the upset with the 7 seed beating the 2 seed. And then here we are in the finals, 1 versus 3. The first game, again, decided by a red card. It gave the victory to the 3 seed, the Blue Alliance. The second game went to the red. And we just finished our third match, which was supposed to be a third and decisive game to determine our state champion, and it ends in a tie, 109-109, and so that is why we are getting ready for a 4th matchup here in the finals between the 1 seed and 3 seed.
And, you know, something that I find really interesting about these 6 teams that we have in the finals is that most of them have not won recently. So only Super Duper has recently won. They won 2 events this season, and then their last win was in 2019. But all of the other teams have not won since at least 2017. Wow. So 829, 3176, 4926, and I believe 3147 as well. None of them have won since 2017. And in fact, 76-17 has never won. So this would be their first win ever, which this is a big one to be your first.
Of course. You can raise that trophy and win the state championship. So again, we are closing in on about the minute mark. You'll hear a buzzer, and that will signal for the teams and the robots to head back out to the playing floor, and we will do it all over again here in the finals of the state championship.
Alliance number 1. Perfect. Alliance number 1, their robot 3176 is going to need some repairs, and those repairs are going to take a little bit longer than they have. So they went down the list of teams that were not picked for the playoffs. And, update coming right now. 8742 is the robot that will be pulled in to Alliance number 1. And 8742 is Argyle Attack.
More drama.
They are from Fairmont, Indiana.
It never stops, does it?
So they just announced.
Argyle Attack has an opportunity now to potentially go to Houston next week.
So to recap what was just announced, 3176, that's the robot from Brownsburg.
The captain, the number 1 Alliance
The number 1
captain.
team just said, hey, our robot needs repairs. It's going to take a while. And so this is another part of the rules here in the playoffs, Rachel, where if one team says, hey, our robot is not good to go, they can pick.
They don't pick.
It was
they
just the
have
next
to go
one.
to the next
Right.
highest ranked team that was not selected during the Alliance selection. And that team, 8742, is our one and only rookie team that we have here at this competition.
Of course.
So you have a team that not only has never won before, but they've never even competed before this season.
This is their first
and
time.
they're being put in what could be the final match of the state championship. They came in and they were originally a 17th seed. They were not picked, and so now it's a bit of a scramble to make sure that they're ready to go.
Wow.
And to me, this is honestly a huge credit to Purple Precision 3176, our number 1 Alliance captain, to have the humility to say, hey, we can't do it. To not be so prideful, to stay in this final match. They're saying, listen, we want to make sure that our Alliance has 3 working robots that are able to compete at the highest level. And so we're going to tag ourselves out and give another team an opportunity and set our Alliance up, hopefully, for success.
So if you are someone from Brownsburg, if you're rooting for Purple Precision and you're thinking, oh my gosh, we just lost the state championship. No. Because if the Red Alliance wins, now we will have 4 teams claim a state championship. Is that right?
Yeah, and that, I think, we just saw on camera Monica Bravo, who is one of our event managers, part of the team behind the scenes that's coordinating who is going to be qualifying as a result from this competition, who's going to be qualifying for Houston World Championship. So the way that Indiana District works is that we get a finite number of spots to send Indiana teams to the World Championships in Houston next week. We can talk about that more in a little bit. The awards will come into play, but if we end up having 4 championships or 4 champion winning teams with an additional team that got pulled in as a sub, that could certainly make the mathematics, the calculation, the deliberation for which teams exactly are qualifying for World Championships a little bit more difficult.
That's a lot to handle.
Yeah, I'm personally glad that decision is above my pay grade. That I'm not going to be the one in potentially 15 or so minutes who has to make the call, has to correspond with first headquarters to see how exactly does that work. Do we get an extra spot? Does that team use up? Right now, there is one extra quote-unquote spot that we have that is not decided by who wins state championships or who qualifies for world championships based on awards that they have won. There's one spot assigned for the team that has the highest number of district points after this whole season. And so I think that it'll come down to, if we have a winning alliance with 4 robots, do we get an extra spot, or is that points-based spot taken up by this 4th sub team?
So there you see the new matchup for overtime number 1. So again, overtime here in the finals, trying to determine our state champion.
Our number 1
the number 1 seed, 3176, Brownsburg's robot, has bowed out, which means Argyle Attack, the rookie team this year from Madison Grant, will now fill their spot on the Red Alliance and try to win a state title.
And to be pulled in like that at the last moment, truly, 2-3 minutes before they had to load onto the field, they were previously in the stands and had to be pulled off, make sure their robot is ready to go. Right at the final
You can see how jacked they are. They are ready to go.
Absolutely.
Hey, we are now all of a sudden out of nowhere going to be competing for a state championship.
Imagine the adrenaline that would just be coursing through your body if you were in their position.
So keep an eye on Robot 8742. That is Argyle Attack from Madison Grant, filling in for Brownsburg's robot on the Red Alliance.
I'm going to say one more time, that's for our Red Alliance.
Overtime here in the state finals. Here are the teams.
We've got Team 8742.
Argyle Attack from Fairmont, Indiana.
Finishing up our Red Alliance, 3147.
Munster Horsepower.
Getting a bit of a workout in with that team intro.
Let's meet our Blue Alliance. Trying to put it away once again, we have Team 89.
The Digital Goats.
4926.
Galactic.
And 7617.
The Robo Blazers.
Finals match number 4 of your 2022 First in Indiana State Championship. Let's count it down. 3, 2, 1, go!
Buckle in. Overtime here in the finals of the state championship. Red Alliance now made up of Purdue Polytechnic, Munster, and Madison Grant filling in for Brownsburg. On the blue side, teams from Columbus, the Walker Career Center, and University High School.
And coming out of that autonomous period, you can see really how well matched up these alliances are. Neither one came out of that autonomous period head and shoulders above the rest. This is going to be a tight match for our potentially first tiebreaker.
Again, if just joining us here in the finals, what was supposed to be a third and final match in the finals ended in a tie, 109-109. So here we are in overtime, match number 4 of the finals. And it's a 10-point advantage for the Blue Alliance. That is your 3 seed leading the number 1 seed.
And you can see our sub Robot, 87-42 Argyle attack, playing some tough defense, again 49-26. You may also see them pick up a blue ball, even though they're on the Red Alliance, and that's because they're trying to starve the other Alliance from having more cargo to score.
Closing in on a minute to go. 12-point lead for the Blue Alliance, the 3 seed, trying to win a state championship here in overtime.
Blue Alliance has a slight lead, a 6-point difference. 49-26, adding a couple more cargo in the upper hub. Digital Goats, 8-29, adding a few more, but Red is right behind them, not letting them get off any shots without putting up a few of their own.
Closing in on 30 seconds to go. You'll see some of the robots head to the hangar zone. 8:29. That's the robot Digital Goats from the Walker Career Center in Indianapolis.
And 31-47 from Munster, already on the high bar, going up for the traversal for Red, and they've got it. We've seen in these finals how big of a difference the hangar can make.
Red's gonna have to get up there. Down to the final 5 seconds. Blue with more robots in the hangar zone. Can 74-57 get up just in time? I think they did, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. You can sense it. Teams from the Blue Alliance, Galactech out of Columbus, the Digital Goats from the Walker Career Center, and the Robo Blazers from University starting to feel it. We'll await the official scores, but you can see the faces of the Red Alliance. They don't have a good feeling about this. They were down going into that final 30 seconds. The robots heading to the hangar zone. Again, the officials will head to the scoring table. They'll discuss, make sure everything was proper, everything is all good and clean, nothing was missed. And here in overtime of the finals, awaiting the official results to be displayed to everyone inside Holbert Arena.
And seeing the palpable excitement of the Blue Alliance potentially winning. They came into this final matchup considered the underdogs.
Yep.
None of those teams had won an event this season. They were ranked lower, all of them, than the robots on the Red Alliance. And so slaying the dragon in the proverbial sense,
yes,
coming out on top after a hard-fought final rounds, 4 of them, 4 matches, that would just be an unbelievable experience for that Blue Alliance.
Everyone waiting anxiously. And there is our buddy Scott, part of the Digital Goats, potentially a state champion for him and his Walker Career Center in the Warren Central area of Indianapolis. And we're still waiting for the official results to be posted. You see there, everyone at the scoring table, going over final discussions, making sure nothing will be need to change. And let's send it down to the PA system.
Recap here. We've had 4 finals matches, which is kind of crazy. Blue won the first, Red won the second one. Both teams won the third one. And the 4th win score is about to be posted, I think, here in just a few seconds. Perhaps, maybe I have jumped the gun on the decision, but I think the decision's ready to be posted. Maybe. It is. Here it comes. Blue gets the win.
Blue Alliance.
Your 2022 first in Indiana state champions are the Blue Alliance. That is the Digital Goats, Galactech, and Robo Blazers. Your #1 Alliance, Super Duper Robotics, Purple Precision, Argyle Attack, and Munster Horsepower. Thank you for playing Rapid React here at Rose-Hulman.
There you have it, your state champions of 2022. The 3 seed, the Blue Alliance, made up of Galactech from Columbus, the Digital Goats out of the Walker Career Center, and the Robo Blazers from University High School. Your 2022 first Indiana Robotics state champs. What a performance. And like you were saying, Rachel, they were the 3 seed going up against a powerful number 1 seed here in the finals. They won the first matchup because of a red card. They lost the second matchup. We had a tie in game number 3, and then the 3 seed comes out on top in overtime. What a performance. And you saw the reaction of the students, the teams, raw reaction. My goodness, what a performance by the Blue Alliance to claim the title.
And just to put it into a bit of perspective for how big of a deal this is, 74-57, super duper, came into this match, or into this weekend undefeated. They also have the highest average number of event wins per year of any team in the history of Indiana district competition. So they were coming in as a giant into this competition. And then 31-76, Purple Precision, they were number 1 ranked in an extremely deep field. They had the highest number of scoring capacity coming into the finals. And so for an alliance of teams that none of them had won an event this season, to be much lower ranked than our number 1 alliance, it just really shows how not only deep the field in Indiana is, but also just how an intense competition is and how it really all comes down to strategy. Each match is different. As you can see in the replay, it comes down to who is able to get on that hanger, who is able to make the traversal climb. Did you make all of your shots in autonomous? And if you're not on 100% during each and every match, it's not going to happen for you.
You saw the team from Purdue Poly realizing that the trophy just slipped out of their hands there in the final moments. Meanwhile, on the blue side, in the final few moments of this overtime matchup, jubilation, excitement.
And you can really see in these shots how much emotion, how much passion goes into this competition. I mean, on the face of it, people may associate robots with not having much emotion, having AI, but when you see these extremely human emotions and reactions, the blood, sweat, and tears that these teams put into creating these robots to working together, it's just, the excitement is contagious. To see this Blue Alliance, their initial reaction after the match ended, and then also to see them waiting and anticipating, seeing the final reaction when they learned
announcement
that they won, and that they're going to be going to Houston in less than a week. They're going to go compete with teams from across the world representing Indiana as our championship alliance.
So once again, congratulations. Heck yeah!
Those muscles from lifting the robot.
The Robo Blazers out of University High School, the Digital Goats from the Walker Career Center in Indianapolis, and Galactech. That robotics team is made up of kids from Columbus North, Columbus East, and CSA New Tech. So 3 different schools within the Columbus area coming together to form Galactech. They've been competing since 2014, and like you mentioned, Rachel, their first state championship
ever
for any of these 3 teams, these 3 schools. Congratulations once again. Let's throw it down to the PA system once again as we are going to hand out some hardware.
They are currently setting up for the award ceremony, which not only will our finalists and champions be recognized, but throughout this competition, this whole weekend, and even before this competition, we have a team of judges that have been conducting really, really thorough interviews with all of our teams for a really wide variety of judged awards that we have to hand out today. And so not only is this an opportunity for teams who do more than just perform well on the field, but maybe have a really good business plan or have extremely good marketing or had a really good engineering design process or do a lot of community outreach and engagement and educational opportunities. This is also something that is going to play into who qualifies for World Championships in a week. So it's not only good to recognize other aspects of what makes FIRST Robotics a really special program, but it's also deeply, deeply important to these teams who are trying to figure out if they're able to qualify for World Championships in Houston in less than a week.
So again, awaiting our awards ceremony, which will begin here in just a moment. Some of the teams that just finished competing here in the finals making their way back inside Holbert Arena. And again, what a performance here in the finals. The 3 seed Galactech out of Columbus, the Digital Goats from the Walker Career Center in Indianapolis, and the Robo Blazers from University High School. Your 2022 FIRST Indiana Robotics State Champions.
I could tell how much you guys love Crowdatron. Oh. Okay, Monica. You good? Okay, we are ready to go for the awards ceremony. Sorry about Crowdatron. Before we get started, if your team wins an award, we're going to have you come in through this hole in the pipe and drape. Come out here. We're going to greet the judges, go across and leave out that hole in the pipe and drape and head out into there where you can do pictures. If you're on this side, same deal. Come down over here, back around this side, and then come in on the, we're coming on the field, right? Yeah, come on to the field. Like our good friend Monica's here, look at her. Look, oh, she comes in, she's high-fiving. She's high-fiving, and then right out, mug for the camera on your way out, right out the door. All right. We got one more note here. Okay. Whew. That was a blast. I've been doing, this is my 22nd year doing first. I've never seen a 4-round finals, never seen two alliances so closely matched. That number 1 alliance fought to every last bolt on those robots, did the best they could. That was absolutely amazing. Let's have a round of applause for all the great competition we had here. The state of Indiana is awesome when it comes to FIRST robots. We'd like to say thanks to the people behind the scenes who made the last few days such a success, from the sponsors to the planning committee to the field crew and our scoring table folks, the volunteers in the pits and the machine shop over in the BIC. Thank you, volunteers. And mentors, once again, let's thank you. Let's have the students carry on the FIRST tradition of standing up. Students, stand up to thank your mentors and coaches. They generously volunteer their time and efforts because they believe in you. Thank you, mentors. And as this competition season winds down, let's take a minute to reflect on what we've accomplished over the season. The teamwork, developing relationships, learning new skills, preparing for college or the trades, accepting responsibility, having an absolute blast, and building character. As we like to say, FIRST is about more than robots. Now, let's please welcome our judges back out here to help hand out some hardware. Once again, what we're going to have everyone do, come through this way, greet the judges, head out that way into the high bay. And if your team is advancing to Houston, please, please, please send a mentor or the, quote, adultiest adult that you have to the volunteer lounge after the competition. If you're going to Houston, there's money involved. There's logistics help involved. Adults understand that kind of thing. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Are you guys ready to hand out some hardware? Our first award is the highest rookie seed award. This award celebrates, you guessed it, the highest seeded rookie team at the conclusion of the qualifying rounds. Congratulations to Team 8742 Argyle Attack.
And just as a reminder, your folks at home, this was the team that got tagged in as the sub team during that final tiebreaker match. This award is awarded to the team that at the end of competition this weekend was ranked the highest as a rookie team. And they are one of 2 rookie teams that Indiana has this season. They are the one rookie team that we have here represented at the state championship, and they ended the competition this weekend ranked 17th.
Pretty good for the Argyle Attack. Again, this team from Madison Grant. And we had been talking about them all day yesterday,
Our next award
Rachel,
is the
where
Imagery
they
Award in honor of Jack Kamen.
did a great job, surprising a lot of people,
In
ranked
honor of
top
Jack
10
Kamen,
at
Dean's father,
times
for his
yesterday.
dedication
So
to
congratulations
art,
to Madison Grant.
and his devotion to FIRST. This award celebrates attractiveness in engineering and outstanding visual aesthetic integration of machine and team appearance. From their shirts to their pit to the wheels on the bot, this team stands out with a consistent theme. The team embraces all the colors of the rainbow, but their lucky color must be green. Congratulations, Team 6956 Shamrock Robotics.
And this is the team from Westside. This award, excuse me, from Westfield. This award recognizes a team that not only has a really beautiful robot that is not just gray and boring, but also a team that really prioritizes their branding, their marketing, their social media presence, that have, you may see some color coordination, some fancy spirit wear, some costumes. This team has it all. You can't miss them at competitions. Their mascot is the same as their school's mascot, Westfield, the Clovers, and they have incorporated that into every single aspect of their team's imagery. And so that's what this award recognizes here today.
Really enjoyed watching them this weekend, and that robot with the bright green neon lights. They made it to the quarterfinals of the playoffs today.
Our next
Part
award,
of the Six Alliance. So congratulations
the Gracious
to
Professionalism
Shamrock
Award,
Robotics out of Westfield.
celebrates outstanding demonstration of first core values, such as continuous gracious professionalism, working together both on and off the field of play. The winning team exemplifies the principles of FIRST: fairness, humility, positivity, and respect. This team ensured that no one was on their own preparing for the competition. They have shown dogged determination in bringing other teams into their pack. Congratulations, Team 5484 Career Academy Robotics, the Wolfpack.
Wolfpack is a team that has already qualified for World Championships in Houston. They won a regional in New York a few weeks ago, and they were a part of the 7th seed Alliance. They were picked by Alliance Captain 461 and made it pretty far in the finals. This award is congratulating them on their making sure that they are helping out other teams. They're assisting other teams if they need tools, helping them fix their robot, being really kind and sportsmanlike. And so it's really wonderful to see this team, which has an amazing reputation in Indiana for being one of the nicest teams around, get recognized in this way.
Out of South Bend Career Academy. Like you said, they will already head down to Houston next week for the World Championships.
So this is just icing on the cake.
Yeah.
The Team Spirit Award celebrates extraordinary enthusiasm and spirit through exceptional partnership and teamwork, furthering the objectives of FIRST. This team applauds the others with style, with cheering that lasts for quite a while. For their enthusiasm, we would like to thank the team with the hippo robot named Hank. Congratulations to Team 6498 Castle Robotics.
You see Hank on the back of their shirts.
You couldn't miss this team in the stands all weekend. And so that's
have someone dyeing their hair blue. That's
Absolutely.
going all out.
And that's a mentor, too. Got to make sure that that's washed out in time for work on Monday, I imagine. But they've got a really big team, really enthusiastic, great robot. They're playing some really tough defense during the finals this afternoon in the playoffs, but they're also just so enthusiastic and passionate. And so this award is making sure to recognize all of the effort that they put into being loud and proud and passionate in the stands throughout this weekend.
Had a lot to cheer about as well, part of that 4-seed alliance that made it to the semifinals.
Our next award is the Rookie Inspiration Award. This award celebrates a rookie team for outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering and engineers, both within their school as well as in their community. This rookie team got their feet wet at a local FIRST pond, developing a vision to grow a FIRST flock in their community. They have rocked the field and the competition with their disco tunes. Congratulations, Team 8564, the Disco Ducks.
Disco Ducks with my personal favorite team this weekend, but also this award recognizes, of course, rookies have a more difficult time than other teams during the competition. This is their first year. They've not done it before, but this award recognizes that not only are they building a team, but they're giving back to their community, helping build more STEM education and access in their hometown. And so really, really incredible work by a team that, as they said, just getting their feet wet their first year.
Out of Princeton, Disco Ducks. Congratulations to them.
The Autonomous Award, sponsored by Ford, celebrates the team that has demonstrated consistent, reliable, high-performance robot operation during autonomous managed actions. Evaluation is based on the robot's ability to sense its surroundings, position itself or onboard mechanisms appropriately, and execute tasks. For most teams, it takes 2 drivers to operate on the field. For this team, it really only takes 1. Successfully automating the controls, sometimes this robot drives itself. The judges were impressed by this team's stealthy meow. Congratulations, Team 292, Panther Tech.
So we just had a string of culture awards. Now we're getting into the technical awards. This first one recognizing a team with extremely impressive automation. We've been talking all weekend of the importance of the autonomous mode, but this team extended that into the teleop period too, having their programming team automate actions and operations, not just during autonomous period. So this is really impressive. This is a team 292 from Rushville, Indiana, Panther Tech from Western High School.
Been around for a while. We've been talking about the lower your number is, that means you've been doing this competition for a long time. 292, Panther Tech has been around since 1999.
Our next award, the Creativity Award, sponsored by Rockwell Automation, celebrates creativity that enhances strategy of play and was intentionally designed and not discovered. This team got a bit more creative with how they approached the game. With a unique strategy and scoring mechanism, the nominee for this award has catapulted them ahead. Congratulations, Team 1024, Kilobytes.
Kilobytes, they were the captain of the number 2 alliance, had a really interesting mechanism for their intake and also for their shooter. This is a team that has found a lot of success throughout the years. They are tied for the most won events of all time in Indiana since we started our district program in 2015. They're a team that is really consistently impressive, and this award is making sure that they're recognized for their creativity in the way that they strategized for this year's game, approached their design process. Really wonderful to see their work recognized in this way.
Out of Lawrence, the Kilobytes, you mentioned how unique their robot was, the super long one arm that they would use to climb the rungs. So being honored here today, congratulations. The Kilobytes from Lawrence.
Next up is the Quality Award. This award celebrates machine robustness in concept and fabrication. Building the robot is only part of their success, and the judges recognize them as a quality example to others. With modular capability and clean implementation, this robot has an amazing digital quality. Swerving around the field, scoring with ease, and consistently climbing as quick as a mountain goat. Congratulations, Team 829, the Digital Goats.
Digital Goats, one of our champions here at this event. This award is showing that they are an exemplary team that has designed a robot that can withstand the really, really tough on-field play that they have to endure in order to get to the finals. as we've seen throughout this competition, there are sometimes robots that break down in the middle of a match that maybe need a lot of repairs between matches to make sure that they're able to compete. And so this award is recognizing a team that designed for quality in mind, for robustness, for durability. And you can see how beneficial that is. They made it all the way to the finals through 4 finals matches.
Right.
The turnaround time for these matches is really quick. And so being able to be ready is crucial.
There's our friend Scott, who is one of our analysts earlier today, joining us in the broadcast booth. Congratulations to him and his team. From the Walker Career Center, that is in the Warren Central area of Indianapolis. And he told us the story about how they came up with digital goats. And it was simply, they were trying to come up with a different team name, and someone said digital gold, and he said, nah, what are digital goats? The team went with it.
Next up,
classic Scott.
The Industrial Design Award, sponsored by General Motors, celebrates the team that demonstrates industrial design principles, striking a balance between form, function, and aesthetics. This team's robot was designed with a focus on programming potential. Their iterative process created a reliable, accurate, and agile robot worthy of gold that could run with the bulls. Congratulations, Team 4272, Maverick Boiler Robotics.
Maverick Boiler Robotics, one of our Lafayette teams here this weekend. This award is one of the most prestigious engineering awards, really, really emphasizing design and functionality. And I think oftentimes with these types of awards, it's the mechanical aspects of a robot that get awarded, but they specifically called out the programming acumen and mastering and the strategy that they had for how exactly are we going to program, how exactly are we going to code this robot, making sure that it's iterative, that it can be improved upon from competition to competition to competition. This is the 3rd competition they've been at this year, and making improvements between each of those put them in a really high position coming into this competition. They went far in the playoffs. Really great to see them get this award.
One of a few teams powered by Purdue, and everything they do for robotics teams and engineering, and all the high schools in the area coming out of McCutcheon. Maverick Boiler Robotics.
Next up, we have the Innovation and Control Award. This award celebrates an innovative control system or application of control components, electrical, mechanical, or software, to provide unique machine functions. This team has integrated controls throughout the features of the robot, coloring the field with bright LEDs, telling their operators when to strike. With their fast auto-targeting turret, this robot was ferocious. Congratulations, Team 5010, Tiger Dynasty.
So the controls on a robot, as he mentioned, is often related to software, electrical, and mechanical, but making sure that a robot has some automation, and specifically, they mentioned some sensors on here, or some lights, some cameras. So this robot, the turret that he's talking about, is related to their shooting mechanism. It means it rotates separate from the wheels on a robot with a camera that they have and a light that tracks where the goal is, so that they're able to shoot from not just a fixed position, but they can rotate that turret with a camera, with sensors. If you've got someone playing defense on you, that's really handy. It doesn't mean you have to take time to line up your robot as much. We saw how beneficial that was to 5010 from Fishers this weekend. Great to see them recognized this way.
Yeah, able to make it. They were the captains of the 4 seed, able to make it to the semifinals. So congratulations.
Next, we have the
to Fishers.
Excellence in Engineering Award. This award celebrates the team that demonstrates a professional approach to the design process and whose design is elegant and advantageous on the field of play. This team created a pipeline of engineering design processes from the ground up to the final version of their machine. Breaking down this complex effort into bite-sized chunks, using Gantt to stay on schedule, their engineering efforts helped them to not break any teeth while chewing through the competition. Congratulations, Team 3940, Cybertooth.
And you're seeing excitement in the stands for this award. This is considered the most prestigious engineering award that we have during this competition. And it's because it awards a team that has a professional level of engineering acumen and ability in the way that they designed and built their robot. So this team took a really professional way of project managing their build of the robot, the mechanical, the electrical, the software components, using Gantt charts and other project management tools. The goal of this program is trying to train these students to become engineers or other STEM professionals once they graduate. And this team did an incredible job with this Cybertooth from Kokomo.
One of the strongest teams all season long, coming into the state finals this weekend. A 34-2-1 record, ranked second
The
in state.
Entrepreneurship Award
Congratulations, Northwestern.
celebrates the entrepreneurial spirit by recognizing a team that has developed the framework for a comprehensive business plan in order to define, manage, and achieve the team's ongoing objectives. This team displays entrepreneurial enthusiasm as well as demonstrates the vital planning and business skills to ensure a self-sustaining program. A well-thought-out mission and vision statement put this team above the pack. With a realistic evaluation of risk, their sustainability profile ensures their present and future goals are able to be achieved. These dogs have obviously learned some new tricks and can ride comfortably. Congratulations, Team 7454 Huskies on Hog.
As I mentioned with that last award, we really want to make sure that these teams are set up for success after high school, after graduation. And so this award, the Entrepreneurship Award, recognizes a team that has created a robust business plan that takes into consideration how expensive is this robot, how expensive is travel, what fundraisers do we need, what corporate sponsorships do we need to go out and get, how are we going to do that? What's our 1-year plan? What's our 3-year plan? What's our 5-year plan? What's our budget? These teams have to account for and raise sometimes tens of thousands of dollars. Yeah. And these students go out, form partnerships in their community in order to make a sustainable plan for their team. And so really, really well-deserved from Huskies on Hogs.
And you notice on the back of their shirts, all the companies, businesses that help them and sponsor
Next up
them.
is our Judges
So
Award.
Congratulations, Huskies
During
on
the course
Hogs.
of the competition, the judging panel may decide that a team's unique efforts, performance, or dynamics merit recognition, yet do not fit into any of the existing award categories. The judges were impressed by this team's efforts on and off the field, helping other teams gear up for competition. When it comes to climbing, this team puts down their remotes and lets the auto climb do all the work. This fixed climber impressed the judges. Congratulations, Team 1720 Fixed Gears.
So this award is the award for kind of, hey, we've got a lot of awards, but we think you're really special. The judges are saying you did something really unique that we want to recognize that doesn't quite fit into the other categories. Fixed Gears is a really, really incredible community-based team, and we've seen this weekend how hard it is to execute a successful climb. So to hear that they automated that process of going all the way from the low rung to the traversal rung, their drivers and operators putting down the controllers in order to execute that really difficult climb. We've seen how damaging it can potentially be if you drop. Being able to automate that is quite a feat for any team. So really, really, really impressive work done by Fixed Gears.
A lot of these teams are based within a high school. This is one of the few teams that is not really affiliated with any high school. They're out of Matthews, Indiana. That's in Grant County. Like you said, a community-based team. So great job seeing Fixed Gears be awarded here today and recognized today.
District finalists. This award celebrates the alliance that makes it to the final match of the competition. Should be final 4 matches. First recognizes the talent of these outstanding competitors. They were sensational, and we are proud to honor them. Congratulations to the Alliance captain, team number 3176, Purple Precision.
purple precision, which had been ranked #1 after 64 grueling qualification matches, made it through quarters, made it through semis, made it all the way until that last final match. Unfortunately, they did have to bow out, but to me, that really exemplifies the leadership that they had as an Alliance captain, to be able to say, you know what, we're going to take a step back. This is the best decision for our Alliance to really set them up for success. Really, really, really impressive showing by this team. This is a team that, coming into this competition, was not really considered a front runner, but then really wowed everyone yesterday and then this morning. They even, this is so incredible to me, really shows the different strategies that you have. They only had a climber that could get up on that first low run, but they had such an incredible shooting mechanism and strategy that they became the highest scoring robot.
Congratulations also to their partners, team number 7457 Super Duper Robotics.
Super Duper, we've talked about them a lot this weekend from Purdue Polytechnic in Indianapolis. Certainly one of the most impressive teams here this weekend. Widely considered one of the favorites coming in. They had been undefeated. They had won 2 events and really had an extremely impressive run coming into the finals, especially when that Alliance captain, 3176, had to bow out a bit during that final match. 7457 took over and showed real leadership during that final match, guiding especially that rookie team that joined them right at the end there.
You mentioned how dominating they had been all season long and remained one of the top teams as we went through the qualifying rounds today.
3174 Munster Horsepower.
So the entire 1-seed Alliance being recognized. Teams from Brownsburg, Purdue Poly, and now Munster going to head down.
And Munster was selected as the second pick, the third partner on this finalist alliance. And I think that their performance, you can really see how, even though they're second picked, that third partner, it's still incredibly crucial to have a robot that can complement those other 2 robots, that can fit into the strategy that you're envisioning.
Finally, on this alliance, Team 8742 Argyle Attack.
And last but certainly not least, 8742 joined our this finalist alliance during that last tiebreaker match, coming in with moments to spare before the match started. And just as a reminder, this is a team that before this season had never even existed. This is a rookie team. This is their first year. Imagine being in the stands watching the finals, cheering along with everyone else, and then the next moment, oh, you want me competing?
We have to compete for a state championship.
And they really rose to the challenge. A really impressive showing by all 4 of those insanely talented finalist teams.
Now, the Indiana State Champions. This alliance rose to the challenge of Rapid React and proved an exciting competitive combination. They can now proudly hang a winner's banner in the pit. Congratulations to the alliance captain, team number 4926, Galactech.
Galactech from Columbus, Indiana, had not won an event since 2017. They're a relatively new team, started in 2014. Also one of the hosts of the Columbus event earlier this year that their opponent, Super Duper, won. And so to lose on your home turf,
right,
and then to
get some revenge,
get a little bit of revenge at state championship and clinch a spot to go to Houston for World Championships. And this is a team that has been an extremely solid
Team
contender for
829,
years.
the Digital Goats.
Digital Goats, to me, another one of those teams, along with Galactech, that I've always considered a really, really impressive, strong team with not very good luck, you know? Digital Goats seem to always come in as a finalist. Hadn't had a win also since 2017. And so to see them finally pull off a victory that, in my opinion, they've deserved for years has been so wonderful. And especially knowing some of these mentors on this team. We've been able to work with Scott this weekend.
Yep.
They're incredibly committed to first. They're an extremely tight-knit team.
And Team 7617, the Robo Blazers.
How about these guys? You mentioned some of the newer teams. The Robo Blazers out of University High School. It's only been doing this for 3 years. And here they are, state champs.
Yep, and they had never won before. Ever. And so to have their first win be one that is so important, so monumental, and again, as I was saying with Munster, this third robot really makes a difference. It's not nothing, even though sometimes these are teams that might be a little lower ranked. If you don't have a good robot as your third Alliance team member, that's huge. 76-17, put up a lot of good shots, played a lot of good defense, certainly made huge contributions to their Alliance. Extremely deserving of this win. Way to go to Robo Blazers.
I should have mentioned this before. The district champion and all of the awards that we have yet left to do all qualify to go to the championship in Houston next weekend. So get a move on. This was about the adult. The adults need to go to the volunteer lounge after this. Our next award, one of those qualifying awards, is the Rookie All-Star Award. This award celebrates the rookie team, exemplifying a young but strong partnership effort, as well as implementing the mission of FIRST to inspire students to learn more about science and technology. This team is proving to be a diamond in the making. They impress the judges with their engagement and understanding of sponsors. Whether as a gravy boat or fancy socks, this Argyle team really rocks. Congratulations, team 8742, Argyle Attack. Of course, Argyle Attack is still taking their picture. They're going to be fine. They've got a couple other awards that they've already won, so we'll move on. Argyle Attack, way to go. Next up, we have not one but two Engineering Inspiration Awards. The first one, the Engineering Inspiration Award, celebrates outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering within a team's community. Inspiring others to respect science and technology requires passion, knowledge, and commitment. FIRST celebrates these qualities by presenting its Engineering Inspiration Award. With a diverse, integrated approach and a community-recognized STEAM center, this team enthusiastically shares a passion for engineering throughout their community and state. With their inclusive approach, they thought that it would be a good idea to bring their competition in from the cold. They didn't leave anyone crying. Congratulations, Team 1555 Cryonics. Now guys, Team 1555 Cryonics is sadly not here to accept the award. So don't look for them. But we thank them, they congratulate them, they have qualified to go to the championship. Our Rookie All-Star is back. Argyle Attack, you guys want to come through again? Come on through!
Argyle Attack back from taking pictures from their finalist award. This has been quite a weekend for this rookie team. Coming up, we have a couple of really special awards. We have Engineering Inspiration, which Chris just introed. We have Chairman's, and we have Rookie All-Star. These are awards that recognize teams that have overall the most impressive program.
Okay. Our second Engineering Inspiration Award. This team is here. Add to the whatever. Second Engineering Inspiration Award. This team inspires throughout their community, and by growing the team innovatively, they have demonstrated an excellent recruiting plan. Through aiding FLL teams, Girl Scouts, and Boy Scouts to succeed, they have advanced respect and appreciation for engineering from all ages. This team is a dream come blue. Congratulations, Team 234, Cyber Blue.
Cyber Blue, one of the oldest and most awarded teams in the history of Indiana First. They, if I remember correctly, they are tied for the most won events of all time in the history of the Indiana District Award. They also have won the most number of Chairman's Award of all time and the most number of Woody Flowers Award of all times, and are number 2 overall in the history of the Indiana District for the number of district points won. This is a team that has been a role model in Indiana First to really exemplify what it means to be a first team. You heard in the spiel a little bit. They have a program that we're seeing the high school team right now, but they also have FLL programs, which is the elementary program as part of First Robotics, FTC, which is part of, it can be a middle school or a high school team, and then their involvement with Girl Scout shows their commitment to diversity. They also run an all-girls off-season event called Indy Rage in the fall. They have been a huge contributor to the culture of Indiana First for a long time. Really amazing to see them get this award this year.
And a Perry Meridian, been around competing since 1999.
Now it's time for our individual awards. The first Dean's List finalists are outstanding, passionate student leaders who demonstrate exemplary effectiveness at attaining first ideals. There are 2 of these awards that represent the District of Indiana. They were nominated by their teams for their direct contributions and impact on others, exemplifying leadership and commitment on the team and in their community. First Dean's List finalists recognized here today are also our nominees for the first Dean's List at the championship. I will announce the names one at a time as our district sends 2 finalists to represent our district at the Houston Championship. This person is an excellent communicator and first ambassador with a passion for sharing first values and teaching others. Presenting 2 roundtables at state, Girls in First and Business Strategies. Quote, "First is what gets me up in the morning," end quote. Inclusion is particularly important to her, which has impelled her to recruit more females into First. Congratulations to Audrey Henning from Team 2197.
So Dean's List is one of the few individual awards.
I don't believe Audrey is here to accept the award, but we will make sure that she gets it.
That we have here. This one
The second
recognizes
recipient
incredible
is here.
students in First.
Suspense. Being in First for more than half your life tends to demonstrate the inherent impeccable core values. Actively and purposely pursuing First in Indiana Student Board of Directors membership to allocate state funding for all teams in the state of Indiana. He is an extremely enthusiastic and knowledgeable communicator and presenter, able to share First core values competently. It comes across very naturally, as if it is ingrained within him. Congratulations to Trevor Langley from Team 5188.
This is a student that is part of a storied family in Indiana First. Extremely involved with not only FRC, 5188 is the hometown team here in Terre Haute, but he also is extremely involved with FLL and FTC. His sister was an MC earlier this weekend, and he himself, in addition to being a board member, an ambassador for First, he also does game announcing, play-by-play for FLL events.
So I know that you guys are anxious. You've been counting down the awards. There's only one award left. It's the Chairman's Award. But before we get to the Chairman's Award, we're going to hear from everybody's favorite, Andy Baker.
Thank you all. I'll make this short. Mary and I are the owners of Andy Mark. Andy Mark is going to sponsor the bus and the first Indiana Robotics block of rooms in Houston with $4,000 to knock the price down for the teams attending Houston.
Wow.
Thank you. So, we also hear that there's some adults in the room that might be able to make that same decision for their companies and their businesses that might join us to sponsor the bus and the rooms in the block in Houston. And if you can do that, please see Renee in the volunteer room along with the adults from the teams who are going to see Renee in the volunteer room after the awards. Thank you.
That is awesome. You know, I've been talking to all the teams here at this competition, and the challenge of the actual robot. Fine, quit. No. The challenge of the actual robot competition is difficult, but then on top of that, if you qualify to go to Houston, anything that we can do to cut down the logistics costs and the getting a team there, I think is great. So let's have another round for Andy and Andy Mark for sponsoring the teams. Once again, if you're going to Houston, please, please, please send your adultiest adult to the volunteer lounge right after this. Finally, the Chairman's Award. This award is the most prestigious award at First. It honors the team that best represents a model for others to emulate and best embodies the purpose and goals of First. The Chairman's Award is presented to the team judged to have the most significant measurable impact of its partnership among its participants and community over a sustained period, not just a single build season. The winner is able to demonstrate progress towards First's mission of transforming our culture, qualifying for the Houston Championship. With hosting First tournaments, making their practice space available, manufacturing parts for other teams, and the community reaching out to them for advice and technical support, this team has proven they have the good sense to make STEAM accessible for everyone. Racing to grow First locally and globally, this team is geared for success. They are establishing themselves as a crossroads for First. Congratulations to Team 1741 Red Alert!
Red Alert from Center Grove just won Chairman's at the state championship. As Chris mentioned already, this is the most prestigious award in First Robotics. This is an award that not only recognizes a team for their mechanical, electrical, software prowess, but also the way that they're able to connect with their community, the way that they're able to build a program that makes STEM education more exciting and accessible for people of all ages throughout their community. Red Alert is a team that has been a guiding light in First Robotics for years and years and years. They are tied in my notes as number 2 of the most Chairman's Award of all time in the history of Indiana First. This might bump them up to number 1, and it's well deserved. This is a team that has a storied history of lifting up students who otherwise wouldn't have access
and
to
now,
STEM education.
let's dim the lights and
robotics
check out
in
the
their
Chairman's
community.
Award winning team's video submission.
So once again, congratulations to Center Grove. And to go off of that, Rachel, to talk about winning a lot of Chairman Awards goes to show that Center Grove is one of those teams that is consistently good at not just on the performance floor, but like you said, in their community and helping out other students to get involved.
Absolutely. And so, as a team, you have a decision to make of what you're going to prioritize. there's some teams that approach this a lot like a sport, and so they focus on building a really incredible robot, a really competitive robot where they can get out and play at the highest level, and that is important and beautiful, and as we've seen, really exciting to watch from a spectator position.
Right.
But there's other teams who really make an active choice to prioritize other people, and this can look like hosting demos. This can look like running summer clubs. This can look like getting involved in your school. I know that 1741 does that. They have a STEM center at Center Grove that they've built from the ground up that has FML teams, it has FTC teams, all the way from elementary school to high school. They're also a huge team that really emphasizes the outreach, the inclusivity, the engagement, the education. They run events, they run programs. They are a team that not only, as we've said, has prioritized building a really great robot, but they prioritize lifting up other teams, of spending time. Their students mentor younger students. They make sure that they have a program that starts as soon as a kid can hold a screwdriver, as soon as you get into elementary school, all the way through having a really strong high school program, having this pipeline, right? Especially when we're talking about women in STEM, minorities in STEM, making sure that they don't get dropped off along the way, starting young, showing that any kid can get involved with STEM. They do this. This award also recognizes a team that has a sustainable program. 1741 has been around for a long time. It costs money to run events. You need to have community partners who buy into your vision for how you're going to make your community better. I remember, I believe a few years ago, they had a partnership with a coffee shop where they had a fun robotics themed coffee flavor. And so when you go into the coffee shop, you learn about this amazing program. Yeah. But this is a team that is really creative and incredible in the way that they do outreach, education, and make STEM and FIRST more accessible for everyone.
So congratulations once again. Red Alert, the team from Center Grove, wins the Chairman's Award here this year at the state finals.
Back here next year. Take care.
So that will wrap up our closing ceremonies here at the 2022 First Indiana Robotics State Championship. And again, a congratulations going out to the champions this year. The 3-seed Galactech, a team out of Columbus, the Digital Goats from the Walker Career Center in Indianapolis, and the Robo Blazers out of University High School. Those three teams winning the state championship, pulling the upset in the finals in a fourth match, our overtime period, if you will, in the finals, knocking out the #1 seed for that state championship.
Absolutely exciting. And so those three teams are going to be going on to represent Indiana as a state at the World Championship in Houston next weekend. They're going to be competing with teams from Mexico, Israel, Turkey, China, Australia. Really incredible to see Indiana as a state represented on a world stage by three such incredible and deserving teams.
So we want to thank everyone. Rose Holman, great host here this weekend. Thanks to everyone. First Indiana Robotics teaming up with us here on ISC for a great weekend, and we had a great time bringing you the 2022 state championships. Rachel, you are awesome. Thank you so much for being one of our analysts, and thank you to all of our analysts that joined us throughout the day today and yesterday. You guys were awesome. Made our lives a lot easier, that's for sure.
The feeling is mutual. This was wonderful.
Thanks for everyone tuning in to ISC. For Jordan Shue and the rest of our crew, I'm Rob Connett, signing off from Rose Holman.
First Team 1741 Red Alert Robotics is comprised of members dedicated to each other, the community, and to FIRST.
We're constantly working to establish STEAM in our local community and the world. We build more than robots. We build the crossroads from which FIRST can reach the world, change the culture, and shape the future.
Our team is based out of the Innovation Center, a 15,000 square foot STEAM hub at our school. After facing the risk of losing our space in our school, our parents, alumni, and members united to advocate for the importance of a greater STEAM presence in our community. Through this, our Innovation Center was born. We teach youth important lessons like safety and diversity through 2 children's books we have written and illustrated. The first book, Brian the Raccoon in the Terrific Treehouse, teaches the value of safety in an engineering environment. The second book, Benji the Bronchosaurus in the Perfect Playground, informs kids about the importance of diversity. Red Alert has laid a foundation that will sustain our team into the future. Since our rookie year, we've had a 501c3 nonprofit that provides us with funding and various equipment for our team that is essential for us, our demos, and our impact. We also have established strong relationships with our sponsors. Consistently we're asked to demo at local STEM nights, grand openings, and open houses. We have had the opportunity to demo at places such as the Indiana State Museum and at the brand new grand opening of the Clark Presence STEM Center. We even partner with a local business to have our own coffee flavor that spreads our word throughout our community. Our team has built up our first pipeline throughout our history, establishing a strong team dynamic. Throughout all levels of FIRST, we have successfully hosted over 30 competitions and have consistently been recognized for excellent competing experiences. We are also the only team in Indiana to host a competition at every single level of FIRST in one season. We inspire the younger generations in our community. We work with the Center Grove Developmental Preschool in countless ways to ensure that we reach all audiences. We have built fine motor and sensory boards and modified braces, as well as invested in specific children through projects tailored to helping them achieve blind low vision goals and acquire fine motor skills.
Our team builds more than robots. We're changing the culture, the future, and the community. We have laid the foundations for a stronger STEAM presence, creating a legacy that represents FIRST. We have built the crossroads of FIRST. Challenge!